Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, and welcome to the Transporter Room. Today, we have a very special guest joining us, Rich Kelham. As you will learn, Rich is one hell of a Star Trek fan. Thank you for making the time to come to the show today. How are you doing?
I'm good, Chris. Thanks for having me.
Well, thank you for coming. Just to give people, let them know how we met was we met back in November at the Creation Trek to Dallas conference, and it was a pleasure getting to meet you and just talk and hang out. Because that's something about Trek fans is we can just sit there and talk about just about everything, and of course we talk about Trek. Um, I was kind of curious, what did you think about? And we're not going to get too in depth, but so what was it like for you getting to sit there, like in the restaurant and the bars, and just like looking around? Of course, I know you've probably been to other conventions, but still, for me, my first time, but like be like, oh, that's like, Doug Jones, there's Tawny Newsome, so from your perspective, like, what is that? Like, how do you feel? I know it for me, it was just like, this is awesome.
I mean, yeah, Dallas was kind of different. Done the Vegas ones before, and it's big. There's so many people, and it's a functioning casino at the same time over there, and so there's people there that aren't Trek. It's just there's so much going on. But then I went to Dallas. I didn't know what to expect, how big or small it was going to be. I arrived there the first night, checking in, and as I'm checking in at the desk, there's Connor and Dom sitting at the bar watching the football game. And so I'm like, okay, this is cool. So I text my wife, hey, I just saw the guys at the bar. And I go upstairs, drop my luggage off, and come right down to the bar. We're sitting there watching the football game, and they're just there. They're just there chilling, and it's kind of surreal.
It was, and that was me too. I got there. I probably got there the same day. I got there Thursday, like
Yeah, Thursday.
early evening for
Mm-hmm.
myself, and yeah, I checked in, went upstairs, and just like you, sure enough, they're just sitting in there, just shooting the bull. Which I'd been lucky. I had already met them like 2 weeks earlier out in LA for another event. And so, but yeah, I'm just like, oh my God, this was just, and that's something I've heard is that the difference between these smaller ones like the Dallas versus STLV is um they're so much more intimate because you don't have, you know, 25,000 people all around. And literally, we got to sit there and talk to them just like, because, well, they are. I mean, they're normal people, but still, we just got to sit there and talk to them like it was no big deal. Um, I would say probably one thing I kind of, I don't want to say, I shouldn't say regret, but I so wanted to, like, Doug Jones was sitting in there and he was eating. So if he had been eating, maybe I would have walked up and said something. But I was like, oh my God, he's sitting over there. And then Tawny Newsome was sitting there at another spot. I'm like, don't do it. Don't be one of those crazy fans.
I mean, the difference is night and day. I met you. We met some other people that I'm still in touch with. I made friends, and like you said, you can just talk. There's no such thing as a stranger at a Trek convention. You've immediately got something in common, and you just start talking, and then you find out you have other things in common in real life, and it's just cool to meet those people. And at Vegas, it's so big that you never bump into the same person twice. But at Dallas, the same person you're seeing them over and over, and you're just like, oh, it's that guy, and then you go chat, and it was just so cool.
Yeah, I mean, and that's like, I don't know if you've seen it or not, but I already had Jen on.
Mm-hmm.
She
Yep.
was the
Watch.
episode 2, and so and then I get Vernon. Oh, well, this will come after. I can say this now. It's a
Yeah.
while before it comes out. I'm talking to Vernon next on Monday.
Yeah.
So,
He's a cool guy.
um, oh yeah, that's gonna be a fun one too. And so it was an enlightening experience, and and you can just go and there's not lines. Like, I went to SpaceCon in San Antonio, and not to bag on that, it it was great because it was everything. It was, Star Trek, Star Wars, Stargate, um, all those different, sci-fi series. And, there were so many people there, and it's not at a hotel, it's just at a convention center. So it's like you get your autograph and go about your business and do your thing. I remembered us talking at the hotel and whatnot about your different, the things you do and everything. And but I just don't think I don't remember us talking about your music. But then as you and I were visiting, working up to this, and
Mhm.
you shared some of it with me, that you're actually you're a musician, and that specifically you do, Star Trek themed music. Give us some insight on, like, how did that come about? Like, how did you get into the music side of Star Trek?
Well, they kind of evolved separately. I was into rock music as a kid, and like a lot of us are, and I pursued that for a long time. I went and did a music degree at college. Like that was my thing back in England. And people may have picked up on the accent already, but I grew up in England. So I did a music degree and I was pursuing that, and that was my passion. And meanwhile, I had this little Star Trek passion going off as well. And then I reached a point in my life where I was like, I'm going to, combine these and let's write some music about Star Trek. And it's not exclusively Star Trek. I've done some songs about other things. I'm a big Babylon 5 guy too. I've got some songs about that. But yeah, there was a particular one about Captain Picard and kind of like how he was a role model to me. He's kind of like the person you aspire to be. Um, so I wrote a song about that.
From an early age, I watched you. The lessons that you taught me still ring true. Thanks to you, I know how to live. The values you instilled in me, trust, cooperation, and honesty. Thanks to you, I know how to give. Oh, I wanna be just like you. You truly are what I aspire to. The things you do, the things you say, I wish that I could be that way. Oh, I wanna be just like you. Look at me, you are a part. I carry you with me inside my heart. Thanks to you, I'll always take a stand. In rapt attention every day, your actions speak as loudly as the words you say. Thanks to you, I truly understand. Oh, I wanna be just like you. You truly are what ups and downs. Thanks to you, I'll never be alone. Soon you'll have no more to say, but the mark you left on me will stay. Thanks to you, thanks to you. Oh, I wanna be just like you. You truly are what I aspire to. The things you do, the things you say, I wish that I could be that way. Oh, I wanna be just like you. Oh, I wanna be just like you. Be just like you. Oh, I wanna be just like you. Be just like you. The things you do, the things you say, I wish that I could be that way. Oh, I wanna be just like you.
And lots of people like it, but they all assume it's about like my dad or something. And my dad's a good guy, but he ain't no Jean-Luc Picard. So you can edit that out.
I'm sorry. Oh my god.
No.
Well, yes. If we need to edit that out, you just let me know. Unless
No,
you're dead, but yeah,
that's
that's
fine.
too.
He won't mind. It's one of those songs where you're singing about this person and how you just want to aspire and how that all these wonderful qualities they have, like we know Captain Picard does, and people just be like, "Oh, that's a beautiful song you wrote about your dad." I'm like, Jean-Luc.
If he's bald and
Yeah,
has a British accent,
I mean he
but
does.
lived from
So,
France.
well, maybe not that part.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, so that was the first one I did, and then I got the ball rolling, and I wanted to do a Deep Space Nine one. So I think that's the one I showed you the clip of. It's about it name drops lots of things that happen in Deep Space Nine. There's the founders and the war and all of this stuff, and some little clever little lyrics that people who know the show will get it. Like I said in one line, there's 26 hours to go because Deep Space Nine has a 26-hour day, and just little things like that. It's just good fun.
Well, that's great. Yeah, I definitely will share that with everybody.
The best part is when people who are also Trek fans can hear it and appreciate it.
When we were sitting there and you showed us your back, I was like, holy moly. Oh my gosh. And so, yeah, I know, I don't think either myself, Jen, or anyone were truly expecting just, and I'm gonna call it is artwork. And I mean, you've literally taken Star Trek, it's in your blood and in your skin and forever. And so I'm gonna pull up, I'm gonna do this, the first one I'm gonna pull up. And this, when you showed us, in tech at the convention, I mean, just the detail that was involved in that is wow. So just explain some of that and like.
Well, my journey with tattoos started, outside of Trek as well. I started with some other things, but then Trek's always been a passion in my life too, and it started off with that one in the corner, which is Data, who was another character that I just loved. And then there's some non-Trek related things under him, but then I wanted to finish my back, and I wanted to do the Trek thing, and I was thinking about different ideas, and Borg is what I settled on. I love the Borg; they're my favorite of the alien races, so to speak, and So that's what I did, and we've got 7 of 9, we've got Locutus, we got the Queen. It's all on there, and I just representing my love for that.
I got to see this in person, and the pictures are great, but it just the detail, it just does not do it justice, but it's still phenomenal. Now I want to bring up the other one you sent me, and I didn't, and this is this is the beginning
Right.
of all of this, but what makes it even more cool is the person that's in the picture with you.
Yep, there he is.
The man himself.
Man himself. So
Lieutenant-
this was 2015 in Vegas. So a long time ago. You can tell I still have hair. So so I was lining up for an autograph, and I had an 8x10 of my back tattoo, and I kind of put it down in front of him, and he like looked at it, and he's like, "Is that real?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's real." And he was like, "Oh, well, are you sure that was a good idea?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it was a good idea." And he's like, "All right, then let me see." So I whipped off my shirt, and he's looking at it, and everyone's then sort of gathering around and looking. And then it was actually that the actor who was in Favorite Toys. It's is it Saul Rubinek? Is that his name? The guy that's in the episode Favorite Toys with Data. He was there.
Oh, yes. Hold on. Let me pull that up while you're doing that.
I think that's his name, Saul something. Anyway, so he's like, "Come on, Brent, you got to go take a picture with it." So he's the one who actually took that photo.
The most toys.
The most toys, yes, not Favorite Toys.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I got it immortalized, and then in Dallas this time. Now the rest of the back's finished. I gave him an update, and he remembered. He was like, "Oh yeah, and this is cool." And he took a photo on his phone of the whole back again. So
Oh, really?
yep. And I got in the background here in my photos, you can see there's his signed photo of that as well. So
Oh, that's cool. And you're right, Saul Rubinek.
Soul Rubin.
He was the one
Yep,
that wanted Data for his collection.
that's right. It's these crazy little surreal stories when you're at the conventions. You're like, "Oh yeah," and then I bumped into Catherine Janeway in the elevator. It's like, what?
What first drew you to Star Trek in general? Like,
Well, I see this answer a lot when people are asked that, and it's my dad. It's the parents. In England, we have the BBC, the British Broadcasting Company, and on BBC Two every weeknight there was a Star Trek Next Generation episode from like 5 to 5:45. I want to say no commercials because the BBC doesn't have commercials, so that was great. So my mom's in the kitchen doing the thing, and me and my dad are watching the Star Trek episode. So it was Next Generation came first for me because that's what was happening when I was a kid. So some of those I was seeing in real time, but a lot of those were repeats. So I saw the first 2 or 3 seasons a lot. But then you're hooked on it by that point, and then Deep Space Nine came out and Voyager came out, and I started those, but I have to confess I was a bad Star Trek fan because I got too far into the music that I kind of neglected Star Trek for a while. I got away from it, but then I came back and I caught up and binged all the stuff that I'd missed, and now I'm a good Star Trek fan again. I've seen everything.
now you're a good Star Trek fan.
But it was Next Generation originally, and Jean-Luc Picard and Data were always my two guys. And of course we had the little crush on Counselor Troy, who didn't. But yeah, that was that. And so a lot of my favorite episodes are Next Generation episodes because they just core memories from the beginning. My favorite show is Deep Space Nine because the way it's an ongoing story is, for me, is better than the episodic storytelling in the others. So I've rewatched that multiple times. Just it's such a good journey. But yeah, any Trek is good Trek at this point. I don't necessarily enjoy all of the newer stuff as much as I did the '90s shows, but it's still Star Trek. So.
My first, after TNG was actually Enterprise, which I have to admit that that's probably one of my favorite series of all of them right now. And for me, it had to do with their learning The fact that, that humanity is learning how to survive in interstellar space and other species. Um, I did not get to see DS9 until it came out on Netflix, and that's when I actually got to stream it. And oh my god, it's a great series. I mean, they have some of the best episodes I feel in of all the series, honestly. I mean, don't get me wrong, Enterprise has some great ones, some very good thinkers like Dear Doctor and all that, but I mean, Pale Moonlight on DS9. Yeah, Avery Brooks, he is just phenomenal in his episodes, and it's in the Pale Moonlight. I'm trying to remember. There's always like two, and it's kind of late, and I'm having a brain
Yeah.
fart right this minute.
Duet is one that everyone always says is a favorite. The one with
Yeah.
Kira and the Cardassian, whose name I can't recall, but
Yeah, let's see here. In the Pale Moonlight.
and then it's Far Beyond the Stars, where they
That's the other one I'm trying to think about. I was having as I said, I knew that was one of them I couldn't think of. Yeah, in Pale Moonlight and Far Beyond the Stars. And then, like I said, with Enterprise, I love Dear Doctor. And then I just, any of the episodes where, Archer's having to basically figure it all out. And I was talking with someone, they had made a very good point. Jonathan Archer had the most character development as a captain of all of them, because literally he's having to deal with T'Pol, always, looking over his shoulder, telling him like, should we really do that? And then eventually, they do have their mutual respect, which was just phenomenal. And it was great. And so
I think with Archer, I think you can watch it and know that he wasn't always right. With some of the other captains, they're presented like they always do the right thing, and every decision is beyond reproach. But Archer, you're watching those episodes and you're like, come on, man, what are you doing? But that's realistic. Nobody's right all the time. I think he made a lot of bad decisions along the way. But
who's your favorite character then of all if you can name one or two or three or 10,
I mean, that's exactly it. You're like, oh, this guy, this guy, this guy. I mean, Data and Jean-Luc Picard are always gonna have that place in my heart because that's what started it all. I love Garak in Deep Space Nine. Who doesn't, right?
Oh my god, Garrick, he is just he is such a great character. Like, you're right. I mean,
I think that's one of the best examples of the actor dictating where the character went, because he gave that character so much life that the writers kind of had no choice but to do more with him, and it was just wonderful acting, wonderful character. So many levels and layers, and you never quite knew what you were going to get with him on a given day. Some days he's going to stab you in the back. Some days he's going to save your life and be the hero. You just don't know.
oh no, you're right. He was yeah. I like Garrick, and and they actually got to answer some questions in season 5 of Lower Decks during the multiverse.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you've seen season 5.
I'm aware of the question you are referencing. Yes. Yeah, I've seen it, and I applaud it. I mean,
Yeah.
Andy Robinson has always said he kind of played it that way. So
Well, I applaud that whole season personally on
Yeah.
Lower Decks. It was, as you'll probably agree as well, but when we're sitting there and I'm watching it and Lily Sloan comes out and then to Paul, and I'm like, is that really
that was
her?
that was my first thought. It's like, surely they don't have her voice. Somebody's going to be subbing this in, but no, it was her.
It was her.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my, and because yeah, that was phenomenal, and nobody expected that. and I was in a seventh rule. We were doing one of our discussions one night for a recording, and I literally asked, I said, "How the hell do you think they got her?" And I don't remember who it was said, um, "You don't have to come. You don't have to put makeup or get your hair done. You can just come in your, sweatpants and record." I was like, "Well, that very well could have been it."
Yeah, I read somewhere that the guy Mike wrote
Mike
her
McMahon.
wrote her a letter like asking
Yeah.
her to do it. So, and you're right. She doesn't have to act. She doesn't have to. It was an easy way to do it and kind of a thank you to the fans, I think, because we know she doesn't do conventions. We know she doesn't do that, but this was a way I think she could acknowledge the fans. Well, let me ask
Oh
you
my god.
this: if you could have
Yeah.
any other character come back and do a cameo, who would you want?
Well, I would. It's a toss up, and it'd be just the two hardest probably. Actually, would be Archer and or Cisco. And I feel Archer would. I feel Scott Bakula would probably do it long before Avery Brooks would. But those would be. But those would be the next two that would be. Oh, that would be great to get one of those two back.
I was talking to someone recently actually about you know, the Section 31 movie and how Paramount maybe you're just doing these one-off things. Someone was saying if there was like an Enterprise movie like 20 years later and it's like the birth of the Federation, some showing more of that, if they could get a script, I bet you he'd do it. I bet you they'd all do it.
I know we've talked a lot, but do you have? You may have already said this. Like a memorable episode that like really kind of just like sticks to you.
Yeah, so yeah, I did mention that a lot of my favorite were Next Generation episodes, and Um, the ones that I liked the best were ones where there was kind of a puzzle. There was like a mystery unfolding in the episode, and I got a few examples for you. So there was the episode Conundrum, where they all wake up on the bridge and they've got no memory, they don't know who they are, and they're all looking around like, "Who are you? Who are we?" And there's that extra guy there, and we all know he's an extra guy, but they don't. And watching them figure it out, and some of the shenanigans that ensued. I enjoyed that one. There was the Future Imperfect, where Riker wakes up in the future, and he's got a kid, but he knows something's quite not quite right, and you're the viewer, and you're watching them figure it out, and then the Beverly Crusher, Remember Me, where it's like, if there's nothing wrong with me, there must be something wrong with the universe.
That was I did like that was a good episode.
Hmm.
That was a real good episode.
But those kind of episodes were the ones that I always remembered best.
Is it the chase? Was that's the chase? That's right. That's the name for it. It's the yeah, I think it is. It's the one when we kind of actually meet the changelings, but they're
Oh,
not the changelings.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
Yeah, the common ancestor for all life. Yeah,
all life, yeah, all life,
all humanoid
yeah,
life.
all humanoid life. Correct. I like that one a lot.
Yeah, that was good.
That was a good one as well. And so,
And yesterday's Enterprise with when Tasha Yar came back for the episode, that was good.
oh, that was a
The
good
sort of
one.
alternate timeline Tasha Yar,
Yeah. Well,
and
and
then
Denise
the time.
Crosby had. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, and then the time loop one where the Enterprise keeps getting destroyed and they have to figure out what's going on. Just those kind of mystery ones. Those are cool.
I always like to ask this question: what alien species did you find the most intriguing? And if you do,
Well, the Borg was my favorite. I don't know if they were intriguing as such though, because you know there was some efforts to make them intriguing with Hugh and some of the stuff in Picard where they explored it a little bit more. I'm sure there's some one-off aliens that were particularly intriguing, but yeah, I guess Borg is my answer. I love the Borg.
well, you said something a few minutes ago, and because it's very fresh on everybody's mind, I'm going to kind of go off script a little bit.
Uh-oh.
And Section 31,
Mm-hmm.
go.
Yeah, you know when I said all Trek is good Trek, I this is testing that theory for me because it did not feel like Trek. I enjoyed the movie. It had its moments, but that's not Star Trek to me. That's not what the soul of Star Trek is. It was an action movie. It had too much comedy, too much goofiness. It had some Star Trek races in it, but it didn't feel like Star Trek to me.
It's Mission Impossible meets Star Trek.
Hmm. Yeah, I can see that.
The last trailer that had dropped, I was like, oh my God, this looks horrid. It was not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Was it great? Oh no, it was not great. But I was one of the defenders today. And, and I said, and I just had to, I was just putting it in perspective in a way. I said, okay, you had a series, you had something that was going to be a series, 10 episodes for easy math, 45 minutes. So it's 450 minutes that they had to condense into 90 minutes, an hour and a half. So they basically took 5 hours of potential content and squished it. And that's where, and I think for me, that's why I am giving it kind of a pass, because it's something that they Alex Kurtzman explained on an interview with TrekCulture that they had COVID shut them down. Then Michelle Yeoh got won her Oscar, which at that point she could have said bye, and the project was done. And then the strike happened, so the series had just all of these roadblocks put in front of it. But Michelle Yeoh, she wanted it, and I think she used her Oscar power to keep it going. Now, yes, it's not Star Trek like we were all expecting. And one of the guys made a comment. That's why there was he was being a smart ass, but he's like, that's why the Star Trek was tiny in the text.
Well, to me, it made the cardinal sin. Star Trek is supposed to make you think. I don't think anything in that movie made me think. It was just a series of action. There was a story. There was plot point, plot point, plot point. But at no point did I pause and think about anything.
Okay, now the fun question.
I was gonna say we can't end on that, so we gotta.
Oh no, hell no, no. The fun question. What Star Trek technology do you wish existed today?
So many. Transporters would be great. I know that would change the world in a very massive way, but that would be pretty cool. Replicators, obviously. That would solve a whole lot of problems too.
Oh yeah,
Um,
Transporter is my number one,
yeah,
followed by replicators,
we're on the same page.
and then obviously warp
Yeah,
for me.
sure. Yeah, I mean spaceships in general. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
But
transporters, if that was possible. I know they've done experiments on that, and it's conceivable from what I understand of the science. I don't know, but I wouldn't want to put
yeah,
myself through it.
no, everybody, everything I hear people talk about is basically it's just like a death replicators. You're destroying yourself and make another copy.
Right.
But boy, it sure would make traveling overseas a lot more fun and a lot easier
Sure.
and a lot quicker.
Yeah, and commuting would be nice.
Oh, I know.
Just wake up and go, bzz, and I'm in the office.
Exactly.
Mhm.
All right. Well, Rich, thank you so
thank
much
you.
for giving me your time tonight and doing this. And I have been so blessed lately with the amount of people that I like. You ask, I'm like, sure, I'll talk about Star Trek
Yeah.
in general, and it's just, oh my goodness, I am. Yeah, it's been fun, and
We
it's been
spend a
tough.
lot of our time talking about Star Trek anyway. We may as well do it on camera, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate it, and thank you so much,
Hmm.
and I hope you have a enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. I appreciate you too.
Thank you. Bye.
For as little as $5 per month, you can gain early access to the full ad-free versions of all interviews, plus additional exclusive content by joining Patreon.
Greetings, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, and welcome to the Transporter Room. Today, I'm beyond excited to be joined by an exceptional guest, the one and only John Billingsley. For us Star Trek fans, he's best known as the ever-charming Dr. Phlox from Star Trek Enterprise. John's incredible career spans over 3 decades, featuring memorable guest appearances on hit shows like The X-Files, True Blood, and most recently, Matlock. He's also made his mark on the big screen with standout roles in films like 2012 and The Man from Earth. Beyond his acting, John is a passionate advocate for humanitarian causes, dedicating much of his time to the Hollywood Food Coalition. So without further ado, let's beam him in.
Hello!
How are you doing today, sir?
I am Peachy Keen. Thanks for asking.
Well, thank you for coming on today.
With the caveat that we live in a lunatic world with a cakeistocracy at the helm. But beyond that, on a personal level, I'm doing peachy.
Yeah. We don't want to talk
I like
about
to
what's
use the
going on in
word
this world.
cakeistocracy within the first 5 seconds just so people know what they're getting into. If anybody doesn't want to talk about that kind of stuff, it's like, flee, abort.
I know. It's hard to even look at the news anymore right now. I just look at. I'm like, oh God, what craziness is going on today? And so, yeah.
So there's a meme that was floated that said, "I can either be sane or I could be informed," and I totally. It is like a high wire act to try and stay. I can't go there all the time, but I don't want to not know what's going on. Because that's their plan, is to kind of drive everybody so around the twist that they just say, fine, I give up. Do whatever you want. Just leave me alone.
You're so right. Oh my gosh. Well, I like I said, I want to thank you for coming on today. And I just want to I've seen you on lots of other shows, watched the old Shutterpot show and some other channels that I've seen your interviews on. And one thing I learned, I've watched different series, is that you moved around quite a bit when you were young and growing up. And I was just curious though, when did you get the bug for performing?
That was in the 5th grade, and I have told this story before. I moved up because you told me off camera that you were trying to think of questions I haven't been asked. Failed on that one. I moved up to suburban Connecticut from the deep south. I had a thick southern drawl. I talk like this, and a lisp, and I was a pariah because I was a freak. I was them, not us. And I was accepting that status as my lot in life. But my 5th grade teacher, Mrs. Brown, insisted that I audition for the school play, which was A Christmas Carol, and only because, as you can see from my backdrop, I love to read. I was one of the few kids who actually was not only comfortable reading, but could actually lift the words from the page with some degree of verve. I was cast as Scrooge. So I went from class pariah to class hero. As soon as the play was over, I went right back to being class pariah. A very important lesson. You're only as hot as the show you're in. But that was the moment when I thought, oh, this acting stuff is for me. Now, I will admit that at first it was because of sheer vainglory. I thought, the limelight. But my parents were gracious enough to allow me to matriculate with some teachers locally, people who were veterans of stage and screen, and I fell in love with the craft for its own. appeal. So I was off to the races from a fairly young age. My parents were very clear. It's like, you are not going to be a professional child actor. That is not going to happen. So there was no scintilla of opportunity for me to actually pursue it professionally until I got out of college. And they weren't even going to let me. I mean, my thought was at 18, that's it. I'm going to do Walkabout. I'll go to acting school. It was like, no, you're going to college. And I was, for a brief period of time, I thought, oh yeah, well, all right, I'll go to college. I decided, because I'm a weenie, I thought I'd rather be on the company tit for 4 more years. So we bargained. I'm answering 4 questions, and you only asked 1, which is a trick I have. I decided that I would only apply to girls' schools. I applied to girls' schools. They didn't have grades. My parents immediately cottoned on to this. They said, you louse. I said, no. We had a deal. I would apply to college. You didn't tell me that I couldn't apply to the kind of colleges that I'd like, which are basically the non-intellectual chasing girls' colleges. I did not factor lesbianism as I went to Bennington, and I thought I had the ratio all dicked out. I thought, okay, here we go. 80-20. It's like, lesbianism, 60-40, maybe even 50-50. Yes, anyway, I wandered far afield from where you started.
That's okay. I don't think I've heard that little aspect of your college career in any other interviews.
Oh, I reference it all the time. There was one woman. She was straight on Friday night when I slept with her, and she was a lesbian on Saturday morning. I was like, it was stunning. I was like, wow, okay, I have an odd superpower. Robin Gustafson. Hey, Robin, are you listening to this? I've never forgotten your name.
Okay, I gotta stop laughing. So
you didn't tell me that I couldn't go blue, by the way. There was no, like, John, mind your P's and Q's. There are going to be children listening, grannies from all over the country that anybody who knows me knows that I'm.
Oh yeah.
Basically.
We know.
Yeah, we know.
We know. And so I guess, so now we know you, I mean, I know you did it in college and all that stuff. So when did you decide to make the move to Hollywood, actually?
Well, actually, when I got out of college, I was bound and determined to be a theater actor. I had never considered for a second that I would ever get into film and TV. And I decided, though, that I wasn't going to try New York because I don't sing, I don't dance. It's really, really tough to make a career on the Broadway stage if you don't have those chops. So I thought regional theater. I'll go to Chicago. And I hated the climate in Chicago. I loved the city, but it seemed as if it was summer and then it was winter with nothing in between. I thought, first I was miserably hot, now I'm miserably cold. And then I moved west. I moved to Seattle, Washington, in part because my parents had relocated there. I hadn't seen them for a while. And I fell in love with the Pacific Northwest. It was actually a pretty vibrant theater community. And I stayed there for 13 years. I was an acting teacher. I did regional theater. Eventually, I started a theater company that was devoted to adapting fiction for the stage, initially actually presenting short fiction verbatim on stage, but it morphed and grew into something grander after I left. But when my first marriage ended to the wonderful Janet Freiberger, Janet, you're not listening either. You and Robin Gustafson, neither one of you were listening. She, too, was a lesbian. I don't know what it was about. I'm going to talk about lesbianism a lot today. She was bisexual. Turned out that maybe she was a little more lesbian. Anyway, when she said, that's it, see you later, I thought, all right, time to make the next big life choice. And I handed off the reins to the theater company and moved to Los Angeles. This was in mid 1995. And I had done some, there was some film and TV up in Seattle. So I had a little bit of a reel and a little bit of a resume, enough to, get an agent. And then it took about 3 years of a lot of shoe leather, door knocking, and before I got lucky, I went to here's a story I never tell. Here's a story I never tell. A friend of mine had a little dinner party, and I attended the dinner party. And one of the guests at the dinner party turned out to be one of the executive producers, a writer on NYPD Blue. And they all decided that they would read Uncle Vanya, like cold read Uncle Vanya. And I was like, I don't want to fucking read Uncle Vanya. Come on, can't we let's play badminton or apparently she was so impressed with my reading of Uncle Vanya that she had me in to read for NYPD Blue. And I eventually got my first big part on NYPD Blue, which goes to show you, if somebody says, we're going to read Uncle Vanya, you go, I'd love to read Uncle Vanya.
You read it, period.
You read it. By God, that's right. Lesson learned.
Oh, that's too funny. Okay, so before we really get to the meat of what we're going to discuss today, which is, Star Trek, food coloration, and all that. And this is what I was talking about when we started. And so I was wondering about this. When the producers of Matlock said they were going to show a picture of your character and his wife, were you the one that chose the picture of you and Bonnie?
No, they said, hey, this guy, he's grieving his wife's death. Would it help you to have pictures of you and your wife around the apartment? And I said, yeah, it would help me, especially if Bonnie's getting SAG minimum, because they're going to show her image. And indeed.
Really?
Yeah. So it's a little double dip there. So I sent them all sorts of photos, and many of them did indeed make their appearance. Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked this question. Yeah. That was. I mean, very sweet and thoughtful of them to think to ask me about that, and to be, willing to spend an extra chunk of change to accommodate me.
Wow. See, I didn't know that she would get paid for just literally her picture being there.
Your image, yeah. It basically is worth worth your day rate, SAG minimum day rate. So yeah. And it does help. I mean, in all seriousness, if you're playing somebody who's grieving and you're surrounded by artifacts and photos of the person whose loss would devastate you, it helps you as an actor to, land that quicker.
Yeah. Well, I was surprised when I saw that. I was like, wait a second. I had to zoom in. I was like,
yeah,
that's Bonnie.
You were not alone. You were not alone. Many people said, hey.
Yeah. So, what was it like working with Kathy Bates? And was that your first time?
No, it wasn't. She's wonderful. It was my third time. She directed an episode of 6 Feet Under. At the beginning of every episode of 6 Feet Under, there was a death, and I was the death in that particular episode. A man so boring that his wife cold cocks him with the frying pan and kills him. And she was at that point considering a switch to a directorial career. She was wonderful, wonderful director. Just a marvelous, spirited, optimistic, and positive person with deep insights. I loved working with her. And then I worked with her again on a show called Harry's Law. And then, which was another, Legal Eagle show that was on some years back. Although I think most of my work was with Chris McDonald. And then this. So yeah, she's great. Honest,
I am really. When I saw the pilot episode, I was like, okay, this is actually pretty damn good series
for a network show, and for everything that a network show sort of asks to have happen. I mean, the only thing with network shows is that they really do have a deep understanding of what, I don't mean to sound pejorative, but a middle American audience is going to want. There are certain beats you have to hit. It is more intricate and more interesting than almost anything else on network television. I still personally, am more inclined to enjoy things on cable where it's completely unpredictable, where it's short form, 8 episodes, 10 episodes, 13 episodes, where you don't know what's going to happen. But that's my taste.
Mm-hmm. So that leads me to something else here real quick. You were saying 8 and 10 episodes. So how do you feel about, like our series, like all the Trek series, and we're not going to go too far into it, but, with them only having, today only having 10 episodes instead of back when you were doing it, 26.
Well, there's good things and bad things. From a I have to make a living at this perspective, it sucks. That's more than having my paycheck. And if an episode is taking 2.5 weeks to film instead of 8 days to film, and I'm getting more or less what I would have made anyway from doing the 8-day, then, I'm making less dough. And if you're a series regular, which is really one of the big bones of contention, if they say, okay, you're a series regular on this series, but we only shoot 13 a year, but we have you under contract, so we have some real restrictions on the other things that you can do. We're not going to let you be a series regular on another show. Um, that's a gulp. I'm in a forgive me. I'm in a pretty good position though because I'm old, 64, and I don't, if I never work again, it's fine. I like what I did. I'm happy to work. I enjoy it. I'm good at it. I think at least if I wasn't good at it then, at least I'm pretty good at it now. But it's an ageist industry. There's less work, and I don't make anywhere near what I used to. I don't need it. If you're starting out in this business, this is a very parlous time. It's a very, very difficult industry to prosecute right now for young actors.
Oh, I can't even fathom it because I've been to a couple of the different conventions and have talked to like Bonnie Gordon and Dominic and Connor as well, and listened to Michelle Hurd. She was at a convention, and I had just watched her episode on the Decon Chamber with her and Michael Dorn, and they were discussing the strike and everything that came out of it. And I'll be honest, not being in the industry, it totally shocked the hell out of me, the things that they were trying to kind of basically take away from the actors.
Well, I mean, the thing is, and I'm not going to demonize anybody. It's the nature of the business is such that if you're trying to figure out how to make a buck from a streamer's point of view, from a Netflix point of view, it makes perfect sense, their model. I don't think they realized that one of the drivers of money in our industry is advertising. And if you don't have ads on all these shows that you are, putting up for people to watch, you are taking the largest income source that we all participate in, and you're kicking it to the curb. That's to me really where the sort of like, and I don't think it was necessarily, it was just, sort of short-term thinking. It's like, hey, we'll get more subscribers if they don't have to watch the ads. It's like, yeah, but the people who are making these shows, if they're not selling ads, if you're not selling ads, then there's going to be much less income to make shows or to make them as good as they could be. They are now, of course, the streamers are trying to kind of reverse engineer and say, okay, you pay us more money and you won't have to see ads. But they're going to have to charge a lot more money for, and I just don't see it working.
Yeah, no, we'll see how it goes. But I was amazed to hear her and talking to her at the convention one time, and it was just, she was on fire, but rightly so. So anyway, the main reason, one of the biggest reasons we wanted to get together today was talk about Trek Talks 4 and the Hollywood Food Coalition and all of that. And so I really was just like for you to honestly just let us know your involvement, how it all got started, from we start Trek Talks and then go to the HFC.
Yeah. Well, Trek Talks, its fourth iteration, is essentially an 8-hour long, I call it a convention without pants. You don't have to wear pants. It's like going to a convention where you don't have to wear pants. For instance, I don't wear pants. It's 8 hours of entertainment. It starts at 10 in the morning Pacific, goes till 6 in the evening Pacific on YouTube. TrekTalks.com will give you all the information you need to know. And it's essentially what you would get at a convention. Great panels, conversations with anybody you can think of in the Star Trek universe, from soup to nuts. Actors, directors, designers, writers, what have you. We intersperse it with some little surprises. We tell the Hollywood Food Coalition story, and we raise money for the Hollywood Food Coalition. This year, we'll have an hour-long discovery panel headed by Sonequa Martin Green. We have about 10 of the cast members. We'll have a wonderful Lower Decks panel. We've got Ira Bear on with Larry Nemechek and Robert Wolf and Terry Farrell, doing a deep dive into a couple of Deep Space episodes. We've got some of the writers of the famous Trek character series, biography series, the biography of Picard, the biography of. I could go on and on. We've got, it's 8 hours long, and you come and go. Rod Roddenberry kicks us off. He basically pledges a certain amount, and then we try and match it for the rest of the show. We've made $350,000 over the arc of the last 3 shows. Our goal is to make at least 100 or so, and it's all for an organization called the Hollywood Food Coalition, which I have been involved with for about 8 or so years, although the organization has been around for almost 40. It is 38, I think. Excuse me, I've got this frog in my throat all day. Essentially, it started as an organization providing emergency street care for people in need, primarily food, but also access to medical care and clothing, shelter to the extent we could help provide it, yada, yada, yada. We have morphed and grown it, and I think my wife and I played an important role in doing this, into an organization that has larger ambitions. We are now also rescuing about 2.5 million pounds of food a year, in addition to serving a hot multi-course meal to all comers 7 nights a week. We are rescuing 2.5 million pounds of food a year, which we share with other social service organizations to augment and buttress their meal programs. So imagine a battered women's shelter does great work, but maybe they're not providing robust meals, or a drug and alcohol rehabilitation program, or a place where street kids go. Our sort of fundamental premise is the quality and consistency of regular meals has an absolutely critical role to play in helping people move up a ladder. And also that relationship that we build with another social service organization and another social service organization and another social service organization is about how we learn to work together to serve a community, and in so doing help to kind of re-knit a tattered social safety net. The big picture for me as a progressive is to look at the nature of the way the federal government, particularly these days, is kind of abandoning its responsibility to care about the quality of the social safety net. This in a country where 40% of the American population, if they had an unexpected $500 bill, the roof collapses, their car breaks down, they wouldn't have the cash to pay it. 1 in 5 American kids is food insecure, wakes up not knowing, not necessarily whether they'll eat, but what they'll eat, when they'll eat, whether it'll be any good or not. It is still poverty and need, a tremendous issue in this country. So for me, the nature of how we as communities figure out how social service organizations come together and work together to lift more boats is integral. And food is such an important, critical, daily thread in everybody's life that it provides a great means by which to do that knitting.
Oh, I know. I work in the public education field, and one of our big things is making sure we have breakfast available for our students every day, because that may be the breakfast and lunch at school may be the only meal they get.
Yeah, and there's just another, example of, what's going on that's so barbarous is I can't remember from, of the many there are to point a finger at, recently said, in essence, well, these kids get spoiled when they get this free lunch. They just get spoiled. I mean, they should have to work for it. It's like you're talking about a child, and you're also talking about the future of our country. You really want to make it harder for kids to learn, harder for them to concentrate, harder for them to focus. And unfortunately, I think that is really at the heart of a lot of what this horrible set of policies is all about. There are people in our country who want nothing more than a permanent underclass, who are available to work for nothing to feather their nests. And it doesn't matter how many people suffer as long as those nests get feathered.
No, you're right, and it's not a good thing. And I don't know how. And so, like you were saying, you save 2.5 million pounds of food a year.
Yeah.
That's stuff that would usually just be thrown away in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah. That's the 40% of the food that's produced in our country is chucked, and a lot of it goes into landfills, and it actually puts methane into the air. So there's actually an ecological victory to be had in rescuing food, as well as the most important victory, which is to help people who are hungry eat well.
Well, like I said, working where I'm at, we see that all the time. That's why we've even added in a second chance to where if you come in late, you can get, some food that we still, they put out a second meal, and fruits and vegetables will have if you don't like when you get your lunch or whatever, you don't want that apple, you can put it there. And then if someone else wants it, and that's one thing that we've been, since we started doing that, it made me realize, wow, how many, just children are sometimes just hungry and starving because they've never had it.
No, absolutely. I mean, and that's one manifestation of poverty. I mean, how many people are still ill housed, ill clad, ill educated, ill doctored? I mean, how many? 56% of Americans read under a sixth grade level. I mean, we accept it. As a country, we are okay with that. And to a certain extent, we even look at people who are, I mean, I love to read. It is a passion of my life. But what are the words that get used? Egghead, elitist, smarty pants, whatever. We are an anti-intellectual country that prides itself on not being literate level, and that's the ultimate cut off your nose to spite your face behavior.
Oh, exactly. Well, and I'm just curious about something else that that I know you've talked about in the past.
Is it lesbianism? Do you want us to? We want to go back to lesbianism? I realized I suddenly got very serious, and probably everybody who's listening is going, "Are you ever going to talk about Star Trek? Could you at least go back to lesbianism?" That was
we're almost to the Star Trek point, because if I don't talk about it, I'm
ready to talk about famous Star Trek lesbians. By God.
Oh my goodness. One thing I do want to ask about is just, your work with PanCan and Frakes and all, and Armin and all of them, and Kitty.
Yeah, so my mother passed away from pancreatic cancer at the age of 70, and from diagnosis to death, it was 3 months. She had back pains and stomach aches. Pancreatic cancer is a fast-moving. By the time she got to the doctor, it was too late. And this wonderful organization, the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, does many things. They help fund important research. But one of the things they do that I'm particularly smitten with is they raise awareness so that people don't look away from early symptoms, so that they get to the doctors faster. And they also help educate doctors so that doctors don't immediately say, "You're dead," because there now is a lot more possibility than existed back when. My mother, when she passed away in 1990, there was a 4% survival rate. Now there's almost a 15% survival rate. One of the things that Pam, who is the head of Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, said the other day when we were meeting with her, that I thought was great. She said, it's really important that if you have pancreatic cancer, if you're diagnosed, you get a PanCan representative sitting at the table with you as you move forward. And that's one of the things they do, is they provide people to work with people who have been diagnosed with pancreatic cancer to make sure that they're getting that second opinion, that they're actually processing the information, that they really have access to all of the various possible treatments that exist. They do wonderful work. And they're, as is the case for so many wonderful organizations, they're threatened right now. I mean, one of the cuts that is being, which is just absurd, one of the threats that's being proffered is the possibility of cancer research being the funding diminishing. So yeah, I know. It's just, it boggles the mind. U.S. aid. It's like, we don't want to be on the front lines in countries around the world stopping diseases before they have a chance to cross the oceans. To us, that seems like, let's kill all the guard dogs because that's a waste of money. And let's get rid of the locks on the gates because that's a waste of money. Protecting ourselves and protecting the world should be, sort of, are we
a no-brainer?
Yeah, it's nihilistic and suicidal even. I just think he's demented. But anyway, I digress. Lesbianism. Who are the key PanCan? Last thing. So every year there is what we call Purple Stride. It's a walk. It takes place in 50 or so cities all over the country to raise awareness and to celebrate the victories that the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network is winning. This year, our team, which is Trek Against Pancreatic Cancer, includes Kitty Swink, who is a 21-year survivor, her husband, Arvin Shimmerman. You've probably heard of him. And Jonathan Frakes, who's
Never heard of him.
Yeah, I've never heard of him either, but he keeps coming to the meetings, so we thought, fine. Juan Carlos Cotto, Manny Cotto's, who was a producer on Enterprise, who passed away. His brother, Juan Carlos, a showrunner and a star in his own right. So last year we made more money than any other team. We made $250,000. You can sponsor us. Go to Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. Look for our team, Trek Against Pancreatic Cancer, and sponsor me, would you? Because you can sponsor any one of us. You can sponsor the whole team. But sponsor me.
Sponsor John.
Sponsor John. And I will stride for you on April 26th. And if you're in Los Angeles and you want to come stride with me, it takes place at the Santa Monica Pier.
Cool.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Far too early in the morning. I'm more of an afternoon strider. This is a morning stride. Nobody's perfect.
No, I know nobody's perfect. So, well, yeah. I appreciate you giving me that information on PanCan, because I know it is a big thing in our niche of Star Trek. I mean, it's got, like you said, it's got Armin, Kitty, and Frakes.
Yeah, it's the second, I think it's the second fastest growing cancer. I mean, the good news is that we are, the survival rate is increasing. The bad news is just, in part, it's because more people are actually getting diagnosed early. So more people are now getting diagnosed properly. So a lot of people would die. It would be like, I was liver cancer, or whatever.
All right, so now let's get into some of the fun stuff. At least fun for me. Your character's Flux.
Yes, he was not a lesbian. He was very heterosexual.
Yes, he was. He only had 3 wives.
3 wives. Each of the wives had 3 husbands. So I definitely tried to, with a raised eyebrow, suggest that Dr. Phlox got it on with both the husbands and the wives. Consequently, I have a small but passionate niche of fans who are themselves bisexual and polyamorous, who think I'm a bit of a Star Trek hero. Which, in fact, I'll show you my fan. Which, wait a second, I've Wilson Cruz. Wilson Cruz was on a cruise ship with me. And he was being referred to by various people as a gay icon. And I said, hey, Dr. Phlox, as far as I'm concerned, was Star Trek's biggest gay icon, because he got it on with anything that moved, and he did it with joy and precision. So
yes, he did.
They made me this. My favorite Star Trek artifact.
So I was curious about something as I was thinking about, again, I know we'll ask a million questions at the same time and everything, but before I go to those,
I just make up different answers, so it's okay.
You never know. But I was curious though, who had the earlier call time for regeneration, you or Bonnie? That was when she was a Borg.
I don't know who had we didn't work. We never had a scene together, so we didn't work on the same days. So I couldn't tell you that. I will say that because they'd been doing me for a while, so they kind of had it down. It took about 2.5 hours, but they hadn't done a Borg in a while, so they'd kind of forgotten. So Bonnie was like, almost through the process. I hate to throw Susie Diaz, who was doing that makeup, under the bus, but I have no choice. Susie, I'm throwing you under the bus. Susie was almost through the process, and Michael Westmore came in and said, not quite, do it again. So Bonnie went through a 3-hour Borg makeup, then got like, and then went through it again. Yeah, she was getting paid anyway. Basically, all we do is we sit in the chair. It's the guys who have to put this on, and their back must hurt, and they gotta come in here. I wouldn't do that in a million years. God bless them. All I have to do is sit and read the New York Times, or chinwag with somebody next to me, or doze off, or run my lines. I never understood the people who bitched and moaned about, oh, I was in the chair for. It's like, you're in a chair. I
Well,
mean,
yeah.
how bad could it be?
I mean, I've heard more stories that, especially the ones that had those really, really early call times, they would get in the chair and then they just go back to sleep while they're getting worked on.
Yeah, there were many times I was the first one on the lot and first one in the, first actor. And I'd be in the chair and you'd hear the birds chirping and Brad would be working, but he was great. He'd let me turn the classical music on. I had the New York Times, so I'd, read the Times and just adjust my face. Um, and it was not the worst thing in the world. Uh, I could always, when Anthony Montgomery, I used to call Anthony the human car alarm because you could always tell when Anthony was coming onto the lot. He's got a big personality. Hey, Charlie. Hi, Sam. How you doing? It's like, who are you screaming at? There's nobody on the lot right now. Jesus. And I thought, there goes the pleasant interlude.
When Anthony showed up.
Anthony shows up. Jeff Lewis, who was the guy who was making up whoever was in the chair next to me, would show up. He'd intentionally bait me by saying lunatic right-wing things to get a rise out of me. It's like, for a little while, I was just reading the Times and listening to pretty music. And I was not hyperallergenic, so my skin was never an issue. The eyeballs were a pain in the ass because they were big. They cover your entire eye, which means that you really, you can't read. And that's the thing I like to do. If you can't read and there's nothing else to do, what are you going to do? You're going to hang out by the craft service table and eat bonbons all day.
Mm-hmm.
So
something I know and something I never knew until listening to Connor and Dom talk about, that series was word perfect.
All of Star Trek.
Correct. All of Star Trek.
Anal to the nth degree. Most television is. I mean, in fairness, once you start giving actors too much latitude, like, veer off the script, you can get in. Suddenly the scene is going to hell. People are making crap up. There's a reason why you stick to a script. There are shows that can give you a little more wiggle room. And there are shows where it's like, the director understands that the producers aren't going to care if you slightly change the word order, as long as you got the information and the beat and the emotional integrity of the moment. That's more important. On our show, you had to have the language just so. It's also because there's a lot of gobbledygook. I mean, you have
the techno babble.
Yeah.
I mean, but I just still couldn't believe if you said "and" instead of "and," they would stop. Did you mean to say that or that? Or
that never happened to me. But then I knew more my words a little bit better than some of the other
people. We won't say any of those names, so we'll leave them. We'll leave the innocent. We'll protect.
That's because I only had to work one day a week, so I had more time on my hands.
Okay, you got to sing the song because that's one of my questions.
Oh yes. So I used to sing the song mostly at a certain point just to irritate Dominic because I know he had a short temper. But yes, I was number 7 on a call sheet of 7 series regulars. I was the only guy who looked like a potato. Everybody else was pretty. So they didn't need me all that much. So yes, I would come in and say, day off, 6 days off and the check still come. Character actor in the sun, 6 days off and the check still come. I had another verse, but Dominic would usually cut me off at that point. Sometimes if I was leaving, it's like I knew they had like some long day ahead of them, or they had, a fight scene, or they were going to be on the bridge, which is always interminable because they have to cover everybody and they're all over the helm. I would really make it a point. It's like, I just want to find Dominic before I go so I can sing him the song before I go off to Hawaii for a week. In the first year, maybe year and a half, they were very, very gracious to me, the producers. I mean, I make a lot of jokes, but they couldn't have been kinder and lovelier to me. And they let me double dip. So if I didn't have a lot to do in an episode, I'd go and find work elsewhere. I did Out of Time with Denzel Washington during that period. I did Angel. I did Stargate. I think I did a number of things while I was actually getting a check from Star Trek. Now, at a certain point that I didn't want to push my luck. And I think there was a period of time when I felt like being used maybe a little bit more. That's going to be trickier for me to execute. So I stopped trying.
So, what was it like working with Scott? He
Scott,
just seems like Scott Bakula.
oh, he's a dick. Just a terrible human being. I mean, I just, I would go out of my way to avoid him on the set. Yeah, we all did. I mean, he was, for the most part, they just segregated him so as to not kind of infect the rest of us with his negative vibes. I've always wanted to answer it that way because, of course, he's the nicest fucking guy in the world. And everybody loves him. And, he's a class act all the way. But I get tired of saying that. I'm sorry, Scott. It's been like 25 years of singing your praises. I'm sorry, but I'm just going to have to start lying about it.
Oh, I can't wait to see the reactions when that one goes. That part comes out before.
Oh yeah, before. Yeah, I know. I the nice thing about getting old is like I get to.
True.
As my father used to say, "F them if they can't take a joke."
Oh yeah, I think he can take a joke and give it back.
No, Scott. Oh, he can definitely give it back. No, I mean that's also the other part that one doesn't realize is that we can so busily sing the praises of people who are arch professionals in our business that we forget sometimes to actually underline how funny they are and how charming they are. Scott was incredibly gracious to everybody. He knew everybody's birthdays. He remembered the names of all the extras and the day players. He went out of his way to give 100% every single moment of the day, but he never was at a loss for a joke, and he was never at a loss for a playful reaction to what was going on. He could find sometimes, I think, himself kind of going like, let's get back to work now. But he did it very graciously.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I can only imagine.
No, it was a really nice group. I mean, I for me, the measure is always, can you tease people? If you're a guest star, you don't know anybody. So, you really, if you feel your way in and you kind of you can find out, okay, this person can take a joke and you can tease and play. Sometimes you feel like, because this person cannot take a joke.
Well, I can see for everything I've heard on different interviews that the cast in general just had a great time working together for for the most part. It was always it could be a fun set to be on and all that.
Well, it's always a fun set for me to be on, but then I only had to be there once a week. So I was always in good mood. It's like,
you're getting that check.
There were times I'd show up, we'd be like, I guess people didn't have a very good day yesterday, or, oh, this is a tough episode for folks, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Well, and speaking of episodes, so I can tell you, well, I'm going to let you answer first before I tell you what my favorite Phlox episode is. So I was just curious, what is one of your favorite episodes of Enterprise in general?
Well, there are probably about 5 or 6 that I feel like had aspects that I really liked. I thought the whimsy of Night in Sickbay, which is some people's least favorite episode, was for me one of my most enjoyable because I got to play with Scott. I got to spend a lot of time with Scott, and you learned a lot about the Denobulans. I understand from a fan's point of view where that would not be maybe high on their list because they thought it might have been too silly. They didn't think it showed the captain off to great advantage. But for me, that was one of the most enjoyable ones. Probably the one that was the most important in the development of Dr. Phlox was the Doctor's Orders episode. No, Dear Doctor. Yeah. We learned a lot about him. It was the first episode that I had to kind of spend a lot of time in the guy's shoes and do some thinking about him. I loved the relationship with Cutler, the wonderful actress sadly passed away. Yeah, who I'm sure would have been asked to continue on and might have even become a series regular if she'd been interested.
The rumor was that she was supposed to become more of a regular.
I'm sure they would have loved to keep her. She was having a terrific career at the time. She'd just done a really, I think, terrific turn on 6 Feet Under. So she may not have been interested. I think we would have been lucky to have her. That said, Dear Doctor, is also extremely problematic insofar as, in my opinion and in the opinion of many fans, the ending seems to it permits a reading that I engaged in an act of genocide. And I've had this discussion with a lot of people. I'm capable, and perhaps it's my nature and my temperament, to argue both sides. But on balance, I don't think that the doctor, that was not his finest hour when it came to making an ethical decision.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think genocide was the right thing. I don't think that's the right. I don't think you did that. I feel like, that's still one of my favorite episodes in the series because it allows the character, Archer, and even you to, hash it out and realize that we weren't there to play God. And to Paul pointed that out that, they'd been on Earth for 100 years and they were still there, and that's the whole prime directive, which didn't exist yet.
It is always the fundamental, the aspect of Star Trek, like your presence changes things. So you can't just kind of arbitrarily draw a line and say, this is a step beyond and that's permissible. As a doctor, you have a cure, and to not give a cure when it will not just save a life, but save a species from going extinct, because the anthropologist in you thinks that somehow that species is lording it over another humanoid species. I think that was an ethical decision that was not pro. But having said that, that was a favorite episode of mine for other reasons. I like the episode where I put everybody in suspended animation.
Oh, that was funny.
And part of I got to walk around naked, which was Chris Black, who was a writer on the show for a couple of years. I was teasing at the party one time. I said, "How come everybody's running around in their blue undie pants except me?" He said, "Well, maybe Doctor doesn't wear undie pants." And I said, "Oh yeah, bring it on." And he said, "Maybe I will." And I said, "I dare."
And so, he did.
Season 3, it's like, well, here we go.
Here you go. Show up or put up or shut up.
And I suggested, which was one of the many things that they said no. I wasn't like Bob Picardo. It's like, what if I sing opera? What if I have an affair with 7 of 9? Sure, Bob, anything you want, Bob. Me, it's like, no. I suggested I walk into sickbay. I'm walking in naked. I turn sharply to the left, and all the way across the room, a flower pot hits the ground. It's like my tongue goes down to the floor, guys. I'm sorry, but it's too Benny Hill. It's like, we need more Benny Hill. More Benny Hill.
We could have used a lot more Benny Hill. Oh, that's funny. Well, and I still remember the pilot, your smile, which I know they did once because it cost $10,000.
They did twice. They did the final episode, and that was at Scott Bakula's insistence.
Okay.
And they did the pufferfish.
I remember the pufferfish.
Now, the one thing I got away with, which is another episode that had moments that I liked, is when he goes into suspended, he sleeps, he's in hibernation, they wake him up. And they say, Mayweather's having a medical emergency. We need to take you to Mayweather. And I said, Mayweather, where is he? And I didn't tell anybody I was going to do this, and I thought they're never going to let me do this. And I lifted the sheet and looked under it as if that's where he was. And they kept it. And every now and again, somebody says, that moment when it looked as if you were, I know. I thought they're never going to keep this. I didn't say anything. I didn't tell people what I thought it meant. I just did it in the moment. I thought they'll cut it. But they didn't. So I like to think I snuck a gay sex joke by. And very few people have caught it. Some people have.
I don't think I ever caught it either, but now I'm going to have to go rewatch it and say, oh my God.
Watch that scene.
I'll never be able to watch that scene again.
I don't know if I ever mentioned that to Anthony or not, but I finally, years later, a fan, this is back when I did social media. I don't really do social media anymore, but on Twitter, a fan said, hey, that moment when you look under the sheets, were we supposed to think? And it's like, Easter egg.
You found it. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Oh, I can't wait. I'm rewatching Enterprise right now, so I'm definitely going to be on lookout for that scene.
Actually, that's something I don't think I've talked about very much because I always sort of wanted people to discover that on their own. But now it's out. Now it's out.
It's out for everybody to know.
Yep.
Oh my god. Well, I do have one last question, and it's one question I ask everybody. And it's, what Star Trek technology do you wish existed today?
Oh, Jesus, is there an anti-dumbass ray that we could use? If we had one, or the anti-dumbass chamber that some beam that would kind of float down over one half of the congressional chamber and anti-dumbass them. If there isn't that, I can't say that. I mean, I suppose you could argue that the transporter would be pretty cool. Um, I wouldn't use it in a billion years myself. I would be terrified of a transporter. I wish we'd done more with the terror that we felt when we went into space. The weapons didn't work, and the transporter we were afraid of. I think we could have leaned more into some of that scary stuff in the first
Oh yeah.
season.
Well, I mean, it's funny. I like the first time that Malcolm and them had to go through it, and he's like, "Get up here before," because he's like, he's freaking freaking out.
Yeah, and the first few episodes, I thought, oh, I like the fact that they're going to play this. I think they kind of, to my taste, I feel like we kind of sunk back into a comfortable space of Star Trek, where Star Trek tends to live. And I sort of felt like I wish we had never gotten, at least in the first two seasons, I wish we had not gotten that comfortable,
Yeah. Well, and I was gonna say that's not what. Obviously, we were having franchise fatigue was going on.
UPN itself was a problem, and frequently not even shown in certain. We went to a convention in San Antonio early on. Nobody showed up. We found out later on it's because they don't show in San Antonio. It's canceled every Friday to show high school football games. It's like, oh.
And I live in Texas, so I know I know about that. And I mean, even in Scott's hometown, they would preempt the show for baseball. So it was the only show that was not syndicated. And
yeah, no, it was I mean, frankly, there's so much to have been. If it hadn't been for the fact that every iteration of Star Trek had gone 7 years, we wouldn't have been looking at 4 years as a bummer, because to get on a TV show and have it go 4 years is pretty rare. I've been on 3 flops, shows that only aired 13. I've been on a lot of pilots that the show never even got picked up. There ain't no guarantees. 4 seasons, almost 100 episodes is still pretty lucky. But we were all, nonetheless, when we started, thinking 7 in the bag. It always goes 7.
yeah, well, and I was surprised to learn and hearing all the different people is that y'all have to sign a contract that day or the day you get your.
Oh yeah. You don't get into. I mean, you audition, and then if they like you, they'll usually have you back for another audition, and then if they like you after that, then it's up to the network in the studio to approve. And their network sometimes it was only one audition. It was a network and the studio. For a lot of shows, for every other show that I've ended up getting. Well, that's not true. For a couple, you do the studio and then the network. So it's a scary day. I mean, it's like you've got 2 whacks, or they've got 2 whacks at cutting you. And before you do that first studio audition, it's like this, multi-page, and you're signing it right out in the lobby. It's like, this should not be. This is like coercive. It's like, I'm like trying to remember my line. Yes, I will act, and you can take blood from me every Thursday and every week. And yeah.
Oh my, well, we got 4 seasons. I wish it would have gone 7 because it was gonna. Anyway,
Yeah.
I wish it would have gone 7. I'm just going to leave it there because that could lead to another
As
discussion.
The guy who wore the rubber head, I was probably the only person who had mixed feelings. Everybody, I think, the handwriting was on the wall. I mean, it was kind of amazing we got a 3rd season, and miraculous, and largely because of Scott's intervention, that we got a 4th season. So there was no way God's green earth we were getting a 5th season, and I think everybody knew it. It's one of the reasons that Manny Cotto was given carte blanche. It's one of the reasons the 4th season was as playful as it was, because there was a point at which it was like, we're not coming back, so let's just have fun. So, to me, when the word came down, it was like, we all saw this coming. I think some of my colleagues were still a little like, what? It was like, well, maybe it's because I'm older. I like to think it's because I'm wiser. It didn't surprise me. As the guy who didn't have to go through 2.5 hours of prosthetics, I thought, I'll move on to the next thing. It was hard for the crew. I mean, these are people who'd been together through Deep Space, through Voyager, TNG. You know, they marriages and kids and deaths and divorces. I mean, lives spent together. So when we finished Enterprise and we had a big wrap party on the lot, it was strange. It was like it was kind of like being at a wake and kind of like being at a celebration, but it was also very much from a bit of an emotional remove because we'd been there for 4 years and everybody else had been there for 15.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's hard. Well, and I know that's, like they said, they'd all been, like you said, and other people said, they've been there since 87. A lot of some of them, or maybe even 86 when the series, pre-production. So, John, thank you for giving your time today. I can't believe, I'm not gonna lie, I can't believe I'm getting to sit here and talk to Dr. Phlox. And
is there any additional question you have about lesbianism that you feel like you didn't get answered, that I didn't address? I didn't talk about my favorite Star Trek lesbians at all.
Did you have any favorite Star Trek lesbians?
No.
Oh, well.
It's a shortcoming as far as I'm concerned in Star Trek, is they can talk about, gay characters on Star Trek, but it's like, where are the lesbians?
We don't have. Nope. I don't think you know any yet. Hey, not yet. We still have Academy. It's coming out.
I think I know who they were, but
we'll just leave it there.
Leave it there.
All right. Well, thank you again for your time, sir, and I will talk to you later. You have a good one.
You as well.
Thank you.
For as little as $5 per month, you can gain early access to the full ad-free versions of all interviews, plus additional exclusive content by joining Patreon.
Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, and welcome to the Transporter Room. Today, we have a very, very special guest joining us, Ellie Littlechild. Ellie is one of the hosts of the popular YouTube channels TrekCulture and WhoCulture. Thank you for making the time to come on the show today, Ellie. How are you doing?
I am doing very well. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm excited to talk about Trek and Who.
Oh, I know. And your Who knowledge is far superior to my Who knowledge. And so I'll tell you how I got into it. But something that I have been learning as I've been doing these interviews is, I've wanted to start to find out what prompted you or led you to get into this whole world of podcasting and with all the channels you do.
I actually kind of fell into it. Originally, I was training to be an actor. I went to university. My degree is in drama and acting. And then I graduated and I just went back to the same job in the same pub that I'd worked at since I was 16, and was like, well, to be an actor, I need an agent. So I'm just going to try and find an agent and work at the pub. And then I saw an advert it was specifically for WhoCulture. They were looking for a host for WhoCulture. And I was like, this is perfect. I've loved Doctor Who my whole life. Most people kind of grew out of it. I still very much was a big Doctor Who fan. And it wasn't quite acting, but it was still kind of along the same path. It was on-camera work. It was, presenting. So I just applied for that. They asked me to do an audition tape. They sent me an article and said, present the first 2 pages. And then they they gave me the job for WhoCulture, which was originally just as a freelancer. They'd give me a few videos like every few weeks. And I think in those first 6 months, I did maybe 4 videos. I didn't do very many. Then, obviously, in amongst all of this, a pandemic hit. So, everything went up in the air.
Oh, so you said this right as the pandemic was hitting then.
So I think it was more towards the end. I think it was 2021, when I applied. I think it was mid 2021. It was all, I've done so much in the last few years that it's kind of all blurred into one. But I think it was kind of mid 2021 that I got the job. Then towards the end of the year, I just got fed up in the pub. I was like, this is not what I want to do. So I contacted WhatCulture as a company and said, is it possible for me to get more work so that I can step away from the pub and focus on this full time? So I was technically still a freelancer, but they put me on the Trek channel as well. They put me on the main channel more, and they basically said, we'll give you more work, and you can, even though I was still a freelancer to them, it was my full-time job. And I did that for a year, and then I said to them, I need a proper full-time job, not a freelance job. What can you do about that? And then they hired me full-time, so now this is my full-time job. But originally it was just WhoCulture, and I've just kind of made my way across all the other channels as well.
Oh, awesome. I didn't know that. And as I was doing some research on everything, I did see you did the WhoCulture, and then just the parent WhatCulture stuff as well. And I started watching some of the videos. I wasn't 100% sure, because trying to figure it all out, because I think it was a WhoCulture Originals, WhoCulture or something else. And I was like, okay, how many subgenres of WhatCulture is
WhatCulture has a lot of, some of them even I don't work on, but I work across. WhoCulture is my predominant focus. TrekCulture is my secondary focus, but them two are my main ones. But then I also do work on the main channel, WhatCulture, and I also do some videos for WhatCulture Horror as well. Although I actually I'm not actually a big horror fan, but I go where the work is.
Hey, that's what all of us do that.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's what's cool about that. And I watched this morning. I was watching one of your most recent WhoCulture videos about the Daleks. That was actually interesting. I didn't, again, not having, Doctor Who in the United States is, not that easily. It's a lot easier now because we get BBC America and all that, but it was not always, something that you could see here. And it was interesting to learn how there was actually, the myth that the Daleks were contractually obligated to be in every series.
Mm-hmm. Yes, as I said in the video, I genuinely didn't know that wasn't true. I thought that, it's a myth so well known that I thought it was true. It wasn't until someone said to me, that's not true, right? I was like, really? Oh.
Hey, it's the truth of the public. And so, hey,
exactly.
It's true.
Yeah.
This may not be on paper. Well, that's cool. And I have definitely enjoyed watching, I like I love it when you do when you get to do the ups and downs. And I try to remember which one it was, but I'm pretty sure it was for Prodigy, and you were doing one, and you were a little bit more forgiving than our primary ups and down hosts on some of the discussions. And that was so funny. You're like, well, Sean might do this, but I'm going to give it an up and all that. It was so cool.
Yeah. Those were my first ups and downs for TrekCulture. Mm-hmm. I've done them for Who, but obviously there's not as much Doctor Who as there is Star Trek being released, especially at the moment. But there's just a lot more Star Trek coming out than there is Doctor Who. And so my first WhoCulture ups and downs, I think, was Legend of the Sea Devils. I think that was my very first ups and downs ever. And I got asked like a few days before, Sean wasn't available, can you do it? And I'm like, sure. What am I doing? Okay. And then we had loads of time between all these episodes, so I didn't really have a lot of practice. It wasn't until season 1, where they were weekly, that I actually really got into the swing of doing them, because I was just doing one every few months, and then they'd just get left. And then obviously with Prodigy being released, all in one go, it was like, well, this is too much for Sean to do himself. And also, I am such a big fan of Prodigy that it would have been silly to not allow me to join in with that.
Oh yeah. Well, and I liked how y'all did that. That made sense to break it up because they just boom, dropped all of them at one time. And that's true. There's no way he could have done that by himself at all. He'd still be making ups and downs today to do
I mean,
that.
yeah, he could have done it, but it would have taken a lot longer for those videos to be released.
Well, and I didn't even think about asking him this. When you're doing those and preparing for those, how long does it usually take to make an ups and down?
So for TrekCulture, it probably would take, for me, from notes to being recorded, it's a good few hours. And then it will go to the editor, and it could take him up to, I mean, it depends on the episode and how much there is to talk about, but generally it's it's usually up by the next day, but he'll be working all through the night to get it done. But I actually didn't. So Chris does the TrekCulture ones, and then Danny does the TrekCulture ones. But it was very interesting going from doing the TrekCulture ones to the TrekCulture ones because the process is actually quite different across the channels. I think just because we have different channel managers, we have different editors, so they have different ideas of how they want the process to go. So I was used to kind of following the process of how we do them for TrekCulture, which is very much kind of myself and Danny communicating with each other the whole time. It's very much a joint effort in terms of the notes and what's an up and what's down. Very much a joint effort. When it comes to the TrekCulture ones, it's very much kind of like we're not entirely left to our own devices, but it's very much kind of this is up to you. So when I went over to the Trek ones and was just kind of left to my devices and you just go for it, I was kind of like, wait, no one's going to help me. No one's going to sit down with me and go through this with me. I've just got to do it myself. That was quite daunting, especially doing the chunks of episodes in one go. Yeah. But I was very proud of myself once I'd finished doing those because it was, I mean, that they took a lot longer. They took a long time. I did have to ask Sean for some help with the Easter eggs and things just because I knew I'd missed some.
Mm-hmm. Well, and yeah. I do love them. I love them when I get to watch them, because sometimes they do get, that's a long one. When I see how long it is, I'm like, y'all have a lot to say about that episode. And I always laugh because when I watch it, I'm like, I would say probably 95% of the time, I agree with like which way everything went. And then there's those times as a fan, I'm like, okay, that's maybe just a little bit too nitpicky, but yeah, what the heck? It's all good. It's all in fun. And that's what I love about it. And what I do like is when I hear it and I'm like, oh, because I love how y'all explain stuff too, because I'm like, oh, I didn't, it just made me think. I didn't think about that. And it's a good way of explaining stuff. So I really appreciate y'all doing that and the channel doing that for all of us out here in the world to see and just enjoy more Trek together.
Mm-hmm. I think the thing is as well is it's our opinion, and so the difference between when myself and Sean did the Prodigy ups and downs, I might focus on something that Sean might have just briefly touched upon and moved on because it's something I'm really interested in that he might not be. I know we did have a few comments where people didn't like my version because I focused too much on, say, the pairing of Janeway and Chakotay or other elements of the story, and they were like, "Why? This is just her thoughts on it." And I'm kind of like, "That's the point."
Yeah, that's the whole point.
I'm not here to just parrot what Sean would say. This is my version. This is what my thoughts are on the episode. And then we have our podcast as well, where we then have myself and Sean and Tom. Sometimes I'm there, sometimes I'm not. But then we're there as a group to have a discussion, so we can voice different opinions and the ups and downs are that one person's thoughts, but then we have discussions where we can have each individual thought and opinion on the episode and debate it.
That's a learning knowledge here too. As I progress in my channel, I mean, I don't think I'll be doing ups and downs, but I definitely want to do reactions, either first reactions or a little bit later on discussions like, as probably more when Strange New Worlds comes out sometime in 2025. So usually when I come to this next part that I'm about to ask, I am not 100% sure of what is the host's most memorable interview. But with you, but when it comes to Star Trek, I feel pretty confident when I click play that this is number one. And so here we go.
I think one of the things that really draws me to the character is, you know, she's a strong woman in a position of power and command, but you still see those vulnerabilities. She's
oh dear. Yeah, you would be correct in assuming that that is the best interview I've done. That was like the best day of 2024. It was like the best day of my life. And my favorite part is if you just watch Sean in that interview, he just basically sat there and listened to me talk to Kate for the whole 15 minutes.
Yeah, he was just okay.
Yeah. I mean, we
I'll
had
say
15
something
minutes,
now.
and I think nine of those minutes were me talking with Kate and Sean just waiting his turn.
The amount of homework that you need to do to get ready, you do learn so many things. And I'm trying, and I'm doing I'm doing YouTube host. I want to go through and watch to see what I can find. And yeah, easy. This was the easiest one so far. Because I just laugh because I look at all your social media, Janeway, Chakotay Janeway. So little JC here and there. It's just, but that's great because back in October I got to go to my first convention, and they had at SpaceCon, and they had almost every Voyager actor was there. The only ones that were missing was Roxanne Dawson, Robert Picardo, and Ethan Phillips. So I was able to get all of their autographs that day, including Kate Mulgrew's. Excuse me. And that was just so much fun because that convention was, I think it was the week before the Voyager documentary premiere. So they were kind of, it wasn't an official, rolling out and press type stuff, but still, that's kind of why I think they were able to get them all there, because they were getting ready for the premieres in, LA, New York, and London. Mm-hmm. And you went to the London one, right?
I did go to the London one, yes.
That's what I thought.
Yes, I did. Yeah.
That's what I thought.
It was very, very good. Yeah. It was, I mean, I'm very excited for people to see it. This is the trouble. It's so expensive. And most of the conventions are in America, so it's quite difficult to be able to go to them. I mean, that weekend when you had all of those Voyager actors in a panel, I mean, I was so jealous at home waiting. Someone, I can't remember who it was, but someone who was there posted the entire panel. And I was so grateful for them.
You may have seen one of the videos that was posted. Because that was the same that Jerry Taylor passed away that weekend, they actually brought Tom and Garrett up during the command crew panel to just all talk about it and everything. And oh my God, I have learned Garrett is the funniest guy. He is so funny, and he has such great stories to tell. We got to sit there, me, a couple of the employees of the convention crew, and just sit there and talk to him for about an hour, give or take. And it made me think about, and just thinking about this, I was so shocked when one of the stories he told us about Voyager, and I don't know why I should have known that something would happen, but I just didn't expect when he was telling us about the range of phone calls that Paramount got the day Voyager premiered, from the how much everybody loved it to it's the worst thing ever, to the fact that at one point needed to have security beefed up at the lot because people were threatening to attack them for putting a woman in the captain's chair.
It's ridiculous.
I was like, what? First, it's a show. I mean, beside the whole Star Trek, but like, it's just a show, people.
Yeah.
But anyway, it was interesting talking to him, and just learning that stuff. So, but now, like you did say, you don't have a lot of conventions, unfortunately, over in the UK. But what ones have you attended? So,
that we do have some that are in London. So I've attended like London Film and Comic Con a couple of times. To be honest, not until really starting this job is it something that I had done much. I'd been to one years ago. I think it was MCM in London. But the biggest one I've been to was last year when I flew over to Vegas and I did Star Trek Las Vegas, which was brilliant.
I wonder, did you have fun there too?
I did have fun there. Are you gonna? Have you got more things to embarrass me?
No, I wouldn't call it embarrassing. But how about that?
Oh, that's on my wall. It's behind me here on the shelf in Pride of Place.
Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. Oh, there it is. I see it.
There it is. Yes. That was a brilliant day. I think the thing is as well about Vegas in particular, and also because we're very fortunate from working at TrekCulture, we get to talk to a lot of wonderful people within the Star Trek world. Some of the greatest people I think I've met from the Star Trek world, who I would consider them my friends at this point, are the Hageman brothers. And the Prodigy creatives in particular are just so lovely. They're just such lovely people. So it was really lovely to spend some time with them in Vegas. Kevin wasn't there, but Dan Hageman was there. Aaron Waltke was there. And we did spend a lot of time just chatting with them and just spending time with them. But yes, I did have my photo op with Kate, which was brilliant. It was great. I mean, it was a long queue to stand in. And at one point, my mum came with me to Vegas. She's been a Star Trek fan for a very long time as well. And so we both went out there. But she wasn't having the photo op. And at one point, they made her leave the line. And I just had to stand there by myself. And I was like, I'm about to meet Kate Mulgrew and I'm all by myself.
That's oh my gosh, that's funny. You're just like, I'm so nervous. But I actually did get a selfie with her as well. She's my first selfie I ever got. So
the thing is as well at conventions is it's so fast paced. So I mean, you don't really have time to be nervous because they kind of just push you in, take the photo. But what was quite funny is obviously we'd done our interview with her earlier that week. So there was a little bit of chat that we could have. And she was talking to me and we kind of went, oh, we need to take this photo. So then we turned to take the photo and the staff were like dragging me out the way and Kate was still talking to me. And I was like, Kate is talking. Stop. Don't drag me away. Kate's talking to me. Like if I was talking, fair enough. Like, you know, you've had your time now, move along. But if the Kate Mulgrew is talking, don't you dare interrupt.
Absolutely not. And that's the one thing. So I went to Creations Trek to Dallas, which those are the smaller regional ones. And so they're not STLV in any way, shape, or form. So they're a lot more personal. And so you don't have that go mentality as much. And so I remember I was standing there waiting to get John Delancey's autograph. And he was telling it was just one lady in front of me, and he was just telling us his story about, you know, when he was in elementary school and everything. And like, that was like 15 minutes. We just got a little chit chat with him. I was like, oh, and those are the things that as a fan, I'm going to remember way more than, you know, those are the memories that are just, you'll never forget them. You know, you'll cherish those the most.
Yeah. I mean, this is what I mean about like the Hagemans, for example, like Dan Hageman, Aaron Waltke. I mean, there were evenings where we were just in the bar and they would just join us and we were just, it literally was just friends hanging out as opposed to, you know, you're not standing at a table conscious of the fact that you're holding up a line or nervous about what you're going to talk about because it was literally just, it was so laid back, so chilled. And that was the case for a lot of people that had the tables in the vendors room. There are certain people that are like a higher status who they're like, you have to come at this time when you're called. And people like Kate Mulgrew were obviously in that category. So you couldn't just wander over and have a chat. But there were plenty of people. I mean, Garrett Wong, for example, he was just wandering around all weekend. Elias Toufexis is another lovely, lovely gentleman. In fact, he was a fan of TrekCulture before he was in Star Trek. And we've spoken to him on the channel before. He's so lovely. And Sean and I were standing in the vendors room talking to some followers of TrekCulture. And all of a sudden, I just feel these arms behind me, and I turn around, and Elias has come over to me and Sean to say hi to us. And I'm like, this is my pal Elias. He's just, you know, this is my life now.
Oh, that's so awesome. Well, that makes me think of Doug Jones. Oh my God. He is the sweetest kind. Oh, he is just he is a wonderful human. I mean, and you're going to get a hug regardless if you buy a photo or not or anything. There were people, he'll just you said, you stop and say hi to him. He'll give you a hug when you're done talking, Oh, he was just so great to talk to when we came into our meet and greet in my meet and greet portion. Oh, it was so great. And then on my Friday, on the first day of the convention, our last person to come, last actor to come and talk to us was Sirach Lofton. And since he was the last one and wasn't being, drug off to go to another panel or another photo shoot, he got to sit there and we all just talked with him for about 45 minutes. His 10 minutes was up, but he's like, nah, I don't have anywhere else to go right now. And so he just sat there and talked to us. And even then, I still learned more stuff about him. My goal and prayer and hope is that I'm able to get him to sit in a chair one of these days and do this with him. So, Brock, if you ever see this, I'm going to be asking you, buddy.
Look, if I've learned anything in this job, and from Sean in particular, is if you don't ask, you'll never know. And what's the worst that can happen is someone will say no. But the only way that we have got to the place that we're at is by asking, contacting people, reaching out, especially to those who we're closer to start with. Word of mouth spreads, and we're now at a point where we can interview the likes of Kate Mulgrew. So
yes. Oh, I know. And yeah, it'll get there. I'll get there. That's my goal. I'm going to get there. Mm-hmm. So something I wanted to ask, because again, it falls back into our opening of Doctor Who and Star Trek. And I have realized a lot of people tend to be Star Trek fans and Doctor Who, or vice versa. And I do remember there was a lot of internet chatter about how much season 2 of Prodigy felt like Wesley's character was the Doctor. And, and just how cool would it be to actually get a true crossover, even if it's just an animation? How awesome would it be to get to, he can travel time and dimension, so he could easily come into the Star Trek world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I mean, people have asked me this question a lot about how I would like to see them cross over. I think it would be quite good and more realistic to actually happen if, rather than crossing over the main characters, having the Doctor appear on the bridge of the Enterprise or Captain Kirk arrive in the TARDIS, which is less likely to actually happen. But I feel like you could definitely make it so that the universe exists within each other. So have the Enterprise arrive on a planet that's full of, I don't know, the Silence, or meet the Daleks, and have it so that the kind of the planets and the species are what connect the two shows, as opposed to the main characters, because that's where it kind of could get cheesy. Whereas if you say have the Doctor arrive to meet the Vulcans, or you have the Enterprise go to Raxacorica Falapatorius, or do you know what I mean? It's just, I think that would be more realistic and have the crossover of species and planets as opposed to the main characters.
I can see that as well. And even if you did just have a quick little cameo or something maybe even just if you're going to start the crossovers off, you have the Doctor pop in, like you say, onto the Enterprise or the Cerritos or, the stuff.
You know how in one of the Star Wars films they have the E.T. aliens, and then it's kind of like these universes exist within each other. So it's simple as, go to some sort of alien bar in Star Trek, but there's some Doctor Who monsters in that bar, and you start to build it that way. I think that would be a more realistic way to do it. If we actually want it to happen, that's the way to do it.
That's good. No, it is. And because you were saying, because also, I mean, hello, in First Contact, I mean, you blink and you miss it, the Millennium Falcon is in the Borg attack scene. I mean, so even Star Wars is in there in some way. But,
it's doable. It's doable.
Oh, I think it's doable.
Make it happen.
Make it happen. So that's why we need Prodigy Season 3.
Yes, we do need Prodigy
more lower
Season
decks.
3. Do you know what? Lower Decks is one that I haven't watched as much of at this point in my Star Trek journey. I am now at a point where I've seen more than I haven't. But I mean, when I first started with TrekCulture, I was familiar with it. I'd seen lots of the Next Generation because that's what my mum loved it. So growing up, we used to watch episodes of it. So I knew who those characters were, but I didn't know specifically like episodes or whatever. It wasn't until they said, okay, you can work full time, but you've got to work on TrekCulture too. And then the conditions were you need to watch Star Trek. So that's what I did. And it was kind of like a test period where it was kind of like, this could work, this couldn't. It's all very well that you can act as if you know what you're talking about, but there's a big difference between putting your acting skills to good use and pretending that you know what you're talking about in the script and actually having your own opinions about it and people don't want to just see someone talking about it when they clearly don't know anything about it. So luckily I started watching it and I got very, very hooked. But I think Voyager is when I got really hooked. When I got to Voyager.
No. Really? Voyager? That's what got you hooked? I wouldn't believe that.
I mean,
I wouldn't.
I was hooked on the Next Generation, to be fair, because I was familiar with it. But I was kind of already gripped because I already knew it. I was kind of like, yeah, I've seen these ones, but Voyager was the first. I went straight from the Next Generation to Voyager. I'm doing Deep Space Nine now, but Voyager was the first one I'd seen that I had no prior knowledge of. I hadn't seen previously. I didn't go into it going, well, I know that that's Worf and that's Data and I know roughly what's going on. That was the first one where I was like going in blind, and it gripped me straight away.
Oh yeah. Well, and you've kind of touched on it already as to what first drew you into Star Trek, and just watching it with your mom, it sounds like.
Yeah, so my mom was a big Next Generation fan. I mean, she went to some conventions, I think when it was first on and like before I was born, but she would go to Next Generation. Well, I think she maybe went to one. I maybe exaggerate this every time I tell this story, but she liked it enough to have, like, we had the Enterprise. We've got a Klingon bird of prey model in the loft somewhere. So she had, a uniform, and so she had lots of things. So she was really, really into it. So we did watch it, but I wasn't really into it at that point. I think my brother was. My brother was quite into it. And the same with Doctor Who, actually, to start with. I mean, I watched it as a kid and we did watch it every week. But I think my brother was the one who was into it more than I was. It wasn't until I got a bit older that I really started getting into Doctor Who more. And then obviously getting the job kind of refreshed my knowledge of, or my knowing about Star Trek. And then I actually got into it myself, to the point where I've actually surpassed my mum in terms of being a Star Trek nerd at this point.
Yeah. Well, and I can add something to that, as I start with TNG as well. I was 11 when it came out, but now that I do the podcast with the Seventh Rule, and we're reviewing TNG and all that, and even TOS, you don't pick up the subtleties when you're that young. And now I watch these episodes, and sometimes when I'm preparing, I'll watch it 2 or 3 times, because sometimes I be honest, I have a hard time figuring out what, the underlying message is on them. And probably one of the hardest ones so far that we watched was The Host, where it's the first time we're introduced to the Trill. And I think it was my 3rd watch, trying to get ready, make my notes to get ready for our recording that afternoon. I was watching it, and I was like, and it was just like this light bulb went off. I'm like, oh, that's what they're trying to say there at the end. But it's when O'Dawn comes back out as a female, because I don't know if you remember that episode, him and Dr. Crusher, were in a relationship and so on and so on. Well, comes back out as a female host, and basically she makes a comment, she has a statement that she's talking about, and it made me realize she was talking about same-sex marriages or relationships. And I think that was 91, that still was not, that was very taboo, especially on TV. Censors were not going to allow that. But yeah, and then when we talked about it, everybody was like, yes, that's kind of what they were hinting at. And so yeah, so it's kind of like you say, is this we go from the meat of the nerdiness of it to now the cultural aspects of what they were really trying to get out there. Now, Code of Honor, well, that one could probably go away. Yeah, well, and that goes with we're watching the original series as well, and I like it. The episodes are good. It's just the problem is, and you just have to put myself in the time for a mindset that this was the 60s, the late 60s, and that's just the way things went. And so but the message is there.
I think something that's very interesting in regards to the original series, and I would recommend anyone who hasn't to get their hands on Nana Visitor's book, Open a Channel, A Woman's Trek. And there's a lot I learned a lot about, especially the original series in that book, in terms of, what the actors went through, specifically the female actors went through, but certain things that you might watch now and make a judgment on, but at the time was actually an entirely different thing. For example, like the really short skirts that they would wear, kind of the mini dresses. And I always you look at that now and go, oh, look at what the men made them wear. But actually at the time, it was kind of used as a superpower. They wore it in kind of rebellion, and they saw it as a strength to wear those things. And, I'd never looked at it like that before, because I'm looking at it from the mindset of a young woman in 2025. But reading the book and seeing the kind of viewpoints of those actors and how they felt at the time, I mean, obviously there were a lot of awful things that happened as well, but actually there were some things where I was like, I've never looked at it like that before. Very interesting.
Oh, it's very interesting. I mean, the way you just said that, it made me remember my mother telling me a story when she was in high school and elementary school. Girls, you could not wear that. It was full length, maybe not full length, but knee high dresses and no jeans at all at school. So now that you say that, now it makes more sense why they were doing that. And
yeah, so it wasn't necessarily to belittle women or sexualize them necessarily, but actually to show their strength, and the fact that they are breaking these boundaries.
Well, and that's the thing. They did break a lot of boundaries. I mean, the kiss between Kirk and Uhura, I mean, that was huge. And then on Monday, last Monday, was MLK Day, and and I know obviously I'm pretty sure you remember the story about Nichelle Nichols was ready to leave the show, and I pulled up when I was talking with someone about that, and just he's like, you can't leave the show because you are giving girls he's like, you cannot leave the show. You're giving us representations, what he said. And that hit her. So she's like, okay, I'll stay. So now we know what drew you into Star Trek. I can almost skip this one because I always ask this. It's what's your favorite Star Trek series?
Oh, well, that's got to be Voyager, hasn't it?
Yeah. Like I should just.
It is closely followed by Prodigy.
True. I guess. Yeah. This is that was the easy one for you today. Is what's your favorite Star Trek series? And we got that. No questions that. Oh hell. The next one I'll use is easy too. Who's your favorite character and what do they represent to you?
Well,
I don't know who it is.
Obviously, Janeway is my favorite character. But I think a lot of people think, oh, you just like her because, she's a woman or whatever. And there's so much more to it. I was trying to talk about this the other day, the last time I was on the podcast for TrekCulture. There's just my favorite characters in most TV shows tend to fit into the same category. And it's generally female characters, but usually kind of like the middle-aged female characters. I think a lot of people assume that young female viewers will relate to the young female characters, and I've always been more drawn to the kind of the older female characters, but I'm also usually drawn to the ones who are perhaps perceived to be a little bit cold, maybe a little bit standoffish, who have these vulnerabilities, but they kind of hide them. And I think they're the characters that are the most interesting, because you start to see, you have moments where those walls come down and those barriers come down, and you start to see those vulnerabilities to them. And Janeway is a character who is constantly burdened with this battle between being the captain and being in charge and being so strong all the time, but also being a woman, and how that is different to being a male captain, because of the pressures that are put on her, because of the expectations that are put on her, but also she's in a completely unprecedented situation, which would be hard for a male captain as well as a female captain. But because she is a woman, there are expectations that are on her that wouldn't necessarily be on a male captain. And you know, the idea of her having companionship is something that was never entertained, because the response to that would have been so different to that of a male captain. And I know that Kate Mulgrew has spoken about this so much because of how her thoughts and feelings towards how the character should have been presented, and not wanting that to be how her captain was seen, and knowing that that would be the only way a relationship for the captain would be viewed. Now, I think if it was made today, it would be very different, and we'd see much more exploration of how that affected her. That's something that I would love. That's something I feel was missed just because of the when it was made, the way it was made. You know, it was very episodic, and so there are a lot of storylines that I feel like now would be explored over a longer period of time, and you could really see the effects of things. I mean, Resolutions is one of my favorite episodes. Because I'm a JC shipper, but I feel as though, even if, I mean, I completely understand why they didn't end up as a couple, and I completely respect Kate Mulgrew's decisions on that and why it wouldn't have worked for the dynamic of this particular captain. But I do feel like it was a real missed opportunity because of the episodic structure, for it not to have been explored over the next few episodes, how they struggled to go back to that command relationship after having that much more laid back potential romance. And it wasn't explored how they had readjusted once they got back. It was kind of, they were back, that was it, and the next episode it was never mentioned again. And they're the areas of it that I feel like were missed opportunities to explore more of, particularly Janeway's vulnerabilities.
And it makes me wonder, and I think if they hadn't been in the episodic realm, and like you're saying, if today, they could have explored it, because, and maybe if they hadn't been in the Delta Quadrant either, if they had been in, you know, if JC could have somehow transpired not where she wasn't hunting him, you know, maybe they could have explored that more later on, or even now, honestly, even now with Prodigy, you know, and they have been doing that, you know, as best as they can. But you're right, but the situation itself just did not really allow it to progress more than they probably did, for the fact that they were stuck in the Delta Quadrant. And again, you know, you're stuck on that ship, and if you have a fight and you're like, well, you get out of my quarters, you know, you're stuck in this little bottle that you can't get away from that person. So yeah, I mean, but I think, yeah, if it was today, they probably could have gone a little bit farther with it.
I think that all the reasons that have been given for why the captain shouldn't have been with Chakotay or anyone, off screen, behind the scenes, I think that all those reasons would have been really good to explore on screen. So I'm not necessarily, I mean, as much as I think they should be together, I'm not necessarily saying they should have made them a couple, but I think it would have been really interesting to see those moments behind closed doors of them struggling to accept that, to see Janeway want it, but not allow herself to have it. And we can kind of read into that based on what they've said in interviews, the actors and creatives have said, but I would have really liked to have seen that on screen, and explore those kind of quieter moments, those kind of reflective moments that you might see now, but in the 90s, the focus was more on the alien of the week, the action, the kind of the space elements, as opposed to the kind of character elements.
Yeah, they did the character, I don't want to say development per se, but yeah, the character the building of that character's, internal life and, their relationships. I mean, we got Tom and B'Elanna, and that was all that was it. That's kind of where they stuck. And we had Neelix and Kes at the very, very beginning, but that was a weird one. So yeah, it's just how we have progressed.
But I think the thing is as well is, I've been saying about how I was quite new to Star Trek and things. One of the things that our channel manager Chris has been really happy for me to bring to the channel is that it's kind of proving the point that Star Trek is a timeless show, that I can start watching it at the age of, I mean, I can't remember how old I was, but maybe say 24, 25, and having not really watched much of it and watch something that was made in the 90s and still find such a connection to it. And what I've been bringing to the channel is this fresh perspective of Star Trek. Kind of people kind of live vicariously through me watching it for the first time, and they can kind of feel like they're reliving it or experiencing it for the first time again. And just proving that Star Trek is a timeless show that you can still watch now for the first time, even if you're young now and you're not watching it for the nostalgic element of it, and you can still be really, really drawn to it and connected to it.
Well, and I like how we've added the animation to it now.
Yes.
And it's kicked in because now we can bring in even younger, makes it sound like a cult, but we can bring in younger generations though. Mm-hmm. And with animation that would not understand, the live action at the moment, but they at least can be introduced to the concepts and the ideas of Star Trek, and then see how. And then when they're done with that, then they grow to the actual series, the live action series, and they've had a really good introduction to it.
I think the best thing about Prodigy is that although it is aimed at a younger audience, it's not dulled down. They don't treat kids like they're stupid. If you just say it how it is, obviously to a degree you have to simplify it, which sometimes can be helpful. I mean, there are elements of Star Trek in terms of the science fiction-y stuff that even I don't understand. And so I'm quite grateful when Prodigy has a character like Dal who says, sorry, can you just explain that in terms that I understand? And it means that even members can go, yeah, explain that to me so I can understand it. And then when you say it again in a different series, I'll actually understand what it is you're talking about. But I'm not stupid. Just tell me it in words that I can understand, and then I've grasped the concept of something very complicated.
Yeah, and that's he's a good character because he's not afraid to ask. Well, he eventually gets to the asking part. He may try to fumble through, but by the end, he finally says, just like you said, tell me what the heck you're talking about. And it's like, oh, now I understand what you're saying. And so, but you're right. They absolutely do not dumb it down to a horrible level. It is a very ingestible level. And it's Star Trek that you can watch with your family and children. So yeah, I know a lot of people don't like any of the there's a group out there that do not feel the animated Star Treks are Star Trek, but they are. I'm sorry, they are.
I mean, you can't watch season 2 of Prodigy and say it's not part of Star Trek. It's literally woven into the fabric of Star Trek.
Yeah, I'm gonna say one more thing about Prodigy season 2, and then we'll probably have to move on. But oh my God, when they brought Jack and Wes and Dr. Crusher together, oh God, that was so great because it honestly made Picard season 3 feel for me. It kind of closed that loop on that whole aspect because I'm like, does Wes not even know he has a brother? And oh my God. Yeah, I really do think I actually might have teared up a smidge when she introduced, here's your brother, Jack. Oh, Now I don't know if he knows who the daddy is, who the father is at this point, but that's their business. But still, oh my God, I just could not believe they did that. And it was so great. It just, I loved it. I loved it. So this is going to be one of my last questions. And it's just a fun question. What Star Trek technology do you wish existed today?
Oh, there are so many. I mean, the obvious answer is the transporter, so you don't have to ever get on a plane again. You could just be places. Or the food replicator, so you never have to cook again, because I hate cooking. Or hypersprays, because I am the worst when it comes to injections. So basically anything that means the things I hate, I don't have to do anymore.
I want transporters so bad because I want to go to STLV this year, but I'm not going to be able to get away due to work obligations. August is my busy time, and so if I told everybody, "Hey, I'm gonna be gone for the first week of August. Y'all handle all the setup for everything. Bye." I might come back to a staff that wants to, beat me with my Klingon pain sticks or worse, And so, yeah, transporters would be for me would be awesome. And like you said, replicators. And the first time someone told me replicators, I didn't really put two and two together at first, but when they said why, I was like, oh, replicators ends world hunger almost overnight.
Yep.
And
replicators just make anything you need.
Yes. And then when we were talking, the gentleman and I were talking, I was like, oh my God, the perfect episode. Caretaker.
I mean, why do you think the Kazon wanted it so much?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, replicators, transporters, obviously warp drive. Because yes, I'd like to see the aliens before they come here, meet them. It's yeah.
But yeah, a hyperspray. I could do that. I'm not very good when it comes to having to have injections and anything medical. But if you can just pop a little thing on my neck that doesn't even hurt, that's fine.
Done.
Yeah.
If I don't feel it,
it's fine. Yeah. Do what you want. I just don't want to be feeling no needles because I'm not about that life.
Same. I had to have a needle a couple of days ago. I'm like, where's the...
Yeah, see? Hypersprays.
Done.
That's what we need.
That's what we need.
Someone make it.
They're trying. They're trying hard. Oh, well. Well, Ellie, thank you so much for giving me your time today on the weekend, and just just being here and just chatting. This has been a lovely experience. I just thank you so much.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much for having me. I've enjoyed chatting about all my favorite things.
Me too. So, well, I will talk to you later. You enjoy the rest of your day.
You too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
For as little as $5 per month, you can gain early access to the full ad-free versions of all interviews, plus additional exclusive content by joining Patreon.
Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, and welcome to the Transporter Room. Today, we have a very special guest join us, Vernon Smith. Vernon is a comic and children's books artist and one hell of a Star Trek fan. Thank you for making the time to come on the show today. How's your day been?
It's awesome. Thank you for having me on.
Well, I'm glad you're here. I want to say it was a pleasure getting to meet you in the Trek to Dallas convention back in November. And I'm glad we've been able to stay connected. And we met, we had our friend Jen we met, and I was talking to her, and she said, have you talked to Vernon yet? I was like, I need to call him or message him. hunting down on the
Right.
internet. I found him. And so, this is awesome. And so, as I was saying at one point when I was doing my research for tonight, you are the first comic book artist I have ever had the pleasure to meet. And as I was getting ready, honestly, I didn't know how many types of comic books genres there were. I mean, I'd watched The Big Bang Theory, and they were always looking through, Marvel, DC, all that stuff. They did talk. There was some, was it Archie in there, I think, and Jughead. But so I was looking. I found that there are at least 28 different genres of comic books, and that really shocked me. I just did not know that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's, probably about 100 issues that come out each week, and from like dozens of publishers about all sorts of different subjects. I mean, everything from, big two stuff, Marvel, DC, to, other publishers like IDW, Image Boom, Dark Horse. And then there's like all the indie self-published creator-owned stuff that could be anything from coherent stories to just off-the-wall adventures of a toaster falling in love with a hot dog or something. Like you just never know what you're gonna get.
Oh wow, that's a lot, and but I could see it. You're right, especially when you start getting into like the, the indie stuff, and people just write what they want to write and what they love, and if they want to talk about a toaster and a hot dog, then so be it. That's their thing.
Yeah,
Hey,
they're their own boss, so they can do. And I've done like stuff like that too. I mean, not that specific story, but I've done like my own indie self-published comics and stuff, and it's cool because it's like no one can tell you no when you're the one writing, drawing, publishing it, printing it. It's like, all right, if I'm doing all this work, I can do whatever I want with the story.
So, what got you started in the comic book business?
I've been drawing them ever since I was a kid, like really for as long as I can remember. I've still got like the first comic I ever made in first grade, and then elementary school, a couple of friends of mine and I, like, we would do comics together, and they don't really do it anymore. Like, one's a lawyer, one's a minister, but I was like, I don't really feel like growing up, so I'm gonna stick with this, and did it throughout junior high, high school, college, and into adulthood. And I've mostly done like I said, indie comics where I can do my own stuff or work with someone that, who writes it, and then I draw it. And then more recently been doing stuff with IDW and have gotten to work on like two of my favorite, or probably my two favorite properties, which is Ninja Turtles and Star Trek.
Yeah, I saw that. I was watching something earlier, and that I didn't realize you were a big Ninja Turtle fan, along with a Star Trek fan. And and I do. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I watched in the 90s Ninja Turtles. 90s. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, late 80s, early 90s, probably Ninja Turtles cartoon, and it was. I loved the cartoon.
Right.
I thought it was phenomenal. Not so much I don't know. I don't like the newer animation or something, but then the movie, I did like the movie. The actual, when they did the live action movie, I thought that was great. That was so good. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I haven't watched anything Turtles in a really long time.
Yeah, I think my favorite of the cartoons was, I think it was like 2011 when it was on Nicktoons. Those were like my absolute favorite. Like, I really like, the 80s one. But like, it just, I'm pretty sure it was like 2011 when it came out. That's like my favorite of all of them. But like, I'd gotten into like the comics when I was like first getting into comics in like middle school, and I found some of the original Eastman and Laird Ninja Turtles comics, and I read those because it's like I knew the cartoon and stuff, and then that kind of got me into doing like my own indie comics years later when I grew up, because those just started out as like the two creators just writing and drawing them in their kitchen.
Really?
Yeah, like that's why like the original publishing was called like Mirage Publishing, because they were like, yeah, it's just a mirage. It's not like a real business. It's just us in our apartment making these comics.
Okay, I would have not imagined that, but again,
And then it just blew up.
yeah, I mean, and that's kind but that also goes for what we're doing here, the podcast and whatnot. You have a channel that you have one good interview or a good promo with someone, and huh?
I said that's what I'm here for. I'm
Absolutely, and that's what's so cool about doing this. I mean, that's why I like it. But so I know you. So you did Ninja Turtles. What about when did you start drawing or doing Star Trek comics?
Personally, I've been doing them since like 8th grade. I remember like I used to draw my own comics, and it wasn't even like the traditional crew. Like it was like I loved the design of the Excelsior from Star Trek 3, and I came up with like my own characters. There was like an Andorian security guard, and I just like made my own comics, my own Star Trek comics when I was like in junior high and high school. But I never showed them to anyone because like Star Trek wasn't cool, and so like whatever. But like I was like all my friends they were into comics, or some of them were, but it was like if I mentioned Star Trek, they'd like be trashing me, and I'm like, whatever, dude. It's awesome. Like it's been my favorite thing for literally as long as I can remember. So they were wrong.
They were wrong. Hey, tell them, hey, I'm making a living at it now. So yeah,
right. Yeah, same.
It pays the bills.
Yeah.
So that's actually that's something I was sitting here thinking about when we were talking about comics. I wonder, and there's always been some negativity and discussion about whether or not, and I already mentioned it earlier, but like the Big Bang Theory. And I really wonder how much that show actually helped to bring comic books and sci-fi into the mainstream and to make it to where it's, so what if you do it? You are the nerds or whatnot, but again, you're not. And they just, I mean, when you had those 4 guys doing that all the time, going to the comic book store, and everybody, and you're talking about the #1 show that was on for 12 years, that had to make a huge impact on the comic book industry and just in general.
Right. Yeah, no, it definitely like popularized it. Absolutely. I don't know if it impacted it like financially. Like I don't know if it got those people going into shops and buying stuff, but you definitely seen people wearing like Spider-Man shirts and stuff like that, or Flash shirts and all. So if you're a shirt merchandiser, salesman, designer, creator, printer, entrepreneur person, then yeah, you're probably doing all right.
Yeah, I wonder how many Bazinga shirts were made.
Right. Yeah.
But no, I do think it helped. I really do feel it probably helped the industry. Like you said, maybe not financially, but or the shop owners, but it definitely, I suspect it really did bring, it out into the light for people to see, hey, this is cool to do.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
And I also think it did the same thing, even though I know it's been around for a long time, like Dungeons and Dragons. It put it in more, it always used to be something that would be, back, your closed door, it wasn't the cool thing to do. And now you have people like Todd Stashwick and, sitting there running D&D games online at conventions.
Yeah.
And the amount of
it was like what, him, Michelle Hurd, Bonnie Gordon,
Oh,
Sirach,
I
right?
think Sirach. I think Elias might have been in it too.
Yeah,
I think
there, yeah.
Elias was there as well. I didn't make it to the. I don't know. I was doing something else. I might have been in another meeting or something while I was up there, but I know they did that, and it's such a hit at the conventions.
Yeah, I went in for part of it because like I'm not much of a gamer, and by not much, I'm not at all. I've never played. Like my daughter got into D&D recently, so she would know more about it. But I was like, yeah, I'll go and just like watch them hang out, and like a lot of it was like really really inside stuff. So I'm like, I don't get it, but I'm glad everyone's having fun.
Yeah, I wouldn't have known. I would have not known anything they were talking about, like D20s and okay. I'm like, okay. Well, I'm glad y'all are having fun.
Yeah, it's cool to like hang out with them, like because they were like everybody there was just amazing. Like that show, that was like the best show I've ever been to. You know that.
I love that convention, and I'll probably give a little more of my insights later on it. But so I was going to ask you, what was it like when you learned you'd been chosen to do Star Trek issue 500? That had to be a pretty.
Oh man.
I didn't even have to finish my sentence, my question.
Yeah, so it was several months like to really get there, like probably about like 6 months or so. And I'd met the editor at because I'm from New Orleans, and I met the editor Heather Antos at Fan Expo in January last year, so about a year ago. And I showed her some of my work, but like it wasn't just showing like regular comic pages because I was like, I'm sure she's seen a bunch of those. But I'd drawn like a picture of her like in the next gen uniform, like on the Enterprise D bridge. Got to talking with her, and I also had like my iPad, which the screen, the lock screen was the Turtles cover that I did for the Halloween issue. So she's like, oh yeah, I saw that, I really liked it. And so just kind of got in like that, and then I just kept up with her. I'd message her like every month or two, send some pages and stuff, and she was like, yeah, I've got something in mind, just hang tight. And I'm like, okay. And we're like going back and forth, and I'd gotten this shirt for Christmas, but I hadn't worn it, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna wear it once, like if I get hired. And then she just like emailed me and was like, hey, I'd like to offer you a Strange New World story in issue 500. And like, yeah, it just completely blew my mind. Like I threw the shirt on immediately, and I'm going all sorts of places and like telling people, I'm like, oh, it's my work shirt now. And yeah, because it was like, it's a monumental issue, and it's Strange New Worlds, which is like, one of my favorite shows, and also like a show that was current. So yeah, it was just like, because like I'd met Ethan Peck like a year before at the Fan Expo show here, and he was super cool. And yeah, and I'd like posted some stuff online, like just kind of Star Trek art that I'd done. Like one was an Ortega's piece, and like Melissa Navia reposted it. Like it was on Twitter, and she like retweeted it, and then like Anson Mount comments on it. Dan Janot, Sam Kirk comments on it. Bruce Horak, Hemmer comments on it. Like, and like it blew up, and like, and I did one of like Uhura, and like Celia Rose Gooding commented on it, and I was like, and now I'm actually getting to draw, their show and their characters. It just completely blew my mind.
Well, congratulations on that. That is just phenomenal. And I can tell you, not quite anything like that, but like it was about 2 weekends ago or 2 weeks ago, I had made a post on X and Instagram, and also I think BlueSky, but I think and I said it was when Doug Jones was on the Decon Chamber, and I said, "Hey, go watch this, new episode release. It's, just especially, promoing the show, talking it up, that episode." And the show was on Sunday. I did that post, late Sunday evening. And I came home for lunch on Monday, and I'm, sitting here eating my lunch, and ding on my phone, hear my phone go off. And I look down, it says, actor Doug Jones has liked your post. And then another ding, he reposted it.
Dude, that is like,
I was like, what?
when I've had that happen, like I screenshot, I'm like,
I probably should have done that, because today a same thing happened, but with Brian Fuller's episode.
Oh wow.
I was like, okay, either I'm doing something really right, or I better start checking for the sky. The sky's gonna fall or something, because when it's just so weird when you see those things happen, and we're to just the fans like us.
It means so much. Like, and that's when I met Melissa Navia at the Dallas show. I told her that. I was like, you retweeting that, and like, and she'll usually other things that I've done that I've tagged her in, like that, because like I actually drew her into the background on one of the panels in Star Trek 500, and it was like her and Uhura like in the port galley, like talking, and she would like share that on her stories, and so like when I met her, because it was like, yeah, the thing that she retweeted that first time, I got her to sign it, and I was like, when you guys like do that, it means so much to us, and it's it's just a flick of a keyboard for y'all, but it really impacts us like so much. Like it's just so cool, and yeah, and everyone at the Dallas show was just so amazing. Like everyone, to all the fans were just, and yeah, like Stashwick, I was talking to him, and I was like, yeah, this is my first time set up. Like I usually do regular comic conventions, but this is my first time doing a Star Trek one. So it's like, yeah, maybe I should go there and see how it is. And he just looks at me and he's like, you're in. Welcome to the family. And I'm like, like it was like just that one sentence. It's so impactful, because it's like, these are people that like we look up to, and watching these shows that like we, I know me, and I've heard the story of a lot of people doing it too. It's like we kind of model our behavior on like the world that, and the type of people that we want it to be, and for them to live up to that, and to be cool, and not just be, some jerky actor.
Oh, I know. And
it's amazing.
It's amazing. And that's what I loved about the one we went to. Live and learn, but at least I remember it.
Right.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
I've got the memory.
Yeah. And that's, I met Shatner at a car show when I was like 10, and he wasn't signing autographs though. Like, you could take pictures with him, and my mom was like, oh, I should have brought a camera, but we didn't. And so he had like just photocopied pictures, of like half the page was him in an Admiral Kirk uniform, the other half was him in TJ Hooker uniform. And I was just like, I look at him, I smile, I'm like, can you sign this? And he smiles and looks down at me, and he goes, no. And that story's kind of better than the actual autograph,
It is. That is a great story. So what brought this up was I remember standing in line, and the convention employees were bringing a captain's chair from TOS on a dolly through to his area to the booth, and I'm just like, is he gonna sit in that and sign? I had no idea. No, someone had an actual captain's chair replica and paid for him to sign it.
Oh, wow. That's
I was like, holy crap.
Yeah.
And he just went over there and signed it and went about his business. So that was cool. That was
get him to sign something, I'd have to find or just make that picture that I saw when I was a kid, where it's just the black and white 8.5 by 11, half of him in movie Kirk uniform, half of him as TJ Hooker, and just be like, now.
Yeah, exactly. How much? Here, take the paper money or credit.
Yeah.
Either one. What do you want? I'll give it to you. Oh my, that's too
But
funny.
Yes, this year.
He what?
He's going to be at Vegas this year.
I saw that.
Creation show. Yeah.
I saw that. And speaking of creation, I've been wondering about this. The drawing you made for the Dallas show, did they ask you to do that, or did you just do it on your own and they saw it and were like, yeah, we want to use that?
It was a little bit of both. Like I'd talked with them about, like, being at the show and all this stuff, and I was like, hey, I'd be happy to do any art for you. And they're like, yeah, that'd be cool. And then, like, I told them the idea, and they were like, oh yeah, that sounds like really cool. Like, just doing all the guests as their characters in the Deep Space Nine promenade. And yeah, like they were just like really loving it. And then, like, even when I went there, I met Anne Marie, who works for Creation, and she was like, yeah, they were showing this like before the show and all this, and then, like, I found a video on YouTube that they posted months ago, but I just found it like last week, and I was like, oh my god! And they're like talking about it. It was like her and Ryan and a couple other people with Creation, and and I know that, like, they printed up some big ones and got, like, everyone to sign them, and then, like, auctioned it off for the show. So yeah, that was super cool. And I believe I'm going to be doing it again for Vegas. I've heard back some about being in Vegas, and then they were like, hey, follow up after San Francisco. So, San Francisco was just like a week or so ago. So, yeah, and so that one, my idea is to do like 3 different posters, since it's like, it's going to be like 100 something. Yes, if it's like last year they had like 110, 120, like, of actors of all the various series. So I was like, okay, if I fit 30 into one, I'd probably need like 3 to fit, like.
Yeah, because you'd be at 90 right there. So
yeah,
wow. Had SpaceCon in October, and then a literally like 36, not even 48 hours, but a 36-hour trip out to Los Angeles to go and watch and to attend the Bill Mummy recording for the Decon Chamber.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that was cool. That was so freaking cool to be able to go out there. But so you
were like in there with like Dominic and Connor, and wow. Those guys are so cool too. Like, I know I keep just saying, like, everybody's so cool and awesome, but yeah, they were amazing. And like, and I'd met them. The Dallas show was like Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and on Thursday, we set up like in the vendor's room, and I got there, like, setup started at like 3:30 or something. I dropped off my daughter for school here at like 7:30 in the morning, hit the road, and just like drove to Dallas, got there at like 3:30, 4 o'clock, started setting up, got everything. Did a podcast up in my hotel room, like went up to the hotel room to do like a podcast for an hour, came back down, and they opened up the floor that night for like an hour or so for like VIP ticket holders. And then as I'm leaving and I'm bringing stuff that I didn't want to leave on my table back up to my hotel room, I pass the bar and I see Dominic and Connor there and a couple other people, and I was like, all right. And I mean, like, doing comics and doing conventions and stuff, like, I've met, like, like, no, not being some kind of Hollywood hobnob or anything, but it's like I've met people, and it's like, all right, cool, yeah. And also, I used to like bartend and stuff, and so it's like I have no problem talking with people, and like strangers, you know. I mean, I didn't know you before the show, and like, but I go there and I'm sitting there, and they're like right next to me. It's like the two of them, uh, this girl Kara, who was like one of their handlers, and then other guy Michael, who was just like a fan, who was there like, you know, as a fan of the show. And but I didn't know who the other two people were at first, and I'm sitting like literally right next to them, and I'm like, but I'm starstruck. I'm like, what do I do? How do I do this? And I'm just like, what's wrong with you? You know how to talk to people. You always do this. Like, you know, I've been plenty of places where I didn't know anyone, and by the end of the night, I know everybody. Like, it's not. But and so I'm sitting there. I'm like drinking a whiskey and coke, and after like about the second or third one, the guy Michael, because yeah, I met him at the show later on too. He gets up and leaves, and I was like, all right, screw it, I'm going in. And I get up, I turn, and I'm like, hey, y'all mind if I take his place? And Dominic's like, yeah, come on in. And so like I get there, and I just hang out with them for the rest of the night. And so like the next morning, I'm, you know, going in the show, and their tables were like across from mine and about 20 feet down.
They were right
So
at the entrance.
yeah. And I walked past, and Dominic's at his table, and he's like, Vernon! And I'm like, Dominic Keating knows my name.
This is kind of a more of a Star Trek themed podcast. I might need to actually finally ask you about, which we've been talking about Star Trek, don't get me wrong, but
Yeah.
you know, some people, and I agree, will want to know, like, you know, like what drew you to Star Trek?
Oh, so pretty much as long as I can remember, I've been a fan. Like even when I was like a little toddler, like I have memories from like kindergarten having motion picture figures. But I remember seeing Wrath of Khan like in the theater in like first grade or something, and coming home and just playing Star Trek in my yard, like with my GI Joe figures, and then like as I got older, because there weren't like a lot of Star Trek toys really back then, like mid '80s, and before Next Gen came out. So like I would take like my GI Joes, and sometimes I'd like paint them in like Star Trek type uniforms, and I turn like the Millennium Falcon into like the Enterprise, and so like they go on all these adventures and stuff. And yeah, like I saw all but like one movie. It was like one of the last Next Gen movies I missed in the theater, but every other one like I saw in the theater. I remember like when Next Gen premiered on TV, like my whole family sat around and watched it. Like we were, you know, it's just always been a part of my life, and I think what kept me in it was just sort of, you know, some of the stuff that we touched on earlier was like just that kind of optimism and positive view of the future and of humanity, of like it's like you watch it and it's like this is what we should be, and hopefully this is what we could be, you know, like people putting aside the differences that are, you know, tearing each other apart right now, like and days that are kind of around the World War III days of the Star Trek universe, and it's like,
Yeah.
are we-
Well, and exactly. So, so now I got you in. So, what really do you have a favorite character of all the series, movies? You know,
so I think I'm gonna go with my easy answer, Spock. He's, which I guess of my top three, they'd kind of be like similar, but Spock, just because of his impact on the entire Star Trek universe, like spanning centuries and even universes, you know, like aside from the prime one, I mean the mirror universe, his influence, the Kelvin universe, his influence, like he's just, he is like the series as a whole wouldn't be the same if you removed any character, but if you remove Spock from the Star Trek universe, it would be gutted.
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to say that you could almost not have, you could remove almost even Kirk, honestly, within reason. You could, because if you think, he was the second one, he was the second captain. I think even if they had not stuck, if they had not stayed, if they'd not stayed with him, I still think you're right. The series would have not been what it is without Spock was that central character, and that's also why when they did the Wrath of Khan, and Leonard Nimoy wanted out of the series, and basically asked to be killed, and then when then he realized what had happened and the amount how much the fans just were like, no. And I think that's when he realized, okay, I have to come back. Oh, he realized he has to come back. And so, oh God, I've been trying to remember what Star Trek movies I saw in the theater, and for whatever reason, I can only remember maybe Star Trek 5 and 6 for sure. And maybe 4. I just, cause I was 11 when TNG came out in 87. So I wish I could remember how many of the movies I actually saw in the theater. Now, obviously, I saw all the TNG movies in the theater, and everything from 6 on, I know for a fact I saw those.
Yeah, 5. I remember seeing in the theater. I'm like a year or two older, and I remember I was catching a bus home from summer school because I'd failed science, and they were showing it in the theater downtown New Orleans, and I'd picked up a National Enquirer a week before because they were like, we have the inside scoop on the script for Star Trek 5. And for people that don't remember, the National Enquirer was like this tabloid magazine, always talking about aliens and Elvis sightings, and Hitler was still alive in Peru or something, and so you didn't believe any of it, and I'm reading the story in there, and it's like, what, Spock's got a brother and they go and see God? No, absolutely not. And then I walk out of the theater and I was like, they nailed it. Like, it was like the Men in Black moment, where it's like, yes, all the truth is in those magazines. Like, they actually told the whole story of Star Trek 5, and I was like, it blew my mind.
Mm-hmm. I still like the line, what's God need with a starship?
Absolutely.
Again,
no, a lot of that movie, but it does have some really great parts to it. I mean, that's a great part. The part when Kirk refuses Cybok's mind meld, I need my pain.
Yeah, and you're right. It has its moments. Again, it's still not my favorite movie.
Yeah.
It's just not my favorite, but.
And it's got Jerry Smith doing the soundtrack again.
Yeah. You can't beat it. You can't.
I call marshmallows marshmallows now because of that movie.
That's so funny. So, what is your? I have a suspicion your answer is going to be TOS, but which is your favorite series?
I'm going to go TAS then, just to throw everybody and pick the animation. But
tricky.
I think, I mean, it really does fluctuate between when you ask, what time of day and whatever. Because I do have several, I love the original series movies. I love the uniforms and the ships and that. But I also like Voyager. I that might be my favorite because I mean, Janeway's a badass. She is just amazing.
Oh, she is.
Seven,
She kicked ass.
yeah, Seven. Like when she came in, just her story, like because she's kind of like the Data or Spock character, like someone like struggling with their humanity and like having like a really messed up backstory like that, and then her relationship like with the Doctor, like and Doctor, I mean, another struggling entity character, like that's and like the fact that when that show came out, all the other Star Trek before it was really safe. Like the it was like the Federation was just like, yeah, we're here, we're kind of running things, everything's cool, there's no threat to us. DS9, it got threatened a bit, uh, but it was still like, yeah, but they still had all of their allies with them. But Voyager was just they were going where no one had gone before. They were on their own. It was like Wild West Star Trek. It was like Enterprise, but in the 24th century, basically. Um, and that's what I love about Enterprise was it's like, yeah, we know things as the audience, but it's like they don't know anything that's going. Like Trip, yelling at the mom for weaning her kid off of oxygen and stuff. I was like, quit being so human and, realize there's other species out here. And
So it's gonna be a last question for now because we're getting close to running out of time here, and it's the fun
all
one.
night. Yeah, that's the thing. Like with the Dallas show, I was talking Star Trek for like 4 or 5 days, and it like
I know, I know, I could do it too, but the viewers might be like, this is a 4-hour video.
all right. Yeah, this is the
But,
show.
yeah.
Star Trek show.
But I was going to ask you, what Trek technology do you wish existed today?
Ooh. So I guess if I'm going to stick to I want Star Trek to be real, I'll go replicators so that could end, world hunger and all that stuff. Personal fun way though, I would go holodeck because I think that would just be insanely cool to just do whatever you want and like have. Yeah, like even if it's just on a minor level of like someone cuts you off and then you program them into the holodeck and punch them in the face.
That's awesome. That's so
but,
funny.
Yeah.
I have not put holodeck on my list.
It could be useful for like if you're going on a job interview or asking someone out on a date, you could like prep, like get past your own stumbling nervousness and work. You could say yes when you're a little kid and want an autograph from him. You could possibilities. But yeah, I'd probably go replicator just to like really make the world better. Or if not, a starship so I could get the hell away from here.
True.
And this is one thing I forgot to say to Christina Chong, like, because I got her to sign the first Star Trek page that I drew, like the original page. Kept it, and there's like a big full body shot of her, and so like I got her to sign it. And I forgot to tell her that like when I started drawing the page, I put on the Subspace Rhapsody album. Like I bought the record like whenever I was going to be working on this, and I put it on. And right as I started drawing her song came on, and I was like, "This is how it's meant to be,"
I may have to make just a short little clip of this and somehow figure out how to send it to her and get it straight to her. Well, Vernon, thank you for doing this. I had a great time talking to you tonight. It was so much fun, and just getting to learn what you do and how you do your drawings. And I hope I get to meet you. I will meet you again. It's just a matter of when and where. And if it's not Vegas, maybe we can convince them to bring you up to Chicago this year. And you're just going to have to you're just going to be a staple now at all the creation events, like Bonnie.
I would totally do that. I would absolutely, like, that's something I was even like, I was like, how can I get it to where, like, I'm there for every show? Because yeah, like, I had a blast, like, and even just like business wise, like I sold a lot of stuff. Like, I did really well at the show. Like, I was very happy with it. Hopefully that continues.
Yeah.
But yeah, but a lot of that I'd even forget about. Like, I'd just be like talking Star Trek with somebody for like 20-30 minutes at my table, and then they're like, "So you drew this?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah. So if you want to buy like some comics or post,
I know, I did. I was
like, so,
yeah, I'd walk by your table, and you usually had people there, and y'all were just talking. But that's awesome.
Yeah.
And I mean, anyway, we could keep on going. I gotta make myself stop. Stop. So anyway, it was fun, and I will talk to you later. You have a great evening, sir.
Yeah. You too. Thanks so much.
You're welcome. Bye.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.
Maybe. Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, and welcome to the Transporter Room. Today, we have a very special guest join us, Joel Vallis. Joel is one of the hosts for the Tex-Trek podcast and one hell of a Star Trek fan. Thanks for joining me today, Joel. How's your day been?
Oh, I had a day off, so I've just been sitting around watching Trek on YouTube, and not doing much. So it's been great.
So I haven't had a chance to meet you in person yet.
Not yet, because I didn't get to Dallas.
Yeah, you didn't get to make it to Dallas, but we've had I think we've been on some of the first reactions, and I've just been on some of the other podcasts, the Tex-Trek, live chats, and so I think you are the last Tex-Trek host that I have to get to meet, and
that's no, just kidding. That's not true.
Nah, I've already got to meet Father, Rachel, Taylor. So yeah, it's just a matter of us making it to a convention together, and I suspect I'm going to be going to Chicago this year.
Yeah, I'm going to try. The reason I didn't last year was it's so close to STLV. Mm-hmm. I was just like, I don't know if I can afford it, but that's why I picked San Francisco that I just got back from. Mm-hmm. STSF.
Heck yeah. And that's what I was going to ask you about. How was STSF? It looked like it was a blast again.
It was a blast. It was pretty small. I mean, especially compared to obviously Vegas is huge.
Well,
that's I've been to bigger cons when I was initially going to them in the late 80s, early 90s in Minneapolis, but those were just like the big ones, like when Shatner and Nimoy were there. It was huge. Mm-hmm. But there were smaller ones that were about this size before. So yeah, I think they said STSF won't be there next year, but they'll probably bring it back the year after, like every other year there.
Okay, well, that's fine if they do something like that.
That's fine too, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm here in Minnesota, so I had to fly out there anyway.
Exactly. And then so that means for Chicago being just an easy jump for you to get there, then almost.
I think I'll fly though. I'm sick of driving to Chicago. So I've driven to Chicago, gone to see a band, and then driven back immediately.
Oh,
don't do that. But
no,
I've done that multiple times.
Golly,
this time I would just fly and get a hotel. Yeah, it'll be just like going anywhere.
Yeah, no. Well, that's just like for me to go to Dallas was a 7-hour drive one way.
Chicago's a little farther than that for me, but not that much. It's very close to that.
It's nuts. So I was going to ask, so what got you into like, how'd you get into the podcasting and getting on the shows? Did you do your own show, or, you know, what got you onto here?
Well, everything starts in the pandemic, right?
That's what I've been hearing.
Especially online stuff, right? I mean, not like I haven't been permanently online since the 90s, but so I work at a grocery store, so I always had to go to work no matter what. So, but I didn't go anywhere else. I just stayed home.
Mm-hmm.
And so I started finishing all the Star Trek I hadn't seen. It was all on Amazon at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And because my brother was like, "Oh, I've been working out and just finished watching Deep Space Nine." I was like, I didn't finish Deep Space Nine initially because I went to college. I watched from Next Generation, Encounter at Farpoint through 95, fall of 95, when I went to college. I watched everything as it aired. Mm-hmm. So part of Voyager, part of Deep Space Nine. But then I couldn't really, there's no way for me to watch it at college. Mm-hmm. So I kind of fell off. And then I would watch reruns of what I could, TNG and stuff. But Deep Space Nine was at a weird time. So I finished that in 2000. And I finished Voyager too, because the same thing. I didn't see the last few years. Then I finished Enterprise because I'd watched part of that. But I hadn't finished that.
Mm-hmm.
After that, I'd seen everything. So I started back at TOS. Rewatched that animated series, which I might have missed a few episodes of that, but I saw most of that on Nickelodeon.
Mm-hmm.
Then I rewatched everything I'd seen. I watched TNG. I watched every movie again. So I rewatched all of Star Trek in about 9 months. And about 3/4 of the way in, or halfway through, I was on Facebook and I was just like, I need some Kai Wynn memes or something. And someone's like, oh, you should go to this Facebook group, Feminist Moogie Corps. Shout out to them. And then I saw a link to a Star Trek video on YouTube from Jessie Earl. And I watched that, and it was hilarious. And then she had lives. And so I started watching those. And that's the first time I heard someone try to say my ridiculous username. I didn't have Joel in front of it. I was like, holy crap, I got to put Joel in front of it. Can't have people trying to say that ridiculousness. And then I see, but, there'd be a lot of people there because you'd talk to someone or play video games or something. In the chat, I would see there's a few names popped up, and she would talk about them because she knew them. Starfleet Boy, Starfleet Sohail now because he's a man now. And Tex-Trek. I'd see their names in the chat. They would give like a super chat or something, like whatever. And and Jesse's like, "Oh, I love your channel" or something. Da, da, da. So then I sort of stalked them. I found Starfleet Boys channel and then Tex-Trek's channel, and I would be there. And I would be in the chat, and then so me being on screen is an extension of me from the chats of those two.
Okay. I
just sort of ascended like the guy in Lower Decks. So, to the screen from the chat room. That's why I printed up these business cards to give out in San Francisco, and I put chat-based life form on them because that's where I was originally from. YouTube chats. Because I got addicted to my name being appearing on screen, like when they StreamYards, you can like highlight it for Tex-Trek and Starfleet, and that was fun. Oh, and speaking of which, I have to have my sign. Hi, Jill and Cake. The other two people in my chat triumvirate. So
they are always on Tex-Trek.
Yeah. So then we'd start all going to the same things, and then and then there's more people too. If you watch, you'll see this sort of it's people are sort of migrating between the various shows, the various nights, and then sometimes on Friday it gets split a little. If you watch both Tex-Trek and Star Trek and Chill.
Oh, I know. I split them.
I got you see the same people in the chat.
I always laugh. I'm like, and it's so funny because sometimes I'll start over at Star Trek and Chill. And you've got Dave, Chuck, they're always there.
Oh yeah.
And I'm trying to think who else.
I met more people from that chat in San Francisco. So
yep. and then you. So that means then that means you've met Dave because he was.
I met Dave at STLV. He wasn't at San Francisco, but I met him at STLV. Yeah.
And then you met TJ, I bet. Now he's not in the chats, but you met TJ.
I did meet him. He was at San Francisco, I think.
Yes, he was. Along with Allison,
Father and I talked to him. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting to meet Chuck, Dave, TJ, all of them. I cannot wait. And even you and, all the people that I haven't gotten to meet in person yet. So
Sunday.
Yeah. So I'm going to come back I'll do a Monday. So everyone said, come back Monday. So I did. And I was glad I did because we hung out Sunday night and, just got to finish up, the friends I met and just get to hang out for one last time. And so that was fun. San
Francisco, Sunday wasn't super busy. A lot of people stayed, but Vegas, everyone stays Sunday.
Yeah.
Everyone. Because Vegas, half the con, no matter what you do, is at the Masquerade at night. The one bar.
Okay.
That's where you'll meet everyone. And okay, and afterwards you're really sad. So I come home and I start watching everyone's recap videos, and I could see myself in a ton. Just the back of my uniform because I'm sitting here at the bar or whatever. But so that's how I try to deal with coming back from STOV. Is I just start watching all the videos and or someone's filming a video and I was like, that's the back of my head.
Yep, that's
the back of my uniform. And
so I was going to ask. So since you've been doing this and with Tex-Trek, have you? I'm trying to remember. Have you been on the Salon?
I've been on the Salon once.
Okay, I thought I remembered once.
Yeah, not a lot, but they had no one, so I was like, oh sure, I can do it.
Cool,
because I was always in the chat.
Yeah,
so I knew this. That sort of spun off from first Sohail Starfleet. Sohail had what was it the Twitter Spaces, the audio thing. He had that for a while.
Oh,
and then he started doing, because he had his own channel and stuff. But then he switched that to a different live show on his channel, and then he had like your show the other night. He had like 8 or 9 people, and the Salon guys were guests on that. And they'd been on Spaces too, and then it sort of spun off from that. So I've known them. I met them in Vegas both times. So yeah, I've been on that show, and I've also Starfleet Boy After Dark, which it's Sohail's show, but it's still S-Bad. He always says he changed the name, but he just changed the logo. If you look it up, it's still SBAD on YouTube, which I couldn't find for the longest time. But that's sort of like, we did it a few Fridays ago. Friday nights after Tex-Trek, sometime at like 10 or something.
Yeah.
And that'll go like forever. It used to happen all the time. It doesn't happen much because of work for Sohail and stuff like that.
I didn't know that.
It hasn't come up much recently, but that was one of the. Then you just go and hang out, and it's so fun. It's basically just Tex-Trek, people from the Salon, Sohail, and maybe someone else, and random people, and
just shooting the shit.
It's always different, and
yeah. I was surprised. It must have been. It was the one I haven't watched it all the way, but I saw this come up. Yeah, it was just a few weeks ago, and I was like, "Oh, this is the Salon After Hours," whatever. And I started watching it, and it was interesting because everybody is just, not that they're not themselves on the regular, but it's just
they're drinking, but.
Yes. Yeah. So, which was awesome. It was fun. I need to go watch it. So that, oh my God, that was fun. That was interesting to see everybody. So, let their hair down per se, and some of us don't have that much to let down. So,
Yeah, I know what you mean, but
yeah. So now, since you've been on Tex-Trek so far, who has been your most memorable person to interview?
Well, I think I've only interviewed Mike McMahon.
Yep.
That was the only one I was on. So the other people on there, Father, because I just joined the last year, have done a lot. And I've gone through. I watched every episode of Tex-Trek, which I guess that's how you get on your shows, kids. Just go ahead and tell them you watched every episode and actually do it, and then they'll be like, "What? That's insane. There's 300." I'm like, "Yeah, I know." I'm like, because I would put on my one monitor, I would put Tex-Trek. I'd turn it up to 1.25 speed, like everything, and then I'd play Stardew Valley and on my other monitor, and then there you go. Get through a few hundred hours. Doesn't take long.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
That's the fastest way to do it. Oh my God. I may have to do that because there's some that I have not gotten through just because there's so many episodes.
It was a shout out Movie Magic. That is the YouTube channel for Robbie. He posted he does that in the chat. And I was just like, does that work? 1.5 is too fast for me. You can do it, but you have to sit and listen. You can't multitask.
Yeah.
Because you can listen maybe even faster if you only concentrate. But 1.25 basically erases the spaces in between words. And it doesn't pitch you up enough so you sound really weird. I don't even mind myself because I usually watch what I'm in later to see how it went. I don't even hate how I sound at 1.25 because it's not that much faster, but it does. You can cut 20 minutes out of 90-minute thing, and you're like, well, that's good.
That's good. Well, and I've learned how to do that now when editing.
Yeah.
To like do it a little bit, do it fast enough so that I'm hearing all the words, but it's not like chipmunks.
Yeah, you know what they're saying. So
yeah, you know what you're saying, and then like, oop, gotta stop, go back. But yeah, it helps. Believe me, oh, God, it does help. But though, I would love to be. I've been kind of jealous of, y'all got to interview Mike McMahon when y'all were on there. I talked to Captain or Goodwill recently. He was on the interview with Mike McMahon with Mike Overton over on CloneStar Pod.
Yep.
And I'm like, oh,
there's other people too who I kind of know just from being in the chat. Aaron Walke, one of the writers and one of the producers from Star Trek Prodigy, he knew me when I went to the first SUV was 23. He knew me from that. And then we met someone who knew me, who watched, or I don't know if they're a podcast listener or they watched the show, but we didn't know who they weren't a chatter. They knew someone knew who I was just from my name being on the screen, or Fathery saying, "Oh, Joel in the chat said," and that blew my mind because I had never been on camera, and I met someone at STLV who knew who I was. That was insane. And then, last year at STLV, I got to talk to Aaron Walke again, and a bunch of I met people from all over the Trek sphere. I met, the Trek Yards guys who are great. I met Sean from TrekCulture and Ellie from TrekCulture, Who Culture, and all these great people I got to talk to. And the people, the Strange New Pod stuff. I'd already met Giraffe in 23, but I talked to everyone. And it's just, the list goes on and on at the bar. It's like Trek YouTube is at the bar. It's the masquerade, basically. And it's weird. And they're like, "Oh, it's you." And then, it's kind of mind blowing because the rest of my life is not like that at all. But
so
at the bar is different though, because you expect to talk to people at the bar.
Oh yeah, it was
so
much fun.
The same bathroom as many Star Trek celebrities, but yeah, you don't say anything then.
No, you don't. I'm trying to remember. I think I was in the elevator at one point with Ethan.
That's
Phillips.
a middle ground. You never know. You can't maybe. If you've already seen him today, I would say, "Oh, you did a great job." I wouldn't feel bad about that. But
yeah, no, I think I might just. I don't even know if I said hello. I may have, but
there's that whole elevator thing where you're not supposed to talk anyway. But
exactly, you just don't say anything unless you know the person, and I didn't know the person, so. So obviously, I'm assuming. Are you planning on going to 25 STLV this year? 25?
Oh, for sure. Oh God,
okay. Yeah.
Everything in my life's planned around it. Literally.
Eventually. That'll be me. And I am going to do a cruise one of these days. Everyone says you've got to do a cruise at least once.
Yeah, I haven't done the cruise yet. It is, but I know, but people do say if you add up, a hotel room for a week in Vegas,
Yep.
you're halfway to the cruise anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's not cheap. Even when though I should apparently the word on the street. I didn't do this the last 2 weeks. I just used the creation discount, but apparently everyone at other Star Trek Facebook said if you join the Real Rewards program, you get a cheaper room than even the discount from the convention. So that's what I'm going to do this year. I'll probably book that in the next month or something. But
So I'm going to ask. So what got you into Star Trek? What was
my dad watched the original series as it aired in the 60s, and then I probably went to I don't remember the motion. I was 2 when the motion picture came out, and not much older when the second one came out. But I remember seeing The Search for Spock in the theater because I was very upset the Enterprise died. I don't even know how much I'd seen. I must have seen Star Trek 2 because I actually had the Viewmaster for Star Trek 2 with the SETI 3D SETI eels, which is hilarious. I don't know where that went. I'll have to buy a new one because it's hilarious. But so it was always there in the background. And then at some point, I remember because we'd moved. So it must have been after I was 7. The TOS was on at like 6:00. So we would like eat dinner and then all go watch Star Trek, the whole family. And that was starting at like 85 or something. So I'd seen all of TOS. I had like a Starlog magazine that had an episode guide. So I'd gone through and I was like, oh, there's none left. I've seen them all. And then that was before TNG premiered in 87. So I know I was like the very last people who saw TOS because that was it before Next Generation premiered. I hadn't seen the TAS yet. That was a little later when it showed up on Nickelodeon. And my dad had all the log books, and then so that I saw Encounter at Farpoint when it premiered that week, and then I watched everyone, and then Deep Space Nine. I loved it from the get-go. I had a Deep Space Nine shirt in like 93, which is wholly in somewhere around. I don't know where it is. It's somewhere in the other room, but I don't wear it anymore. But it's there.
Yeah.
Because I just loved Kira so much. It was like this is the most amazing character right away. It's just Kira and Garrick, and then that episode where you find out he's had that anti-torture device just on for forever, just to get by. That just blew my mind. I loved it so much.
Something you just said, it just made me said Kira. It just made me think. And I guess you can't relive in you can't live in the past. But I wonder if Michelle Forbes, semi regrets not taking.
I don't think she ended up homeless and out of work completely. So I think she's okay. But
yeah, I mean she's okay, but
she didn't get the movie career she hoped for. But I mean that was always a gamble.
True.
You're an actor. It's like, but
yeah, it's the job.
But she probably goes, well, I didn't have to sit in the makeup chair.
True.
I mean,
very true.
Not that Nana didn't have to do the Armin thing or Renee. Oh my god. God. Just the nose is doable, probably. But
yeah. No, that was fine. But no, that's what I always liked about one of the things I loved about DS9 is that she would speak her mind. Period.
Oh,
no matter what. Yeah, I mean, eventually, they settled down. But even then, if Cisco was basically irritating her too much, she'd let him have it.
Yep,
in a nice way. But
she respected everyone there. Yeah, but
eventually,
that didn't mean she wouldn't tell them. Well, yeah, not the first episode or whatever.
Correct, exactly. Well, and I always got frustrated with Cisco on the first one because he was not very nice to Captain Picard. But later on,
I think I got that when I first watched it. That, having him involved in the death of your wife because he was taken over. But yeah, I could see that. I probably would have been worse. Than what Cisco acted. I probably wouldn't be in Starfleet because I get kicked out for telling him to get bent or something.
Well, and it was somebody I don't remember who I was talking to, a friend of mine, and they pointed that out. That it's like no. he killed his wife. I mean, yes, he wasn't,
It's not his fault, but
it wasn't his fault, but still, after they told, I was like, okay, I get it. I understand why.
A
he had
living
the
symbol
animosity.
of your spouse's death is not someone you really want to be around.
Correct. I understood his animosity after that, and so it was fine. And so now, I'm assuming DS9 is your go-to series.
Yeah, I love them all. I don't, and the top ones are probably TOS, Deep Space Nine, and then every animated one. Because Lower Decks and Prodigy I love so much, and I love TAS too. Because that was one of the never missed shows was Starfleet Sohail's. Because he's done all of TNG, he's done TOS, and he's done TAS, and he started Deep Space Nine, and he's done the new shows too. But I was in the chat for every one of TAS. I started at the end of TOS, like season 3 or something. I've gone back and watched them, but but yeah, the TAS is just. I love all the animated ones. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I don't like Next Gen. I love them all. There's none of them I don't like.
I haven't watched TAS. I've not watched the anime. Well, I'm going through it. Well, we're going through it on Search for Trek. So we're watching all.
And go watch Starfleet Sohail's shows about it, because he's got usually. I mean, Aaron Harvey, who wrote. I don't have it with me. It's in the other room.
Yeah.
But he wrote one of the 2 people who wrote the book on the animated series. So he knows everything. He's also on a lot of the animated ones. He was on the Lower Decks ones in Tex-Trek. And then, it was usually on screen, it was Fathery, Sohail, Aaron, and maybe someone else. But so, yeah, it's amazing discussions, and, they're great. Well, it's 70s animation, so it's kind of weird, but the received opinion about that show is that it looks bad.
Yeah.
And it doesn't. It looks bad compared to Disney movies made at the same time. But those were rotoscoped and had unlimited budgets.
They had Disney money. That's what you're saying.
Because not like Snow White when he made that and he was a hope and prayer. But like the 60s and 70s Disney is absolutely amazing looking. No, it was not that, but it was better than anything else that was on television. Because Clutch Cargo was only 10 years earlier, where they just had the human mouth over the cartoon.
Yeah, that
was just 10 years earlier. So, and they do reuse stuff because you had to make it affordable. Mm-hmm. But no, there's a received opinion that it looks terrible, but it's like it was the best thing of its time. Now there's better animation now, but
yeah. So I'm trying to think. I'd have to Google it. I don't know exactly. I know it was late 70s when it came out.
Like 72 to 74.
Okay, so early 70s. But now that you say that, I'm thinking about this here. The animation that was done for that would have also been about the same time as, Scooby-Doo back then. A lot of the Hanna-Barbera cartoons that we all watched, even in from
they played through all the stuff.
Yeah, I mean that's what I saw when I was growing up, because I was born in 1976. So I was seeing I was seeing Space Ghost and all that. So that's actually okay. I'm actually glad you said that, because now I won't judge the animation, because I have no reason to, because I watched all those cartoons that were from that era on in reruns, and I loved all of it. So
it may look like some of those, but the stories, oh my god.
Oh yes.
And they could do amazing things because they weren't constrained by
humans,
physical sets.
Yeah.
Makeup, you can have, we get the Kazinti, Larry Niven's Kazinti, who show up in Lower Decks, that was the first episode I saw, the slaver weapon. And I loved that as a kid. So I went and read Larry Niven's Ringworld books, Kazinti are in that, and then he had like 10, 15 compilations of the Man Kazin Wars and all this stuff. I loved all that stuff, and like that like that must have been like 89 on Nickelodeon. I saw that. And yeah, it's great. And then they're dense with story and have all the original actors except for Walter. But they let him write an episode. They let him write some episodes. So he wrote the one with the giant Spock, who you saw in Dead in Lower Decks. So.
Mm-hmm. Man, I need to ask him. If we ever get a chance, because sometimes he joins the our free for alls, but we don't really just get a lot of just chit chat time. I wish we could some every now and then, but it'd be kind of cool to ask him about that. What it was like to write an episode and just see it.
I know in interviews he said it was very frustrating because Gene would come back with notes, and then there'd be more notes and more notes. He's like, writing's fine. Fixing the notes was terrible. Which I can only imagine.
Oh, yeah. Well, I always laugh when you hear on the interviews, and especially like Connor and Dom, they'll ask other actors that have been on other Star Trek series, especially the newer ones, and they'll ask, do they require you to be word perfect? And it's hilarious because the new ones, they sometimes actually kind of look at them like, what are you talking about? Like, because I don't think it's not
a thing anymore.
Yeah, and they're like,
it was really strict even for TV at the time. I never really heard the exact reason why, starting TNG and all of Berman's era, why the word perfect thing was so important. Because obviously other shows, the writers in other shows weren't they were fine. You could do that, improvise somewhat.
Yeah, I just love hearing Dominic's his story about that one scene where he rattled off an entire monologue, and her name was Mary or something. She comes, Dominic, are you going to say this? And he's like, what do you mean? Well, it says you said this, but you said this, but supposed to say that. And he just looked at her like, are you serious? It's like, yeah.
Yeah, who was that for? I mean,
no, and
I
heard that story.
It wasn't from the writers. It wasn't like the Writers Guild had a stipulation.
No, it was literally
the writers
upstairs.
Yeah,
the executives, and I don't understand that. It just seems so. But so until I heard his story, I never knew that. I mean, I would have never thought a script would be that strict.
Yeah, there've always been stories. I mean, I didn't hear about it. I don't think in the early '90s when they're still shooting, but as soon as they were done, then they'd start talking about, like, oh yeah, it was just like, what?
So yeah, that's insane. That's insane. But oh my god. But yeah, the new ones are like, no, we as long as we stay within reason, we're good.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're like, oh, must have been nice.
Which is good, because how could you make, Tawny Newsome stick on script? You would have a much poorer quality product if you did.
Oh yeah. I cannot wait.
She could do it, I'm sure, but
oh no, but can you imagine having to keep Tawny and
Eugene?
Eugene, Tawny,
and Noelle,
and Noelle, all of them on script.
No. Yeah.
I mean, hello. First off, it is still my absolute perfect. I love the crossover episode on Strange New World. If that had been on tape, I would have probably had to buy a new one, because I watched it. It was so.
Thankfully, I got it right here, but
yeah, I oh my god, and what made it better when you watched. I think he talked about it on I almost said Transporter Room. That's my show. Ready Room.
One day he'll talk about it on Transporter Room.
That's right. But when he was talking to Will about it, and he said, and Jonathan, Frakes was the director, and the whole Riker thing was completely improv.
It's so good.
It was so good.
And someone else pointed out to me, I don't remember who or where or what discussion, but it's actually the same length as 2 Lower Decks episodes, and it has a complete story arc. When Mariner accidentally gets sent through,
Mm-hmm.
that's the end of one episode of Lower Decks, and a new one starts. They each have their own complete arc. They not
Oh.
only made one Strange New World show, they made 2 Lower Decks episodes. And it's not even super important, but if you look at it, you're like, holy crap, Mike. I assume it's Mike McMahon, and well, there are other writers involved too, because of Strange New Worlds, but it's just the most unbelievable thing they did. They put 2 Lower Decks episodes in live action, complete with their own story arc. It's a 2-part episode, but and there was no previously on, but otherwise,
True.
Yeah.
I just
rewatching Lower Decks and Strange New Worlds gives you there's more there than you even know.
Oh no, I have to believe you on that.
Next time you watch it, you'll be like, oh, because it's right at the halfway mark, 24 minutes or whatever. Which isn't the most important part, but like it's you realize it's a whole story arc because Boimler tries to go back. Boimler's there or Mariner's there, and that would be the end of that episode, and then a new one starts.
Okay. I think I'm seeing it in my head now how it does start, because you're right, because it starts, if I remember correctly, it starts in animation. It does. It starts in animation.
Yep.
They're doing
with
all
the animated intro, which is amazing.
Yeah. And so they do all that. Yeah, I'm about to watch it now, because if it does do that, because they do the whole Lower Decks part, and then they get sucked in, and then it's a new one. Then we start live action.
Well, it's not that part. It's the live action when they try to send Boimler back. So it's the 20-some minutes in. That's when the end of the first episode is.
Mm-hmm.
When Mariner comes, that would be the end. That would be the teaser at the end of that episode, and then you get a new one. So yeah, it's 2 episodes. So cool. It's amazing.
Yeah, I would love for them to do that again. I don't know if they will, but that was.
They're going to do something with Lower Decks. They're throwing money away.
Mm-hmm.
They will reclaim some of it by doing something with them. They're too good.
Yeah.
Seeing in San Francisco, I saw Tawny, Eugene, and Noelle, who I'd never seen before, on stage together. Oh my God. Just hilarity. I mean, there were questions, but those are just set them off. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
And Jack wasn't even there. So it was just, oh my God. They're so funny and talented. Absolutely amazing.
And when I had in Dallas, so they came in, we had Tawny and Eugene came in the meet and greet for us. And I didn't say anything, but I just, when Eugene would talk, I couldn't unsee Rutherford in my head. And that's all I could hear was, so I was like, okay, it was so funny. Yeah. I hope they do something. And I know her series is going to be, I cannot wait to her, what she's doing comes out. Yeah. Does she get to talk about it at all, or even bring it up at all on STSF?
Just, I think so, but it was basically what everyone said. They're working on it.
Okay. Yeah.
It's not greenlit yet, but the fact that they're letting her talk about a non-greenlit show, that's very unusual. So it's probably semi-greenlit. It's just not official.
It's a real low.
But she's also running an academy, so it's probably not a rush yet till that's on 26.
Yeah,
but
I hope I can't wait to see some. It's gonna be we're gonna have a drought after Strange New Worlds comes out. It's gonna be a lull for quite a while.
Well, we just had the other year when we had like 50 episodes.
Yeah, I know.
And it was almost overwhelming just to watch Star Trek YouTube that year.
True.
I'll take that again. I will throw myself on the sword to take that again, Paramount, if you want to.
Me too.
Yeah. Some weeks I was like, I have 4 more. How many recap shows do I watch? I was like, a lot.
Gosh.
But,
that made me laugh when you talked about the shows, because of all the ones so far, the only one I would get up to watch it when it came out early before work, was Picard season 3.
Yep.
I had my alarm set to wake me up about between 3 and 4, and I'd get up and watch it. So Thursdays I was dragging butt when I got to work, just because I had gotten up. I had to see it. I don't know what it was about season 3. I think, I know we knew what was coming within reason. I was like, I have to see it. I've got to see it. And again, people have moaned and groaned and griped about that. It was just strictly fan service. Okay.
It was well done fan service though, because fan service you can do badly, and then it doesn't help anything.
Yeah.
But
Terry,
if you do it well,
in my opinion, he knocked it out of the park.
Oh yeah, no.
With season 3, completely,
and
he knocked it out of the park.
Dave Blass and Liz Klozowski,
yeah,
who made the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
God tier. That's just all there is. That you can't do better than that.
No. Well, they had Michael Okuda too, and the Okudas helped.
Yeah,
he came back in basically as a super. I don't know what you say, super consultant, basically. I think he was a little. I think he might have been a little jealous because of the things that we can do now with LED lighting and
actual monitors in the back instead of just gels that were backlit with one tiny thing that might change.
It's so
or the weird thing in the horseshoe part, they had to use neon lights to backlight it, and they were hot as hell.
Yeah, I remember him talking about.
If you ever touch neon, you'll know that. Yeah, that's a lot of juice going through there.
I remember watching. I just went back one time and was watching TNG first 2 seasons, first couple of seasons, and I'm looking at the monitors. I'm like, oh my god, those are just good old fashioned green screen CRTs that are just behind the glass. And like I remember seeing
not even all of them.
Well, correct, just the one. Yeah, and I'm just like basically in the science stations in the back. Yep. I'm like, I was like.
Have you noticed the black cardboard yet? Go back and look at Jörg Hillebrand's Twitter account, or he's on everything. He's on BlueSky and Mastodon too. But because he documents mostly TNG.
Mm-hmm.
And what they would have to do is put pieces of black cardboard they'd have to tape to some of those monitors because they would show off the lights, studio lights.
Makes sense.
And of course, in early TNG, you can see the lights too, which because that's a whole other, it's a hard thing. And they didn't know they'd get renewed. They were, you don't worry about that at first. So there's actually black cardboard. And before remaster, it was harder to, you could still see it on a old TV standard, but in the remasters, you can see where they put the black cardboard on various parts of the black panels.
Okay, I'm gonna have to watch it now.
And it's he's documented like probably every single monitor and every single season, and it's amazing. Just like he also documents every like weird prop
and
like what episodes it appears in, and when they turn it upside down and they put a plant in it and then they move it, and then all this stuff. It's so amazing because like I watched it a lot. I watched TNG a lot, but I didn't even know all this.
Well, that made me think about when you said props. I mean, they've always reused so many props. I mean, how many episodes or different episodes, different shows did the Exocomp show up in?
Yeah,
I mean, there was quite a few of those. I mean, it was I remember it was an Exocomp that was healing Reed's injury after he got that spike through his leg. I was like,
you just redressed it a little, maybe paint it.
Redressed and painted. It was that. What else was there? The computer.
Sometimes they use famous other props from other movies. The oscillation overthruster from Buckaroo Banzai is in at least 2 TNG episodes, I believe.
Oh, cool. Now I was going to say,
it's just because it's this little tiny thing, so they're just like,
Well, and also they reused. It was I remember in Voyager. I'm trying to remember what other series. It was basically the supercomputer that Jason Alexander used in that episode of Voyager that they would talk to and interface with, and it was in other shows.
To think of the name. Yeah,
I don't remember what it was though.
Some of that stuff Yerk has documented. He knows that the prop house it's rented from.
Oh, okay.
He knows whatever they have a name. The prop house has some generic name for it. He's like, oh, that prop, it's from whatever the prop studio was. It's in these things.
Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh,
Yeah, there's
man.
some deep analysis. Which
I'm
is
not gonna lie.
I have trouble remembering the episode name.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't gotten that deep yet, but I will eventually start getting into that deep at some point in time. So I'm gonna ask you one last question because this has actually been a great talk. This has been awesome. And it's a simple one I always ask everybody because it's a fun.
Yep.
What technology do you wish we had right now from Star Trek if you could have it?
I say replicators, but not for food. For everything else you could make with them.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be great. I could make TNG props and put them all around and put plants in them. And then if you get too many, they just go back in the replicator and there's no waste. And then you could make your own little Alamo set like, Bashir and O'Brien and Deep Space Nine and I just think that'd be so fun because it's like you can do that with a 3D printer, kind of, but
okay,
time and money and know-how, and then you can't do everything. And
you just brought up when you said 3D printer, and I haven't talked about it yet with anybody, but it just made me think they use 3D printers on the Lost Serena. I just when I could not unsee that on Picard on
I noticed that when I saw it.
I was like, that's just a 3D. I mean, they took out the guts and it's.
You got to save money even when you're spending money like crazy on a show. And and TV's always done that.
True. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was cool, but I just thought that's a 3D printer. I was like, oh my God, that's a 3D printer. But it was fun. And again, I enjoyed the series, obviously, because I was getting up in the middle of the night to watch it. So, all right, Joel. Well, I thank you for coming on tonight and, give me some time here, even when I was running a little bit late. And so
all good.
We're good. It's fun. And I'll talk to you later, man. You have a good evening.
Live long and prosper.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.
Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, and welcome to the Transporter Room. Today, we have a very special guest joining us, Faith Howe. Faith is one of the associate producers for the Seventh Rule podcast. Thank you for making the time to come to the show today. So how's your day been?
Very quiet. It's been a snow day here for us, second in a row, in fact. So
wow,
it's been great with extra time home with my boys.
I bet I got one snow day. I'm going to say more of an ice day. Some areas did get snow, but we got a lot of ice down here where I live in Texas. And so we couldn't take our school buses out. There's one bridge.
That's kind of what we're doing here. It's been a one-day school week this week because we had Martin Luther King Day and we had one day back and then we had 2 snow days. And then this Friday is scheduled as a teacher work day anyway. So I'll be working tomorrow, but working from home.
So the students have been off all week, basically. Then,
basically, yeah.
Dang. So anyway, I want to let you know that it really has been a pleasure getting to know you since I joined the Seventh Rule, and for making me feel so welcomed. Honestly, it's been fun. We get to all hang out and chit chat after our free for alls and all that stuff. So that has been great. But I've been wondering, and I've never asked you this: how did you find out about the Seventh Rule?
Well, I mean, it's a long story, I guess, but
yeah.
I've been a fan for many, many years. And I've been in and around the community. I begged my dad to take me to conventions when I was very, very little. And so I had met Aaron Eisenberg once officially at a convention in Crystal City, Maryland, I think, north of DC, and had a fun fan interaction with him there. And then bumped into him. I think it's a little bit fuzzy, but I think it must have been at our local movie theater when Nemesis premiered. I think it had to be, because I remember who I was with. I remember where I was, but I can't remember for sure what movie it was. I'm pretty sure it was Nemesis. And he was just sitting at a table by the popcorn by himself at that time. I'm not entirely sure how he got invited to that particular event, but had a fun little, one-on-one conversation with him there as well. And so he's always had a special place in my heart. I have another little insider story and a fan interaction with him too. I'll share another time, but
okay.
But he has always had a special place in my heart. I'll put it that way. And so, hopping around the internet as we do, the algorithm in its infinite wisdom shows you what it thinks you want to see. And somehow, some way, it decided that I must like Star Trek. I didn't think at that point Google a lot of Trek, things. I wasn't involved in a lot of things, but it showed me his one of his early episodes, that first season.
Yeah.
In 2019. So it had to have been like late August, because I think it was right as we were starting school. And so I didn't have a lot of time. And I was like, oh my goodness, all about this. This is a brilliant idea. I love that we're talking about Aaron Eisenberg sharing his thoughts and memories, especially from DS9, which has always been one of my favorites. And so bookmarked that, subscribed, made sure I was going to come back to that. And then, of course, very shortly thereafter, he passed.
Yeah.
And so at that point, I started paying attention more for, the dialogue around, supporting Melissa. Of course, then at that point, I didn't really know anything about her, who she was, other than her connection to Aaron. And so out of, wanting to support her a little bit and, still wanting to see what, had become of the podcast, I stuck around. And I didn't honestly understand at that point how the whole chat thing was working. So took me a little bit of time to figure that out. And about the time I finally clicked was around VTC 1, when Ryan had that brilliant idea. My goodness. I can't believe I don't know if he still tells it this way, but at the time he said, they were worried about missing Star Trek Las Vegas because of COVID that year. He just woke up out of a sound sleep and had this brilliant idea to just put it all online for free for people. And that's how VTC was born. And I'm here for it because, as some of you may already know, I have a child with pretty extensive special needs. Makes it very difficult to go out and around with him. And so being able to go back to con going, and especially the way we did it the first VTC or two, there was a lot more fan interaction than just the videos that were put up for the last one.
Okay.
And so it was brilliant. There was, a Zoom component where we actually got to hop in and, go into breakout rooms and talk to people, or go to different Zooms. And, it was great. And it was everything that I was missing. And it really just brought me right back into the fold.
So how many times has Virtual TrekCon taken place? I thought I have saw something about like 4 or 5 times, but
something like that.
I don't know that. Okay. And do we
Here,
still do it?
I can look it up for us really quick.
Yeah, look it up, because I'm curious. Are they still doing it, or are they done?
No, it's still going. As far as I know.
All right.
Well, they have their 2 weekly podcasts, if nothing else. But I think we are still planning for a virtual TrekCon. Let's see.
Oh, yeah, the regular VTC podcast, you mean? Okay, like the main viewer.
Well, there's that, but they do their annual event. So let's see.
Okay, see, I didn't. So as you may or may not remember, I came in mid-August, or like early August, into all of this stuff, and so, especially the 7th rule.
So 2024 was the VTC 5.
Okay. Huh. Wonder if we're having a VTC 6 this year.
Well, there's already discussion of the Lappy Awards, so I would expect they go hand
Okay. So yeah, we've got Virtual TrekCon on like Tuesday nights, and we have Star Trek and Chill on Friday nights, and then we do our Seventh Rule stuff. Obviously throughout the week when everything is going and they're not doing conventions or traveling or anything like that. So I do enjoy those, getting to hang out with everybody and see everyone's opinions on the episodes that we're reviewing. What first drew you to Star Trek?
Well, I like I said, was born into it. I remember sitting with my dad in the recliner every Saturday morning, and we would watch, Garfield and Friends and all of whatever cartoon shows were on at that time. And then after the cartoons would go off, that like the Andy Griffith show would come on. And then right after Andy Griffith was Star Trek, the original series. And so I was watching that weekly, at least, before I could talk, and maybe more often. But I vividly remember sitting with him every weekend. And, kind of just grew from there. I remember the excitement of there being new Trek when TOS came out. I don't know if I really remember watching it with them the first time, but I remember being, people around me being excited about it. Like it was a big deal. And I remember Encounter at Firepoint from a really young age, whether it was the first time or not, I don't know. But
yeah, I was 11 when it came out.
I was, let's see, when it came out, 87?
87.
I was born in 85, so you do the math on that one.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I was just short of 2.
Yeah. I did watch it when it came out originally. And that was honestly, that's my first Star Trek series I got to watch.
My family is, like I swear it was like, the soap dropped in the water and they all just flow in different directions. So I've got family all over the country.
Gotcha.
And that's one thing that kind of brings us together. It did a lot when I was younger.
Cool.
It's something that I knew I could talk to my cousins about, and they would at least understand what I was talking about if they didn't love it quite as much as I did. So,
well, and that was me too. My cousins, I'm the third oldest of my family of the cousins, and so my 2 older ones, we all were into sci-fi as well, or all that type of stuff. Sci-fi. I was too young with the Dungeons and Dragons at the time, but one of my oldest cousins, he got into that really well. I didn't understand it, and I'll be honest, I still don't understand it now, but it's not because I just haven't ever played it, and I don't really have a group to play it with.
I just joined a club at school, oddly enough, and I got dragged into it because a friend of mine thought I might enjoy it, and I'm like, how did I miss this in my high school experience? But now I'm doing it again. It's fine.
Well, I mean, look at it. We actually, hello, at the Creation Conventions, they have a night for D&D. Todd Stashwick runs that sucker.
I was gonna say, yeah, because Todd Stashwick is
loves it. I actually I didn't watch the whole thing, but I watched he did a D&D fundraiser last year, and that was cool because he brought in, if I remember correctly, had Gates McFadden, Anson Mount, Celia Rosa Gooding. And those are the ones that I know there were more people. I can't remember, but those are the 3 big ones that I can remember off the top of my head right this minute. Oh, and Jack Crusher.
I know. Remember, he's the really, really nasty guy on Outlander.
Oh, okay. I was like, he was
haven't
a nasty
seen that.
Picard.
Oh my goodness, he is wicked in that show.
Oh, I started it, but I never watched it completely. It was hard for me to get into, but I need to give it another shot. So that's good to know. So it was TOS, then TNG, and I know you said you mentioned sort of.
Then it was Voyager. Okay. So because at the time, I can't remember what channel was what at that. This is useless information from 30 years ago, but Next Gen continued on the channel, probably CBS, that it had been on for eons, right?
Correct.
And UPN started with the birth of Voyager, and DS9 came over with it. Literally, UPN, for us at least, lived and died by Voyager. It opened the day Voyager premiered, and as far as I know, was gone very shortly thereafter. But since they were on separate channels, Next Gen was in reruns at the same time that DS9 was airing new episodes on a different channel. And so my dad already liked Next Gen. There was, all the controversy around DS9, and
Yep.
then so we would stay and we would watch Next Gen while we were eating dinner, and then we would flip over to Voyager immediately after. And so I just didn't get to see the first year or two of Deep Space Nine, which is heartbreaking, but also fun sidebar. It did mean that when I got to be of age and was old enough to have my own money and do my own thing, that I was able to buy season 2 on DVD, and I had new episodes that I had never seen. And it was the most joyful, surprise for myself ever.
So you had TOS, TNG, Voyager, then DS9, I guess, and then did you do Enterprise?
I did, but Enterprise premiered when I was in about the 11th grade. And so, 11th, 12th grade, you've got other priorities. You're trying to get out of school and going into college. So I did watch, but I didn't have time to watch and rewatch like I do, like I have the other shows. So I did enjoy it. I don't know. I did hear a little bit about what the guys were talking about. Is it Linda Park and Hoshi's character in their, I guess, one of their most recent episodes, and 100% agree. She's phenomenal. I love her. I love Hoshi. She was so underused. I wish I could have jumped in on that conversation because
Paxton's deadline is up. We have to face an unpleasant reality. Captain Archer's mission has failed.
Paxton will need 2 minutes to power up the array before he can fire.
2 minutes?
It's enough.
I'm not prepared to take that chance. Your estimates could be wrong.
I won't destroy the array unless we have no other choice.
She is a big part of who I am and where I've decided to go in my professional life, and so underused.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that actually kind of would be something. Yeah, that I didn't know that. Because that would be something like how has Star Trek shaped your career or hobbies? And it sounds like Hoshi shaped your career somewhat.
The linguist parts for sure. Being
being
exposed to different languages and different cultures from an early age. I've always had that curiosity. It did lead me to travel quite a bit when I got out of college. I majored in Asian studies, partly because I was aimed to be a French major. And then I realized, I was told at a job fair that I would never do anything non-academic with that because they will just hire a native speaker versus hiring somebody who studied. And so I was like, okay, that's interesting. And so I went and took some Japanese classes, some Chinese classes, and Russian, and just generally enjoyed languages. Ended up, what exactly am I going to do with this? And I saw some posters for Asian studies and figured, why not? Turns out that's actually a history focused sort of major as well. So also highly academic. And what are you going to do with it other than go teach somewhere? So here I am.
Well, that's cool. So it really did influence you. But that's what it does. So, I mean, that's a great story. I did not know that. So we're going to get into conventions first. Then we're going to get into the meat a little bit more here. I know you said you did those, it's not like you did some mini conventions back when you were younger, where you met Aaron and all that stuff.
When
Have
I
you
was
done
little,
the big stuff?
When I was little, they weren't so much like Star Trek conventions as they were Star Trek actors invited to like a tech something,
Okay.
computer show or something at a local venue. So
Okay.
I did meet a number of the actors that way. I, of course, back then nobody got to see Shatner unless you were paying, buku dollars. But I have been in a room with Shatner a couple of times.
Oh, that's cool.
He is an entertainer for sure. Like, he gets up there, and I have some very funny stories I could retell about him and things that he's done
Oh,
on
that's so
stage,
cool.
but have not gotten to speak with him directly.
Yeah.
George Takei, I got to meet. I think that's the first actor I got to walk up to a table and sort of interact with. That was probably around the time either 5 or 6 came out in the theaters. I remember the posters being up, but I was fairly young at that time.
You're talking about your first meets. I guess yes. Robert Beltran was the first person I got my autograph from last October in San Antonio at SpaceCon. He was the first person I got in line to get my autograph from.
I had a nice conversation with Denise Crosby when I met her after talking to her through the 7th Rule. And, she asked, did I want an autograph? And I said, I had a bunch. I back in the day that you could buy at the convention, the big posters of like the space station. And I had probably half the cast just from one event. Like, I used to go to some big cons back in the day. And it's all gone. I don't know where it is. It might be in an attic somewhere.
Yeah.
But it all disappeared when I was off at college, and my mom is not a fan. So I have a feeling I know where it went.
Oh, well, that's a shame.
I have been really blessed, and I've had people like gift me purchased signatures and things that, I would be curious to have them authenticated. But I don't have any other reason to believe they're not real. But honestly, to me, it's more the 30 seconds of time you get to spend with that person.
Yeah.
For example, at GalaxyCon, a couple years ago, I got up to the front to talk to LeVar Burton, and there was some sort of question about how the payments were happening, and he asked me to just hang on just a second, and he was so apologetic, and I was like, sir, please, it is not hurting me in the least to have to stand here next to you for another minute.
No, not
he
at
laughed,
all.
and he turned, and we had a little exchange while we were waiting, and absolutely, sir, no problem.
Absolutely.
Sorry for these people.
I know. The best story I have that's similar to something like that was a SpaceCon, and so I went to Garrett's table, and he was talking to somebody, and before he could get to me, he was drug off to go do some photo ops. I was like, oh, dang it.
Best thing you can do in those situations is just wait where you are if you're not part of the photo op, because you'll be the first one when they get back.
Oh, I did. Well, I didn't wait.
Don't take that long usually.
Oh no. So I walked around, did some other stuff. And so I go and I mosey on back over to where he was at. There was nobody there. And I went up there, paid him, got my autograph, all that stuff. And then we were all just talking. And he actually had his buddy. He said, hey, pull him up a chair. We sat there and all talked for about 45 minutes to an hour. And he was just tell us stories. And
honestly,
you're right.
That's the best part. Like, the memories that you'll have from that time is irreplaceable.
Yeah, I know. So isn't DS9 your favorite series, or
it is at this point in my life? I don't promise that it will always be that way, but at this point, all right. So can I tell you how I got onto DS9 being my favorite?
Absolutely.
So part of it was, like I told you before, how I hadn't seen all of it, and so it was the first DVD I went to when I started buying up the DVDs. And so about that time, I finished school. I majored in Asian studies, as I also mentioned. And so I was looking for something to do and get some experience so I could get a job. Well, I also had made a friend over in Korea. And so I thought, well, let me go teach English in Korea. It's a little bit longer story than that, but for time's sake tonight.
Yeah.
I was looking at Korea. So when I went over, I was planning to stay a year. I didn't know, I didn't even honestly consider what the TV situation would be like over there. And so I took DVDs with me. I took the entire run of Deep Space Nine. And so at that point, I had my little laptop. I had whatever little TV the school I was in provided me or not. And I had my DVDs. So I would play DS9. And I mean, because like weight's a factor, right? When you're flying internationally, I didn't have a lot. So I had a couple of movies and I had DS9. And so I watched DS9 from beginning to end. And then I'd start it over again. And I watched from beginning to end and I started over again. Now at that point, because you're on DVDs, it would play to the end of that particular disc and finish, right? Now with streaming, I've somehow continued to do this since I have it on streaming, and it doesn't stop. It just continues to play until the TV times out or something else weird happens. But I can actually get through DS9 in about a week now, if I'm home and don't stop it. Because it plays about a season a day. Because it's 45 minutes. It's not a full hour.
True.
So yeah, I can 7 seasons.
I may have to try that.
You
I'm
have
curious
to be home
now.
and you can't let it time out. But you can do it. And so I do. I miss it obviously because I'm not actively watching every minute of it. I'm not a lunatic, but but it's my safe comfort zone, And so at the very least, I play it at bedtime. So it might take me a couple weeks if I only play it at bedtime.
What is what's one of your favorite DS9 episodes?
It changes, and honestly, I come back to DS9 over and over again, partly because there are so many facets of it, and that when I'm stuck on something in life, that there's something there for me. Earlier on, of course, it was probably the Jake Nog, friendship dynamic and that coming of age piece. I've also come back to it, early in my marriage with the Keiko O'Brien, intercultural relationships and, trying to balance, living where he needs to live for his job or living where I need to live for my job.
Yep.
And it's, we're always, especially being, since he's from Korea, we're always without one family or the other. We're always missing home somebody. So it's, complicated. And so there's that piece. Then there's, having children with special needs and the PTSD, go back to watch season 7 of the Seventh Rule. It's all been said there, but having that, PTSD portrayal and, to kind of lean into when I was feeling lost at sea and not knowing what I was feeling and why I was feeling that way. And, too, going through, there are some episodes, they're not usually my favorite episodes, but they are episodes that definitely speak to me. Dr. Bashir, I presume, there's the mother speech, like that gets me right in the gut every time, because that is exactly how I feel about Kyle. And if there was such a science that I could do to fix his challenges,
I
think I would, without considering what would be after and how his life would change, that he wouldn't necessarily be the kid that I have grown to know and love, that he would be a whole different human being at that point. Then the episode where I think Time's Orphan, where Molly falls through the time portal.
Oh, yes.
And that one I really feel like is like a commentary on therapy services and things. And I wish that they had done something different. I wish that they had done something more, but and I think I might have said this in the review of that episode already, but I feel like it's just it's a science fiction is ultimately limited by what we know at the time. So as much as I want it to be and do and show more, it is a product of its time. And so if it were remade today, I think it would be different. If it was remade in 100 years, it would be different, hopefully.
Yeah.
But
well, and you talk about it showing its time, that's like when we do our TOS reviews. Some of them are a little rough. But again, we have to, and me personally, I have to, stop and think about, okay, that was made in 1966, 67, and the United States, the world was a different place.
You do the best you can with what you know at the time. Ultimately, understands everything in life.
Correct. And it does. And so, and even with that said, though, they still crossed a lot of barriers. That
for sure. If you know what it was like at the time, for sure, it was innovative and ahead of its time.
It was.
For the moment. It just maybe it did what it was supposed to do. Maybe it showed us a way to be and do better. And now we're doing better, and it looks bad in hindsight because we're doing better.
Well, and as you probably know, Nichelle Nichols, she wanted to quit the show. She was going to quit the show, but she ran into Martin Luther King.
Oh, I love that story.
Yeah, I'm not going to go into it because I don't know the full. I don't want to paraphrase it, but basically, she ran into him and he said, "You have to continue. You're representing us." And so she she stayed, and it was worth it. You had her on the bridge. Majel Barrett was the first officer, number one, but the network said that's not going to work. So did I just see an eye roll over there?
She was amazing. I love.
I know. I know. But again, it was
one
a product
of
its time.
My biggest regrets in life that I never got a chance to meet her.
This is going to be a tough one. Really tough. Which Star Trek movie do you consider the best?
The one with the whales. Duh.
You and the whales.
I mean, which one have I watched 100,000 times? Like every sick day that has ever been had. Obviously.
Oh, I'm a boy, so I'm Wrath of Khan.
No,
followed by the whales.
Things. We talked about this. The ear things I cannot. My life has been ruined. That movie almost it's not been blocked out as much as Nemesis, apparently. Literally, I watched that recently. Did we talk about it or something? I had to
Wrath
watch
of Khan?
No, Nemesis.
Not yet. Now we may have talked about it just on our own group chat, but not on the channel.
I don't remember why I felt like I had to watch it, but I felt like I had to watch it for something in the last 6 months, nine months maybe. And I was like, oh my God, I don't think I've ever seen this movie. Definitely blocked all of it out, except for the part where with Data, and that's it. That's all I remember.
Thankfully, they fixed that little bug with Picard season 3 and season 1.
They did, and maybe that's why I rewatched it. Probably, I was like, we're missing stuff.
Yeah. So it was, So that's probably why it was. So, what Star Trek technology do you wish existed today?
Transporters. These are not hard questions.
Somebody answered the same one.
Well, I mean, all things being equal, would love a replicator. However, I also have skills and can cook for myself. However, I have family in all over the world, and especially in foreign countries, continents that are difficult to reach and time consuming. And if I could step on a transporter and be there in a minute, absolutely would do it in a heartbeat.
That's my main reason for transporters, is so that literally.
But I want it to be in real life, though I can't because it's not safe. But in theory, if we could step into
something,
DS9 level safety.
Yep. No, I do want. That's mine. So transporter is my number one. Which alien species do you find most intriguing?
There's a lot. I tend towards like the side characters that aren't as explored. So like
That sounds like Nog.
Well, yeah, but I would really love to know more about Morn and his species.
I know.
And like how is he able to just hang out on, I mean, I guess technically we know for Morn specifically how he might be making that work. But how is he able to just hang out all the time and just be in every episode? But I love that. He's my favorite Easter egg.
He has a belly. He has a stomach full of latinum.
Well, yeah, clearly.
So he just
his hair fell out. Now we need to see a Lurian with like
a full head of hair. Some like Vidal Sassoon type hair back in the 80s. That's so cool. All right. Well, I'm gonna end it on an upbeat note.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, do you got more?
Well, I was gonna say I also really love like the half characters, like Zial.
Oh yeah, she was good.
Spock is the first, right?
Oh yeah, got Spock.
Roxanne Dawson, Bellana Torres. Those characters getting to mesh two different cultures is, I think, the most intriguing.
I just thought of something, and we'll have to see if you get it. I don't see the resemblance between Nick Locarno.
Oh yeah, I definitely do. Sorry, I think it's the same character. I think they wanted it to be the same character, and I don't know what happened. It is the same character. Like we're all sitting here going, "Isn't that the same guy that he has the same backstory and just a different name?" He changed his name when he joined the Maquis to like hide out. That's all that happened. Yeah. Clearly.
I love that episode of Lower Decks. The whole time, Boimler's like, I just don't see the resemblance.
Yeah, I haven't watched that one near as much as I did see that episode. I just haven't.
Oh, it's so funny. Yeah. Well, and then, you can't give up. And now we know you cannot give Harry Kim 2 pips. It's bad news. Oh man, you watched the series finale, right? Because we talked about it, I think. Well, I know the seventh rule talked about, but
the end. I'm just realizing that might be one of the ones that's hanging out there because I keep coming across stuff like I haven't finished Rings of Power yet either. I am on the last episode, but I'm only getting it like 5-minute intervals because the boys keep popping in.
Yeah.
And I want to watch it. So I know I saw the part with Garrick and Bashir, and I saw the part with the multiple. Yeah.
I'm not going to spoil anything else. I'm just not going to say anything else.
Maybe I watched it, but I just wasn't. Yeah. It bounced off my forehead.
Oh, I don't know how. It's a great series.
It is good. I'm sad that that's it. I hope I would love if it got picked up somewhere else.
Save Lower Decks. Save Prodigy. That's what we need.
Hey, I'm working on Prodigy still.
That's right.
Okay, and we get more. Though it is a nice little circle right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, and they did finish Lower Decks out.
If this is it, it's perfect.
Yes.
But also want more.
Correct. And they can do that now. So, all right. Well, I'm going to let you go. I know you got, it's getting kind of late there for you. And you actually have to go to work tomorrow.
Well, I have to work tomorrow.
True. You have to work tomorrow. Lucky you. I have to go to work tomorrow. So, anyway. All right. Well, I will talk to you later. And I thank you so much for joining me tonight. And, and just talking about the thing that we love the most, which is Star Trek.
Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
For as little as $5 per month, you can gain early access to the full ad-free versions of all interviews, plus additional exclusive content by joining Patreon.
Greetings, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, and welcome to the Transporter Room. I'm thrilled to launch our episode review series for Star Trek Enterprise. Joining me on this journey is my incredible co-host, Allison Leach Hyde, who will be exploring each episode alongside me. We're starting strong with the pilot Broken Bow and its follow-up Fight or Flight. So without further ado, let's beam in Allison. Hey, Allison, great to have you aboard.
Hello.
Hey, thank you for doing this.
Well, thanks for asking me. I'm super excited.
Oh, me too. And nervous at the same time, trying to figure out how this is going to go. It'll be fine. You always learn, maybe a little rough out of the gate, but hey, it's a good series to start on because it's one that I really do enjoy a lot. So I think I'll be able to get through it. Now, we hit DS9 and all those other series. Not that I don't like them. I'm just not I don't have the knowledge of why I haven't watched them enough.
Mm-hmm. Well, there are plenty of us here in Star Trek fandom who have definitely watched them more times than we can count or remember to help you through.
I know. Well, I appreciate it. So for our first episode, we're going to do Broken Bow, which originally aired on September 26, 2001. It was directed by James L. Conway. Enterprise was actually created by Rick Berman and Brandon Braga. This episode was actually written by Rick Berman and Brandon Braga. And so, as we were watching it, I remember when it came on, I was kind of surprised that we started with, Archer as a child, as a young boy. And I thought, okay, that was cool. And I liked how, he's building this little spaceship and painting it. And I was like, okay, that was pretty damn cool. They hadn't even really started yet, but they were using the same kind of nacelle colors as TOS. And I guess now that I think about it, even in First Contact, the nacelle, tips were probably the same color. Am I right?
Yes, they have always been that kind of reddish.
Yeah, reddish orangish color. Yeah. Okay, and that's what I thought.
The original series, yeah, they've all been that color.
Yeah, and I liked in the beginning, he's talking about it, and he's asking his dad, how will your ship, how big will your ship be, and all this stuff, and he tells him it'll be, it's going to be pretty large, and will it be, he's asking him how fast will it be and whatnot. And he says, will it be as fast as Ambassador Pointy Ears?
Yes. Yeah, I giggled.
I did too. And then, of course, his dad scolds him. It's like, I told you not to call him that, Jonathan. Mm-hmm. So
kids know they're in trouble when their parents use their full name.
Absolutely.
Especially one that's, you usually shortened. So yeah, when you get called Jonathan, he knew he was in trouble.
Hell yeah, he did. Well, and it was interesting. I've actually seen some reviews where people actually were a little critical about that kind of a derogatory statement. And I get it, but he was a teenager.
Yeah, he was a kid, and kids do pick that type of stuff up. And if we remember the original series, McCoy, one of my favorite characters, is forever, calling Spock like pointy ears or green-blooded hobgoblin, all those things. So it's already in universe that we definitely do take the Mickey out of Vulcans. So it didn't really bring me out of it. I'm like, yeah, this is normal for what we have even set in the universe. So
no, I agree. And so I honestly, of course, in 2001, I didn't think anything really of it. And we were just talking. So what were you doing on September 26, 2001?
I was 2 weeks into my freshman year of college. I was in Bennington, Vermont, and it was probably, the evening when this came out. My school had absolutely no television reception, so I did not watch this when it aired. I watched it years later.
Oh, wow. I think I remember actually watching it when it premiered. Thankfully, I had satellite TV, so I was able to get that. You know, but then so after we have that opening from there, then we move 30 years into the future and we meet for the first time ever a Klingon. Which was what?
Oh, Clang running through
Yes.
the cornfield. I thought that was the funniest juxtaposition to start like the actual like sci-fi of this show, is we're getting a cornfield and a Klingon, and then as we find out later, Sulabans with the cool speckled yellow heads just running through it. And I'm like, this is great. It's funny. It's so different than what we've experienced with any of the other pilots at this time. So I'm like, what's going on? So yeah, I did enjoy that.
Oh, I did too. And he runs in there and then blows and then jumps out of the silo, and then his sister starts, barking at the farmer in Klingon. He's like, I don't know what the hell this guy's talking. And then he keeps on, yelling at him in Klingon. He just freaking boom, shoots him with the freaking plasma rifle.
Also completely not something that surprised me. So I'm like, yeah, I mean, Klingons are terrifying. So yeah, I think most people would feel that way if a Klingon was yelling at them and they'd never seen one before and had no idea what was going on and it was coming at them. Yeah.
Absolutely. No. Absolutely. I'm sorry if I saw that coming after me. I don't even know if I would have asked first. I might have I might have shot first. I don't know.
And Tom Lister was a huge man. So yeah.
Tiny Lister.
Yeah, tiny. Yes.
Not very tiny.
No. Rest in peace.
Yeah, and I was actually having to remember. For a minute there, I was getting him confused with the guy had just passed away earlier last year. Was it last year? I wish I could remember his name. He played the older Jake.
Oh, Tony Todd. Yes.
Tony Todd.
They both played Klingons in Star Trek. That is true. So yeah, I remember Tom Lister from The Fifth Element. He played the president, and that's where I remember his face from every single time. I'm like, it's the president, yes. And I didn't watch the WWE, so I didn't know him from that.
No, me either. I did not either. So yeah, no, I do remember him from The Fifth Element, which was a great movie as well. At least I liked it.
I love that movie.
Yeah, it was a great movie. And so, after all that happens, now we move into basically I guess you would call it the sick bay or the medical facility on Earth. And
don't forget the theme song that happened right after the explosion.
True. Maybe I was trying to avoid that controversy.
It was definitely the first time I watched it. I remember just going, "What? Their lyrics?" I was not prepared for that.
I don't know why. It just, for whatever reason, it did not bother me at all. I'm like, okay, it's just because I think I was more captivated by all the scenes.
The ships, yes, I really, really like the visuals behind it, showing all of the different versions of the Enterprise. I did really enjoy that. I was just shocked because, again, I'm in my 20s and I've been watching Star Trek for as long as I could remember. And now there's suddenly lyrics. I'm like, singing was fine because, we did have vocalization in the original series. And so I was mostly just surprised. And it took a while to get used to it. Now I love the song, but it's also something we sing at karaoke at conventions together because we now love the song. So it has a whole new life.
It has. It really has. And where were we at? I want to say I think we were in a discussion somewhere, and Zoe was telling me that they actually had wanted
yes. Oh, and now I lost his name too. Oh no. Rob. It's gone.
Yeah.
Look it up.
Yeah, look it up because he was actually a big star, a rock star, musician.
Yes.
and there was no way they could afford to pay the royalties to get him to release that song.
Rod Stewart. There we go.
Yes. Good old internet. But yeah, and so because it was originally, I think, a Rod Stewart song or something of that nature, and then it just didn't work out because they could not afford the rights to get him to sing it. And so
so it was written by Diane Warren, performed by Rod Stewart for the soundtrack of the 1998 film Patch Adams.
Yes, another good movie. If you've seen that one.
I don't remember it. I've seen parts of it. I don't think I've seen all of it, but it's a Robin Williams movie, so
it's good.
It's got to be good.
It's very good. Okay, so yes, I forgot about the opening. Again, I was like, I even thought about, do I even mention the opening? But I'm glad you did. That's why I needed a co-host for this, because there's no way I will be able to do this and make it fun by myself. So now, after we get done with the opening scene, we move into the medical facility where Klang is sitting there basically in the Vulcan's mind, dead. Like, they just, I couldn't believe that, honestly, the arrogance that they had.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so arrogant. So arrogant. It is palpable in there. I mean, from Saval and Toss, they are, and Gary Graham does a wonderful job of portraying Saval, and rest in peace. And he was the first Star Trek actor I met in person at STLV 2 years ago. Like, I walked in and to the masquerade bar where all of the Seventh Rule peeps were, and like, would you like to meet Gary Graham? I'm like, I would love to meet Gary Graham. So he was first, and then Dominic and Anthony Montgomery were next.
Oh, I want to meet Anthony. I really want to meet Anthony Montgomery.
He is a trip and a ton of fun.
I bet. Did you watch when he was on Virtual TrekCon this year? If not, okay. If not, you have to.
This year? No, this year I was in Vegas for work.
That's right. You were at your work event.
I have to catch up.
Oh my gosh. He's so much fun. He was so fun. He was so funny. So, oh my God. Yeah, it was hilarious the way he did it. So that's cool as you've gotten to meet him. I'm looking forward to meeting him one of these days as well. He needs to be at a convention that we're at. But, and so again, so we come in and I'm just like, okay, you got Admiral Forrest, and they're talking about him, about Klang and what he is and why he's here, and trying to figure it all out. But and they're just kind of like, he's a Klingon, and he's like, no, it's a Klingon. Oh my God, what an ass. God.
Well, what's fun about that little scene there is that they named so many people after original series, because we've got Admiral Forrest, we've got Commander Williams for William Shatner, Forrest for DeForest Kelly, Admiral Leonard for Leonard Nimoy, and Toss, the attaché, is for TOS, the original series. So they threw those all in there. And the farmer who shot Klang is Farmer Moore for Ron D. Moore. I thought that was great. I'm like, yay, throw all the little things in. I love it.
That is good. And then and finally Archer comes in. Jonathan Archer walks in, and he's questioning what's going on and wants to know about Klang, and he's like, well, is he gonna die? Well, I don't think so. And so he goes in there and goes and talks to Phlox, which, oh man, I can't wait till we get to talk a little bit more about Phlox. But he goes in there and asks Phlox, is this man gonna die? Not today, or so.
I don't think so. Yeah, I love when he just tapped on the glass at the end of the scene and just went, come here. And Phlox is like, what, me? It's like, yes, you. You're the only one he wants to talk to in there. Well, I mean, he'd like to talk to the Klingon, but the Klingon isn't talking. So
Yeah, no, the Klingon is a little unconscious at this point. Oh my god. So, but then so now we have that part. We've got this this tension again. Now we're really seeing the tension between the Vulcans and Starfleet, and it kind of made me wonder. It's like these Vulcans are not. I don't know if they're like the
different than what we expect them to be, and especially with we have again so much history with Star Trek of what Vulcans are like, that we're like, these guys are a little, I mean, we say that Vulcans are arrogant in TOS, but this is extra. Like, they're a little extra arrogant right now. So what is going on? So yeah, it did feel a little discombobulating, I guess, that they do feel different than what we're used to. And I know we have, spoilers, there's a payout for that later on in the series, but we had to work for that. And I did find it interesting that both Rick Berman and Brandon Braga went, hey, let's start here with the Vulcans. And let's actually show how we all grew together. Vulcans had been fairly static, and then they met us and were trying to keep us static. And then we were static for as long as Jonathan Archer could handle it. And it's like, no, we're going now. And then, we all evolved together to what we know for future Star Trek shows. So I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, and it really did, like you said, it was very discombobulating because, I'm expecting that. Well, first off, I mean, he even calls him out when he says, "So when you don't get was it this one?" He says, "You don't get your way, you raise your voice."
Yes,
I think he actually says that a couple other times in other episodes throughout the series when Safal kind of raises his voice and not getting his way. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. And so, it was a good intro to how Vulcans from the 22nd century are a lot different than Vulcans from the 23rd century, which as we get through the series, we actually learn why. And so I'm looking forward to that discussion, and that might be, I'm not sure when, it's going to be a couple weeks from now. So just a few. So now, actually, yeah. Oh, correction. Yes. Several. That's season. Yeah. Anyway, my math is going in my head, and it's kind of late, and I'm trying to do things, and mathing just doesn't work.
Math can stop after a certain time of day. That's
exactly.
Fine.
And so now we move on to the first time we actually see, the Enterprise with, with Trip and Reed are on there, and they're talking about the transporter, and they're questioning about when not Trip and Reed.
It's Montgomery. It's
Montgomery and Reed. So, yeah. So, when Travis. Yeah, Travis and Malcolm are talking about, and Travis says, well, it's now been approved for biomatter. And he's like,
no, I don't think so. I really enjoyed that scene because I thought it really set up their characters very quickly and very well. Like, Reed's the armory officer. Travis is the helmsman. He's a space boomer and is British. So we know he's from Earth because he's got the accent. So we're just going to assume that stayed there, that we haven't spread out to have English accents in different areas of the galaxy yet. So I really like that. And it threw a little bit of humor because we all know how TOS people, like, again, I'm going to bring up McCoy, how he felt about the transporter, did not approve of it. So adding that they're just now doing biological life forms, it's a fun little, again, nod to TOS. So I like that a lot.
What I like, he goes, no, armory officers and helmsmen.
Yeah.
Oh, and I totally forgot another opening scene. I don't know how I forgot to put that on my notes.
Oh, Trip and John and Archer.
Yes, examining the Enterprise.
Yes. And then we're glad Trip isn't the pilot because he scratched and paint. Yes.
Yeah, he has the issues with that.
Yeah, don't do that. He's too busy trying to keep it in one piece to care about scratch and paint. That's an easy thing. And no one's going to care, really.
So I'm just thought about something here. On that scene, I wonder if it's I would call it a very microscopic version or nod to, I'm going to say, the hero ship scene in the motion picture.
Yes,
When
it definitely reminds me of that too.
Mhm.
And also, when the beginning of Voyager first episode, when the actual helmsman is taking
Yes.
Tom Paris, we get a
Mhm.
little bit something like that.
Yeah, true. Okay. And so yes, I don't know how I forgot about that. I even left it off my notes, but I'm like, that's a huge thing.
And
Anyway, it's first time.
one thing I really like that it really became apparent to me in that episode is the time period this is in, because Archer's in a baseball cap. And I'm like, yeah, this isn't too far in the future. Like, he's got his baseball cap, he's got a bomber jacket on, he's in what we consider regular military work garb, work uniforms. And I'm like, oh yeah, this isn't that far from us compared to original series and next gen and whatnot.
Correct. Well, and they purposely said it only 150 years in the future, because it was in 2001 and it came out in 2151.
Yep.
So I remember reading something about that. They purposely did it. So you're like, man, that's really not
that far. Mm-hmm. We've been playing baseball in this country for over 150 years. So, and
they play it in the 24th century, apparently still.
At least the Ciscos do.
The Ciscos do.
Cassie Yates' brother.
Mm-hmm. And so after that, so then now we get to see engineering for the first time, the actual Warp 5 engine, which I always laugh because they called it a Warp 5 engine, but it really never, for a while, it was a Warp 4-ish, Warp 4.5.
Yeah. No, we're working on getting it, testing out like the top being 5. And because we also never call any of the other Warp engines the Warp 9.9999 engine. Don't hit warp 10 except for a few times, and one time it goes really weird. Other times it's just normal, but
yeah, it went really weird. We had some lizards come out of that, lizard babies.
So yes, I also, one thing that I do have like a tiny nitpick about Enterprise is like, we have a warp 5 engine and we go warp 4 like almost everywhere. I'm like, that is 80% at like top speed at all times. Like, you're gonna burn that engine out, because original series, they go warp 2 a lot of places. Like,
yeah,
why are we going faster? But I don't know.
Well, and I wonder if that was also some of they didn't really realize what they were doing in the original series, so they had no idea. I mean, warp. I think it was the very first time warp 1. I'm like, oh my gosh, at the very
yes.
I think it was like the very menagerie in the very first one, the very first one. Since I was like, oh my god, that was rough.
That's true. We had to work into what we are used to in our Star Trek universe now. But I mean, I like to think about it. I'm like, well, I drive in a town. So, sometimes I go 30, sometimes I go 15, sometimes I go 50, depending on, what streets and where I'm going. So I'm like, we should go more different speeds. And since we're in a engine that has a less fast capacity, we should do smaller numbers. So
true. And we should do that. And no, when I was doing some research, I found this out on IMDb about this series. And so all other series, they said, have had a character from, at least a character from another series kind of launch the show.
We did get that in this one too.
Just not a captain.
Yep.
But James Cromwell.
Yep, we got Cromwell. So we got Zefram Cochrane, which is fabulous. Mm-hmm. And I love that they attribute the opening monologue to his first speech. I do love that they attributed that to him. I'm like, this is great. I love this.
Mm-hmm. I did too. And I loved, I don't know why the nerd in me loved it, but I just like the whole fact we see the Phoenix is in the opening series, in the opening, in the opening credits. I'm like, oh, that's First Contact. And so, now I did question I was trying to kind of figure out the math here. He had to be approaching well over 100 though.
Yes, I think so too. So I think the one thing that truly came up fast was medical technology, and so our lifespans grew exponentially. Because I mean, he's coming out of World War III and like nuclear holocaust and whatnot. Like, so for the fact that he's going to live within, so his lifespan can overlap with one person who's with, Picard or Kirk. I'm like, yeah, I'm like, this is, I too have that feeling, but I'm like, this is my in-head canon, is that Vulcans were much more liberal with their medical technology or helping us develop our medical technology.
That's a valid point. And they could be, I don't know, but I still, even today, well, I'm still watching the day. I'm like, God, he had to have been well over 100 something years old, because I mean, when you look at how old he was in First Contact. Now, again, we're
He's
putting
barely
the actor.
aged a day.
Exactly. Yeah.
The actor
But
has barely aged a day. So
exactly.
it was all filmed kind of around the same time.
So, but I was not expecting that when I first watched the series, and I was like, oh, that's so cool. And that they did that. And so that was awesome. And then, so finally they're going, and they're boarding Enterprise, they're taking off, and I guess.
I love how Archer got Hoshi, because Hoshi didn't want to come. So meeting her in the jungle in Brazil, I think, and that's where she is. She's like, I don't want to come. I don't want to come. I don't want to come. And he's like, here, listen to this, and just dangling Klingon as a carrot in front of her. Like, you want to come, you do. And she's like, damn it. Fine. So I do really like that scene, because I think it shows that, and again, we'll talk about this in the next episode, but that Hoshi is here for knowledge, not even exploration. She wants to go figure out puzzles of languages, and that's all she wants. And the only way she can do that now is highly outside of her comfort zone. And so I do like that we set that up in the first episode. So yeah.
Oh yeah, she is. I mean, the whole time she's on the bridge, and she's just, she's like, is that normal? Is that normal? I guess I don't know. Nobody, honestly, nobody in Starfleet had been on a vessel going that fast. Maybe a couple of people have maybe flown on Vulcan vessels, but
yeah,
she hadn't. So
yeah, no, exactly. And the test vehicles that had been flying that fast, she wouldn't have been on. So yeah, the test vehicles, like, yeah, no, sure, we've got, and it's a new ship. So, if you've ever been in a new house or a new car, they kind of have to wear in a little bit. So, they'll settle and make squeaky noises and whatnot.
Exactly. And now, okay, so this is something that I have probably said in other either online groups with us, our friends, or whoever. The medical technology in the 22nd century should be, I maybe it was, I don't get it. Why is he using animals?
Why is Phlox using all of these creatures?
Yes. I mean, don't get me wrong. That was a funny scene when they're in the sick bay and they're unloading everything, and he's looking at, everything in there, and he's like, their droppings are great for this. I'm like,
I like to think of it as Denobulans do use medicine differently, and that's just how their medical knowledge has evolved. They use things without changing them, or we're gonna use what was the thing that we put on Archer's leg later?
It was the eel of something.
Yes, the asthmatic eel. There we go. And So that's kind of how I think about it, because the Vulcans don't do that, and the Earthlings don't do that, but Denobulans do. So that's kind of what I was thinking. Like, this is how he was trained, and this is the knowledge he has, and so he'll bring his knowledge and he'll take from other cultures as well. So again, that's
Yeah.
my internal headcanon on that one, but I guess now it's
Yeah.
external out loud. It's still my
Yeah.
thought.
My headcanon just is like, they're supposed to be doing, hypos and scanning. And I'm like, oh, no, put an eel and blood. And was it bloodworms or whatever he puts?
Oh yeah, we got some
my-
leeches. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's definitely used at some point. Yeah.
I
So
mean,
that is an interesting thing, but I also like it because it kind of ties it again that it's not as far in the future, that we haven't completely left these type of things or figured out how to get the asthmatic eel gel or whatever it is that heals our leg, like to synthesize that. We still need the eel for it. So yeah, it is interesting, and it leads to a lot of humor. So I can see why they brought it on, because a lot of it is funny. All the animals. I mean, I love Porthos, and I love that Porthos likes T'Pol and wants to jump up and get attention from her, and she's just like, "No, you smell because you're a dog, and I am a Vulcan female. Like, this is not going to be a relationship that's going to happen." But I do love it.
and speaking of Vulcan females, if I'm not mistaken, that's the first time we learn about they have a strong sense of smell.
I think so too. I don't think that's mentioned in TOS or anywhere else.
I don't think it is either at all. And then I was thinking about, so then when they go to their first meal in the captain's dining hall between Archer, T'Pol, and Trip, again, that was another kind of tense moment, honestly, because he was, Captain Archer was basically laying down the law to T'Pol about, what's said in here stays here, because he doesn't want it going back to the Vulcan High Command and questioning everything. And I don't know. That was a rough scene.
Yes, that's probably my biggest criticism of this episode, is that they really, really harp on making sure we as an audience are uncomfortable about the relationship between Vulcans and humans. And that these people might not become friendly with each other. So I do think that Archer is a bit heavy-handed in his dislike of the Vulcans, and it does really come out super strong in this episode. And I know they're world building, and it's so we really understand that. But also, she's only been slightly snide. She hasn't been too terrible yet.
Not yet. No, she does pick on us. She does call us out, though. You can't. What did she say? You're still eating meat and all. Basically calling out Trip for eating his steak. And
both of them, they both have big juicy steaks.
True, exactly. And I remember Connor was saying that I don't know if it was that scene, but several scenes whenever he was eating, he actually had to be, one of the prop masters had to tell him how to eat slowly.
Yeah, because he would just eat it.
Yeah, because it was so good from what I've heard him say.
I'm glad they did not give him a bad steak, because that is the worst thing to be handed. I am not a vegetarian, but if you get handed a bad steak, you're not going to look like you're enjoying it, because you don't. That is hard to fake, even if you are a fabulous actor. I have another nitpick about the food on that plate on the table is, why would they just hand her a pile of grilled vegetables? There's so many other ways to make very tasty vegetarian food other than a salad with some grilled vegetables thrown on top. I'm like, that's not appetizing.
And a breadstick.
And very, very hard cracker breadsticks.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know about this.
Yeah. Well, and I guess, there's no guessing. That was obviously part of the reason why they did that, was so that she could prove with patience and concentration you can't overcome anything. And,
that's right.
Ah.
I know. Yeah. And I always wonder, I'm like, so Vulcans drink tea. I'm like, are they drinking sweet tea? And that's why she doesn't want any? Because, Trips from the South. I know he's from Florida, but maybe he just really likes sweet tea, and that's why she will not drink the tea. Because I'm like, Vulcans drink tea all the time. So I always thought that was weird. So this time, watch through, I'm like, are they drinking sweet tea? And that's why she doesn't want any.
Sweet
I know,
tea.
it's a very odd thing to think about.
But that whole scene was odd, honestly. And so now we finally move from that. We finally get back on the bridge, and this is where we were talking about earlier. Poor Hoshi. She's like, is that vibration normal? Mm-hmm. And because they're actually, I think they're going like to 4.5 or something like that. And there's a little vibration, and Reed's like, that's typical. It's fine. And I'm thinking like, does he really know? Has he been on a warp 4.5 ship before? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. How many little jaunts has he done? Like, are they just new on like today, week? So yes, I agree. I didn't like how combative T'Pol and Hoshi were in that scene either. I'm like, what do you mean? Because T'Pol's a Vulcan. I'm sure she can hear and feel everything that's going on. So to look at Hoshi and say it's in you're imagining things I'm like, she's not. Like, why would you say that? You could just say it's okay or this is normal, and that would suffice. But to tell her that she's imagining it, I'm like, I don't like that.
Well, and that's why if you look up what Hoshi told her, it loosely translates to, in Vulcan, go to hell.
Yes. So I'm like, what is this? And also, I don't like it because they're the only two female characters we have, and to start them off at like truly combative, I'm like, I don't like that. Like, you can start off not liking someone and then work towards but could maybe we not start off like truly combative for a Vulcan at least?
That's I hadn't thought about it like that. I had not thought about it like that, but you're right. I mean, I hadn't thought about that perspective, but I mean, you've got the only two, literally the only two female.
I mean, this is also the first time we've had the females truly be combative, because Beverly and Troy, never combative. Kira and Jadzia weren't truly combative. They became friends. They definitely had differing opinions, but that was normal. Let's see, Uhura and Chapel got along fabulously. I mean, they kissed on an episode. No, they got along great. I don't remember what episode it's in, but it's a celebration of they achieved something, and the actresses looked at each other and just gave each other a kiss and went on with the show in the background. And
oh wow,
so
I did not know that.
Get along fabulously. So I'm like, why are we having this with these two when it's not necessary? You could just have them become acquaintances. So
and I was gonna say probably the only other characters that kind of started off, I don't know, let me say, not as combative that I can think of, was Pulaski and Data. And it really wasn't Data, it was Pulaski.
Yes, exactly.
To him. But that's really the only ones I can think of. I mean, Spock and McCoy, but that wasn't, because that was just them picking at each other.
And they were used to it. That was just how it was. But yes, you're right. No, but when Pulaski came on the ship, Troy went to her. I mean, because it's the child. It's that episode. That's her first episode. And so there's still no, she's like, this is my doctor, and this is who I have to confide in, and I have to talk to her. And so, of course she would have preferred Beverly, who was, a great friend of hers. But, so for me, that was the one thing I'm like, why are they like this? I'm like, they don't have to be like this. They can still show that Hoshi's human and DePaul is Vulcan, without a Vulcan pretty much telling the female Vulcan tell the human female that she's crazy. I'm like, we could definitely come about this a little different.
Yeah, true. Well, I think it was a time I think it was also just part of the time, and I don't know what Rick and them were trying to do, and I think that's that was one of the issues with the show overall, I think, as it progressed. But so finally we go through all those lovely little issues, and Klang has finally awoken, and so now he calls Hoshi and everybody down to the sick bay to try and figure out what in the world he's saying. And she's actually, well, I don't know. That's a good question. Was it all due to his, mental issue, his whatever his problems were, I think it was as to why she was having such a hard time translating everything.
No, and I love that it's Phlox who is looking at her, getting all flustered and frustrated, and looking at her translator, and then looking over at his readouts, and it's like, let me check this. Like, no, he's not making sense. Nothing is firing in the right way in there. So no, he's doing fine.
It's true, and that's exactly what it was. And and so we had that scene, and we go straight basically to the Suliban attacking the Enterprise and taking over and coming to the ship. And I don't know. I guess part of my thing was, again, I've got to take 24th century thought processes out at times, because how did they I know they beamed in or whatever undetected, and so they were cloaked. So I guess
they
that's,
don't have shields. So
true.
It's easier to get on. They have the
hull plating.
Yeah, so they don't have shields to stop that.
Yeah. And so, and that was a good little fight scene, honestly. And then but Klang's a big dude.
But his brain isn't firing right. So, I mean, if he can't string a sentence together, maybe he can't actually.
He can't fight. Either. He can't defend himself. True.
I love the shot from Klang's perspective in the bio bed with the rolling on him. I'm like, that's awesome. Love that shot.
Oh, that would have freaked me the hell out if I was laying in that bed and I saw that happen. Even my brain wasn't working. I still might have freaked the hell out. Oh my God. Yeah. And unfortunately, after all of that, we now come back to a more, again, this, until starting talking about this, I don't think I really picked up all of the combativeness between her and the crew, because now, he's like, follow the ship. Well, your sensors are too, she's dismissive. She's very dismissive. Your sensors are too primitive to be able to do that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's true. I mean, and again, they're world building, and they're trying to make it seem, they are starting the journey for DePaul and Archer and Trip to become friends and trust each other. So we had to start at a place of distrust. And since we can't, we're not going to hear their thoughts, they have to say their thoughts out loud. And so it is, I know it's a service to the story, but it is a lot for an hour and a half that it gets repeated.
It is
over and over.
Mm-hmm. And over. Well, because more than that, she then, she's with, which again, is so annoying, again, shows the distrust that the Vulcans and the humans and Starfleet have. She was not going to reveal about Rigel 10.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Because you didn't need to know. I wasn't allowed to say anything. It's like, what? Yeah.
He was not on a need to know basis.
Yeah. He's the captain of the ship. But again, if we go about it like different countries sharing intel,
true. Yeah,
we tend to not do that. We pick and choose what we're
true.
And so I think that's another thing to put into perspective, is that at this time, they're not truly aligned. They're two separate worlds that are kind of cooperating, but they're not fully aligned. So
yeah. Well, and that's exactly what they, obviously as the series progresses, this is the first time a Vulcan has served on it's not the first time, but it's when she'll be the longest to serve on a human vessel. And we know
she beat somebody because the first one,
2 weeks,
like 2 weeks or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I see and I agree with what you're saying. They are having to build, they're building us up to Spock and Kirk and McCoy. It's just that we have to go through a whole lot of junk at the beginning to make that happen. And it's just, again, as for people like you and I and people that peruse and watch this type of content, it's probably hard at first to change your mindset. But the same thing did TOS. I'm like, okay, that's TOS, and it is what it is.
Well, and if you take Voyager, we have the McKee crew and the Starfleet crew, and they have like no tension, like at all. You would assume there'd be more. I mean, there is some in like 3 episodes, and then like specific episodes that they write for it. But you would think they would have more but we get much more in Enterprise. So maybe there was dealing with some of that. I guess criticism for Voyager, since this started filming 2 weeks after Voyager stopped filming. And so maybe they had that in mind. So like, well, we need to carry this further because that was a criticism we had for Voyager.
It was. And I actually, so as to kind of learn how to do this, I actually went and watched the very first Delta Flyers with Robbie, the very first one of Voyager Caretaker. And they actually mentioned, I think they actually brought that up during that one, is that
we did talk about it a lot in the beginning of Delta Flyers. They did. That
they had that much distrust between the crew, and then it was gone. And they really, and I think Robbie made a comment about he really wished they would have, again, explored that a little bit longer.
I mean, Voyager came out when I was 11. So, as a kid, I didn't want to see them, like fully like battle it out. So for me as a kid, I liked that. But as an adult, we're like, yeah, no, these people have very, very different opinions and points of view of the universe. Like, you would think they would need to discuss things a little bit more. But I mean, they are on a little dictatorship, because that's what happens when there's 174 people and what she's like, this is my world. What I say goes. But so I do think they may have carried that a little bit more in Enterprise, because there was some backlash, I think, from Voyager on that.
Yeah, you're probably right. And so, I suspect that's what happened. And so, again, we're doing the building, like you said. So now I really want to know, what was your opinion about the dancers on Rigel?
The butterfly dancers make me think of James Bond every single time, because there is it's one of Timothy Dalton's ones, and he's in Paris, and there's a literal butterfly dancer show that he runs through, and she's got little butterflies that she's dancing with. So it makes me think of James Bond every time. I'm like, that is funny. It's in my notes. I'm like, James Bond butterfly dancers made it to different worlds and into the future. So it makes me happy. It's fine. I thought it was funny that they did have them eat the butterflies. Like that's definitely interesting. And I did like, again, that we had Travis and Reed together. So like, newbie to space, and then the space boomer, like, dude, come on, like, we gotta go. Stop being distracted by things. Let's go. So I like.
That is so funny because that is exactly what I had here. I said, Reed is very intrigued by those dangers, but Travis doesn't appear to be. He's not phased at all. And my thought was, it made me wonder if it's because of his time on his family's cargo ship. And yes,
That's
wow.
what I think. Because I mean, we talk about it when we earlier in the episode when Travis is in the sweet spot and Trip comes and visits him. We talk about, they have 3. And so I'm like, he's been out. He might be the young person on the ship, but he's had more space experience than anyone else. So he kind of gets to like give advice, which I really enjoy. I think that's fun. Whenever the older characters get to go to the younger characters for like advice, like, what do I do out here? Like, this is so different than, Florida or San Francisco or England. Like, what is this? And he's just like, no, this is normal. Let's go.
That's funny that we both thought the same thing. That is hilarious. And then one of my nitpicks that I've always had with Trip is he just does not know how to not interfere with other races.
And they're setting that up for his character in this one, and it gets bad. Like this one is, I do agree when T'Pol is what is her line? I don't remember the line, but it's just that humans are really bad about jumping to conclusions about other races. And I'm like, yeah, no, that's true. We do. And he wouldn't know that, but he could just ask T'Pol, like, do you know what's happening here? Should we step in? And yes, Vulcans are going to say no matter what, because they're just non-interference, but she can also just say like, oh, he's being weaned.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't ask. I mean, but I know, well, it's character building, so I get it. That's why they didn't do it. But I don't. And honestly, this is me putting myself in that spot. I think I just would have had to ask instead of like start just outright yelling.
Never yell at a mom and her kid, ever. Like, hey, can I help with anything? Super. And then you can, you come in with, grace. If somebody needs help, they'll ask for it, or let you continue a conversation. But yeah, no, I agree. I did not like that either. I'm like, Trip has to stop yelling at people he knows nothing about, because he definitely does jump to conclusions a lot.
Oh yeah. And then, yeah, exactly. And so, but, and so after all of that lovely experience, somehow, Hoshi, Paul, and Archer and all them find themselves down in, like, I'm going to just say the sewer area, but, the underground of the Rigel place. And, nothing's going to go good down there. It never does.
No. I was really excited about the actress who plays Saren, because I love her. She's been in all sorts of different sci-fi shows, but I recognize her from Firefly. So
that's really
my favorite. Yeah, she's in one episode of Firefly. I mean, there's 15 episodes of Firefly, so it's not like she's in many of them. But yeah, she's in one, and one that never aired too. So you had to have the DVDs to know she was in it. But that's every time I see her, I'm like, Firefly. Even when, she's in the green makeup, I'm like, I can still recognize her voice. I'm like, it's her. It's the madam from Firefly. Yes.
I'm going to have to look that up myself, because I have never watched Firefly.
Oh, you should. It's great. It came out in 2002.
Okay. Oh, so right after this series started. Oh, wow. Yeah. I didn't. Okay.
Came out my sophomore year. And it only went for 15 episodes, so it's a weekend binge.
Oh, I can do that then. So, okay. And I think we both will have answers to this, or even opinions on this. So after, they're down there, Saren captures them and starts telling everybody, kind of to explain what's going on. And again, something I've learned since becoming a Seventh Row member and having to watching all these series is the things you pick up after your second, third, fourth, fifth time of watching it. And this is the first time I realized I thought, what the hell? Why is the Klingon Empire always under attack, the threat of having why is some outside force always trying to cause a civil war with the Klingons? And usually it's the Romulans, but this time it now starts with the Suliban.
Well, and the Suliban are being controlled by the fuzzy people who we don't know
future
who
guy
they are yet. Future Romulans. But, spoilers. Sorry, peeps. And for the
now we don't know that. Oh, I could hear you. Your mic's good.
Oh, good. I'm so glad. So, well, I mean, if you watched the last season of Strange New Worlds, there's a temporal cold war agent when they go back in time when Kirk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm trying to.
And she is a Romulan. So, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I do remember that thing, but see, here's the problem.
But why they want to keep doing it is because if you make the Klingons fight, they spill out and they completely destabilize everyone around them because they will not stay within their borders. And so that's my guess.
And it probably is. I just thought it was funny. I finally picked up today that this is another external source trying to cause a Klingon civil war.
And it's usually the Romulans because, I mean, let's see, they did it in TOS. They did it in Next Generation. It wasn't the Romulans in Deep Space Nine. It was the Changelings, the Founders. But, yeah, like
again, external source.
It's like, no.
Yeah. Well, and that makes me, okay, so if they had gotten their, 5th, 6th, and 7th season, the speculation was that future guy was actually Archer. That was going to be one of the theories, was that it was actually Archer. But I mean, I remember that scene with that reason, Strange New Worlds, about the Romulan agent. So, I mean, I actually like your idea because, again, it would fit with current canon of Romulans trying to screw with the Vulcans. I mean, the Klingons.
Well, the Klingons, and just trying to destabilize our alliances. So,
well, yeah,
with Vulcans,
stop it from happening.
And Andorians, the Tellarites, all of it is trying to destabilize that. So no, it makes complete sense for Romulans to have their little fingers in there and go, no. We want this to all be chaos.
True. Well, I will agree with that thought. Period. I will agree with you 100%. So then, obviously, after all that, we have the crew once again is under fire, trying to escape.
Why did the entire command crew go on that away mission?
We didn't have the rules yet.
Okay. All right.
I'm just going to say that.
Because like it gets me, because it happens all the time in all the shows, but I'm like, this is the first away mission, like the first away mission of Starfleet history, really. And literally the entire command crew goes down into a hostile situation. I'm just like, you took Hoshi. I'm like, I know why you took Hoshi, but like still, you need the translator. But she does not want to go into a combat situation.
Well, that's a good point. And yeah, honestly, I may have made this comment on one of our reviews, especially on TOS. It's not until Next Gen that the captain, that's the first time we actually hear, if I'm not mistaken, that the captain is really not supposed to go on the away missions.
Yep, that's Riker's job. Yeah, no, Riker said something about that.
Yeah.
In one of the first episodes, I think.
I think it's actually... Actually, I want to say it might have been. No, it wasn't. It wasn't Encounter Farpoint. It was either there. It was somewhere in there. He actually talks about Picard's telling another person, and for some reason, I think it's Jellicoe. I want to think it's Jellicoe that he's telling him why he picked Will, and it's because he would not let his captain go on an away mission, and he stood up to his captain.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Kirk is the whole reason we have this rule that
Oh, absolutely.
the captain's
Yeah,
not
absolutely.
supposed to go on the. I mean, Pike might be leading into it too. Pike and Kirk are
Hell yeah.
forever
Absolutely.
on those away missions.
Oh,
Getting
yeah.
into scraps.
So now, so
While they're all being fired on, I love that what Archer goes, where's the pod? And T'Pol's like, is this way? And Trip's like, no, it's this way. And Archer looks at Trip and looks at T'Pol and goes, let's go this way. And Paul it's like, no, Trip. And then, they haven't gotten to it. And Trip's like, I told you it's this way. And then the next scene is Travis and Reed in the pod. Reed going, you have to find them. Look for Vulcan life signs. And Travis is like, and then knock on the window. I found her.
That was funny. That was so good.
I love
She's
that.
right there.
She's right there.
That was a great little tidbit there. And of course, then we have some more issues because Captain Archer gets shot in the leg. And oh boy, T'Pol assumes command.
Well, but first we have to go through the decon chamber for the first time. Let's
well,
not...
we haven't gotten to there yet because
okay.
she assumes command while they're on their shuttlecraft heading.
Right. Okay.
She reads. She hails the Enterprise saying, Hefflock's down here and all this stuff. I'm assuming command. And of course, they all look over like, oh shit, that just doesn't happen. And then yes. Now we have the infamous decon chamber scenes.
And the sparkly gel. All those actors had to have hated that because glitter goes everywhere and you can't wash it off. It just is everywhere. So I'm assuming they all sparkled for 4 years, just at all times. But I did laugh when Trip and T'Pol are helping each other with the decontamination gel and he does her ears. I'm like, she can reach her ears, but in retaliation she did his. I'm like, okay, all right, so now we felt each other's ears. I'm like, okay. And as a Deep Space Nine fan, I'm like, I don't think it's quite the same as Ferengi ears, but we touch ears a lot in Star Trek, so I do think that's a little weird.
Well, and there was outside of the show, there was always a lot of questions about the whole decon chamber and all of that and the gel. And yes, they did it for the sex appeal, just straight up.
I mean, Jolene is beautiful.
Yeah.
And so is Linda. And then, Anthony Montgomery and Connor Trainer. Like, this is a very pretty cast. Like, let's not skip on that. But yeah, they were a very good looking cast and they were all pretty fit. Probably the fittest of the casts. And so
I'd say so.
Yeah.
I don't think
they're in their underwear a lot.
They are. But yeah, there was a lot of hate out there from some of the fandom because of the sexist aspect of the decon chamber. Why did they have to be, half naked in underwear, blah, blah, blah. I mean, again, it's 2001.
Yeah, 2001 was a time. It was definitely a time where low-rise jeans are coming into fashion with little crop tops. Like, they were also going off of what was out there in media and trying to stay relevant. And they were helping to launch a network. UPN was, right? UPN? No. Yes. Okay. And that was definitely more of a sexy network. They had more of those teeny bopper shows that people were wearing skimpy things. So I could see why that happened. Do we have to like it? No, but it was a sign of the times. I mean, I say it about TOS. We get to say it about Enterprise too, because it was over 20 years ago.
Yeah, it'd be 25 years next year. Which is so cool because I think most of them are going to probably be on the cruise in 26 along with the 60th. So
that's cool.
Should be fun. And did you notice, and I picked up again, there was a lot of animosity I'm going to say animosity during that scene when Trip and T'Pol are discussing, basically why humans don't trust Vulcans and so on and so on. Again, more Vulcan human hate.
Yes. And it's funny. I think because they are actively helping each other at the time, I don't mind that one as much. Like they are working together and they are saying the internal things out loud. So like this is why I don't like you and not just I don't like you. So we're at least getting a bit more background on that. And they do seem to be listening to each other because if we move on, we know that this was a productive conversation. This is their first productive conversation of the entire episode.
It's because it was a very productive conversation because of the way when he explains why Captain Archer is basically so hell bent on wanting this mission to succeed, which it finally resonates with T'Pol, and she then takes the time to actually help modify the sensors.
Like, how can I actually help that? I have been tasked to be here and they want to grow. Like, because yeah, no. And she does like, okay, I can do this. I am the first officer, the science officer, but I can help the captain do what he wants. I can anticipate what he would like to do and I can help with that. So yeah, I think that is why I don't mind that animosity because it actually is productive.
Well, and you see the flip now. They kind of flipped the switch a little bit, and even Archer. So now when they come into sick bay and he wakes up with with Phlox taking
in his underwear and his little undershirt and what's her bearing? How long have we been heading towards Earth? Like we're not.
Like, oh yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, and that's what that was, and that again. Now we're actually kind of getting into the world of we know where Vulcans, the science officer works for us and helps us out because now they trace the warp field or the warp signature of the Silibon ships, and allow us to find their homeworld, or I don't know if it's their homeworld, but the Helix.
Helix, yes, the Helix. So cool.
Mm-hmm.
So Archer's log entry on the way to the Helix, where he's saying all of this and then stopping it, and like I've never known a Vulcan to do this. I'm like, actually, returning a favor is logical to me. So I was just like, what? She saved your life, or you saved her life, and now she saved your mission. Like even Steven, like she doesn't owe you anything now. Like, I think that's logical. So, but I thought that was funny. And we started in on the series long battle for Porthos and cheddar cheese and his lactose intolerance. So sad that the dog can't eat cheese and he wants that. But I thought it's cute that we start that here.
And it was good because I forgot. Well, I'm glad you missed it because I remember that, but I just had thought I didn't really make a notes of that. But I do remember that whole scene is like, what'd she do? Because it's honestly blowing his mind. He can't understand because as we both know now, he still holds a grudge against them because his father didn't get to make the ship to see the Warp 5. And it's just, he's stuck in a loop. He's like, well, why? No, she can't be that. No, he just goes back and forth. And but as we know later on, they finally, it works out. And it works out, and so it allows them to get to the Helix. And oh man, it made me think of that. A lot of those scenes in the ship scenes, good old submarine movies.
Yes, exactly. It really does because we're in that like messy atmosphere, so it's not really clear, and we're doing depth charges and looking around. It also reminds me a lot of the Wrath of Khan when we're in the nebula and no one has sensors and sneaking around that way too. So yes, I do enjoy that a lot. I got really wrapped up in that part and I don't have as many notes because I was enjoying that part of the episode.
Well, yeah, my notes kind of got a little bit short too because they're in there, they do the warp field, they find it, and then now we get phasers. We see the first phase pistols. And they have two settings, stun and kill. and don't get them confused.
That's right. That'd be bad.
That would be real bad.
Oh, and I'm like, really? Travis is gonna quickly teach Trip how to pilot the little pod. We already know he's bad at that from the beginning of the episode. And Trip's like, oh, I'll figure it out. I'm like, it's in another language. What do you mean you're just gonna figure it out?
Exactly. And that's actually what I have written down here. I said, once again, Trip bumped the shuttle pod into something.
Yes. Oh yeah, and with how it opened, I'm like, I wonder if it needed to be turned just a little bit more so when it opened up, they didn't have to crawl underneath the door. Because, yeah. So I'm like, I wonder if they did that to kind of show like he's not the best pilot, so he didn't actually fully align the door where it should have been. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either, but I could see it because he has issues with bumping into things. And so we finally get onto the helix, and then I think obviously because they needed to start speeding things up, which they did. They actually had very little resistance at the beginning to get to Klang, if I remember correct. And then they really didn't have. It wasn't until they get him and they're trying to leave, is when all the trouble starts, and the Silbon come after them. And so, it made me wonder if Silic was doing that. I think, again, it was hard to sometimes tell what Silic was doing and his thought processes.
Well, I don't think he really gets to have a thought process because, again, shadowy figure in the future is telling him where to be and what to do. And if he doesn't do things the way he wants, he doesn't get to keep the cool upgrades.
That is correct. As we know later.
Yeah.
That is very true. And, and so, I mean, that scene went good.
Distracted with how that scene was shot, showing how time is weird. So, like, their voices are kind of echoing and kind of like.
That almost was
stage screen.
Almost too distracting at times.
So,
but it did save Archer's life.
It did. And yes, exactly. And, it does show what they're trying to do. It was very effective in saying like time is weird and we're seeing it be slowed down physically, but not like mentally. Like, so, it makes sense. I just find it distracting, but I think it's kind of supposed to be. But yes, we knew that somebody was going to be transported in this episode because we have it's just been set up for biological transport in the beginning of the episode. So I did enjoy that.
I like that. And, and I put I said, Archer's the first Enterprise crew member to be transported. Yeah. And
on the run. So they did a great job capturing him.
Yeah. And so there's one issue. I don't have an issue with it in Enterprise or the non-Kelvin stuff. But there was some weird stuff in the Kelvin movies that they couldn't. Oh gosh, they said they could not transport someone when they were moving.
Like when
Spock's mom fell.
Yes, she was
that, and when they were falling.
Kirk and Sulu, and then
some other person.
And goes, I can do that. I think we can go that he could do it, but he just needed more time than she had because he needed more space.
I guess.
And to not have rocks, because she fell into rocks.
True.
I mean, let's all be super sad for Winona Ryder because she did a great job as Amanda. But
yeah, I always thought about, that made me, so again, when you see Enterprise, you see they could do that, but then you go to 2009 movie and they're like, well, we really can't. And I'm like, inconsistencies.
Yes. I mean, there's always going to be inconsistencies, but I also think running is still not going to be
as fast falling,
which is what he was combating in 2009. True. So
true. I'll give you that. I'll yield on that one. But and then so honestly, after they get back, he gets back to, which pays out later on. He brings Klang back to the to Kronos. They pull his blood. Oh, surprise, surprise! There's all the hidden secrets that he didn't know about. Yeah. And And I think that happened in another series. I don't remember. I think it was
Where
maybe.
they hid it microscopically in them.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense because, I mean,
Yeah.
he's just a carrier or a courier.
Courier. Yeah.
So,
And
yeah.
yeah, I don't know. But, and so now Archer is owed a favor by the Klingon Empire, which comes back later on in the series. And so they leave Kronos, and guess what? Now we start the show because they are given their mission. And I liked it. They finally, kind of put some of their animosity aside when he said, it might be better if you called
Yes.
Saval.
And ask to stay and not me asking you to stay. I liked that with Archer, and I liked the little bit with Hoshi and T'Pol at the end.
Yes.
When we exchange thanks Hughes and you're welcome in English, and
they basically make up.
Yeah.
Best way to put it, they make up. They just
exactly.
wait till the end of this.
And so I was from having that earlier scene to having this scene. I'm like, thank you for having that, because they are the only women on the show. So let's not make them catty towards each other, because it's not pleasant to watch. So I'm glad that they do work on that. And they did work on it in the first episode. I know it's a movie.
Yeah, true. Well, but that's all I have, honestly, for the series. For me, I like the episode. I like the whole series in general. I think they did a good start to preparing us for the future of Starfleet and the Federation. And so, yeah, for me, I could watch it again and again, and I have, and I will continue to. So, if you got anything else to say,
Something I think that is really interesting about this is they actually completely wrote the script before they cast it. And I think that is really interesting because they wanted, oh my God, Scott Bakula, but they didn't have him. So they definitely wrote the character with him in mind, but he didn't sign on until after it was finished. Same with Jolene. She did not start auditioning until the script was finished. And I think that is really interesting, just because usually with shows, and especially with Star Trek, they've at least cast somebody, but none of the regulars were cast. They didn't even know they were regulars until they got the scripts, or until they started filming. They're like, hey, wait a minute.
True. And if I remember correctly, Scott Bakula made a comment. I want to say it was on his Decon Chamber interview. He actually didn't want to do another series because after being on Quantum Leap, but when he read the script and they told him, you're going to be the first captain.
He also mentioned that he did William Shatner's The Captain's documentary, and he mentioned that as well on that one. And I definitely can see why, that's completely new ground, because especially for a lot of people who are Star Trek fans, who, you have your first show, that's where you go. And so his was, Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. So he's like, why would I want to try and copy that? And so getting the chance to pave the way for that's super cool.
Hell yeah. Well, no, and that was the thing. He didn't want to be another Kirk. He wanted to be his own. And if it had been written as you're just going to basically be another Kirk or doing that again, he wasn't going to do it.
Exactly. And I wouldn't blame him.
Yeah, no. Well, and if you listen to some of the stories from the other actors how they auditioned, how they got there. All right. Have you ever heard, you probably have, John Billingsley's, what he did?
Oh, he squawks like a bird.
Yes.
Yes. That's why there's that one little kind of squawk noise he does during the attack in sickbay.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. He thought it was a bird. I do love that we started what's the line? Optimism, Captain, and then
optimism.
Get the smile.
I think I saw it called as the Denoblian super smile.
Yes.
But I think I don't know if it was John or someone made a comment though. They only did it that one time, because
so much money.
the VFX was so much to do. I mean,
That's
just that
one
little.
thing I noticed on this one is there was so much effects on this one, so much CGI, and it kind of made me miss the matte paintings. I'm like, those paintings were always so beautiful, but again, it's a sign of the times. Like, no, we're moving into that because you could see it in Voyager, where it was more 50-50, and then now we're going to go to pretty much all CGI.
Oh yeah. No, I can't, and Enterprise, it wasn't until I think second season or start of the third season became the first, I think it was third season when it became the first show shot in high def.
Yes.
When they got the red camera as it was called. And there was I saw someone explain about that. And so it was interesting how they were the first to do this and that. And they were, it wasn't just the first for the captain of Starfleet. It was also some of the first in the newer technologies that they got to use. As we progress through the show, we'll be able to discuss other things, unfortunately. I want to extend a huge thank you to Allison for joining me for this inaugural review. I couldn't do this without her, nor without my future co-hosts who will be jumping in for upcoming episodes. As this is a new venture for the channel and our first full episode recap, things might feel a bit rough around the edges, but rest assured, we'll keep improving with each episode. Thank you for watching, and as always, live long and prosper.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.
Greetings, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, and welcome to the Transporter Room. Today, I'm thrilled to be joined by a truly exceptional guest, Liz Klakowski. Liz is a highly skilled art director whose impressive portfolio includes work on TED Season 2, the Netflix limited series American Primeval, and the NBC series Quantum Leap. But for all of us Star Trek enthusiasts, her standout contribution is her role as the art director for Season 2 and 3 of Star Trek Picard. Let's beam her in. Hello, Liz.
Hi, Chris.
Hi. How's your day going so far?
Good. I haven't been working, so I'm kind of relaxing right now. But it's nice to be on the show.
Well, thank you. And actually, I'm off this week as well because of where I work at. We're off this week, so I'm getting to do a lot of things, catch up and recordings and editing and all that stuff. So I should be off, but I'm actually working.
For me, all work is fun, really. Making movies is like
true.
It's the most fun.
Well, and exactly. And I remember you talking about working in general about 2 or 3 weeks ago when we were on Virtual TrekCon, and somebody made a comment about, having all the, your time off in between jobs and whatnot. And, some of us were like, man, it must be nice to have that time to, kind of relax or, and then go do other things. And there was something you made a comment about, you'll do that for a little bit, but you've got to stay busy is kind of what I understood.
Yeah. I think it's easier to relax when you've got like tons of money and like working, like we work for a living. So the type of film person that I am, the below the line person, we generally have to stay working just because we don't have residuals or like, I don't at my age, I don't have any like extra cash or anything. So I want to stay busy anyways, but even when I'm not working, if that's what you mean, I do like to keep it. There's always a project going, a couple projects right now I can't talk about that, no one's paying me yet, but there's a lot of that kind of, and personal projects and doing what would you do if you had some time off? Because when I'm working, there's not really that much time off, so you kind of have to get it all done in the off hours.
Correct. And like we were talking before we started recording, like a typical day, what is, we'll get more into it in a little bit, but like if you're working on like on American Primeval, what would be kind of like a typical work day? How many hours would you be on set for something like
So
that?
art directors, we're on set in the morning, but we're not there all day unless something's going wrong, or if like sometimes if there's a special day, we'll stay there longer. But we're usually there in the morning, so whatever time they want to start. So if they're starting at 9 and I've got like there's fire or crazy stuff happening, like we'll get there a couple hours early. So maybe 7, or if it's a 7 call, then like we'll be there at like 4. There early, making sure everything's all ready to go. But then in that so we'll be there a couple hours until they get their first shot off, and then we're dealing with tomorrow's builds because that stuff's not ready. So then we leave and go to that, and then we'll go to the office, and there'll be people's drawings we have to look over, or the group will meet and say, hey, these are the things going on, could you do this and you do this. So I mean, you try to work like 7 to 7 or 7 to 5 or something, like 5 p.m. we all kind of want to be done, but it doesn't always end that way. And then if there's night shoots, everything gets kind of pushed, because the night shoots, they won't start shooting until 10 or 11 a.m. so that they can be there, until 10 p.m. or even later sometimes. So we all stagger around that, but they're like usually a 12-hour day. And then if there's things are going wrong, it could be 14 or 16 or more. But so days where we can leave early, we do.
You jump on those and you get out of there. Well, that's good I didn't know that, and a lot of people don't know that probably. And we'll probably get into a little bit more. But I just want to say one thing. I want to say I was very thankful that last year I jumped back onto the Twitterverse in around the time of STLV, because that was kind of how we got connected. Because I saw you, with some of your stuff from your merchandise that you had at I think it was STLV that you were, shipping and selling. I was like, hell yeah, I'm gonna buy some of that stuff, like the shirt and everything. So I'm glad we were able to stay connected. I got on Twitter when it like first came out years ago. Then I started joining other podcasts like the Seventh World, Decon Chamber, and all those, and I got back on, and oh my god, all of the pictures I started seeing coming from STLV last year I just couldn't believe how big that convention is. It blew my mind.
Probably the biggest Star Trek convention I think I've been to, and I haven't been to all of them, but
yeah,
it's pretty big. It's pretty fun.
Well, I plan on going in the near future, probably in 2026.
Oh yeah, it's the 60th,
but
the 60th anniversary. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's gonna be big.
Heck yeah. Mm-hmm. Hell yeah. I can't go this year, so since I can't go this year, I'm like, I'll go next year, and it'll be worth it. 10 times worth it. So
that's all let's go.
So I wanted to talk a little bit about, some of your background and everything, and something I heard, and it's kind of going, about art directors, but something I heard you say in an interview one time was you were on a mad hunt for a cereal bowl for a Kellogg's commercial, which you mentioned that actually kind of, and I didn't know this, but it fell out of the scope of an art director. So that actually got me wondering if you wouldn't mind explaining, for those of us that are not in the industry, the role of the actual art director.
Sure, that's a good question. And the cereal bowls, yeah, that's a funny story. So commercials, that was a commercial, like a Kellogg's commercial. They tend to we tend to be more fluid, and they're so fast that everyone has to the work just has to get done. So I'll just fill in and do wherever. So it hurt me a little bit for TV and film, because the roles are pretty like an art director's role is very specific in those industries, and so you basically you don't want to, if it's not your job, it's someone else's job, and so you want to let them do it. But yeah, the art director basically we service the production designer as like project managers kind of. So the designer is like, they're doing the meetings with the director, and they're really thinking about the overall scope, and we're like the wedding planners. And so a team of us. Basically, each set is like a wedding, is kind of how I describe it. And then we're the people that like, we don't actually build anything physically. Like I don't paint, I don't, because there's someone that does that. We're like the managers that make sure that everything is there when it's supposed to be and that the set gets done. So we basically supervise mostly construction, paint, greens, like all the trees and foliage and all of that, plaster, like the wallpaper, all of that. And then we work pretty closely with the set decorator who does all the furniture and all the smalls and the drapery and the curtains and all of that. So the decorator is kind of set deck is a separate department. And then and in set deck, the shoppers all work for them. So technically, the Kellogg's Bowl would be a buyer, would be the person that would go and do that. But on the commercial I was on, there was no buyer, and they have like more loose rules. But we're basically like project managers. And the bigger the show, the more art directors there are.
Okay, and I'm glad you explained it like you explained it that way as the PM, as a project manager, because that's what I've always, because and even when we were talking, I was like, what does the art director do? And now it makes a lot more sense. Is you're going to take, and that was something I was going to say, like in the hierarchy, you've got I guess it's the production designer and then the art directors.
Yeah, and if it's a big show, there'll be a supervising art director, which they basically manage what we're all doing and making sure that like if there's an art director that has too much work or who's going to do this, like they'll assign the sets based on our skill set. Like on Picard, between me and Kit Stolen, Kit does all like the organic stuff and the alien cities and the Borg cube and all that stuff with the tubes. And I was assigned like all the like sleek spaceship interiors because that was kind of more my
I think you got the better deal personally.
Well, but either way, I mean, Kit would have done a great on what I on my sets, but knowing our skill sets, that's kind of why that divide goes. Like Kit excelled doing all the Borg stuff, and I would have cried. So they do that. The supervising art director kind of does the assignments and makes sure that like the overall, but that's like all the management side. The designer is more on the creative side, and they're still like the biggest project manager. Like if the sets aren't there, the designer is the one that's going to get the call. But we're like the day to day, so we're the ones that like I interface with all of these different people every day. That it's too much for one person to do. So that's why we separate it out by set. So it'll be a supervising art director and then an art director per set, and a lot of us will have like a bunch of sets.
Oh wow. Well, and I have some pictures. I'm not gonna. I've got your portfolio here in front of me, and I'm definitely gonna be asking about that because some of those sets are amazing. But I was so okay. Well, now I understand, and I hope this, because I'll be honest, the industry, y'all's industry in general, is sometimes just so hard to understand. Like executive producers, co-producers, and so on and so on. And then art director, super. It just there's
Well, even like there's a producer, like a project manager. I think that's actually a title in production, but we're like that's what we do for art. So everyone's kind of got their category.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, it's an interesting world that y'all work in. I have learned and been seeing that. So have you always had a passion for like art and movies when you were younger? Is that what So what led you to getting into art direction and just the whole art, movies, theater career?
Yeah, I was always creative, and I think in high school I like painted backdrops and I acted a little bit, but most of it was like props and all of that stuff. So I had done that. I had that skill set, and I was always artistic, and I could paint, and I was really good with computers, which ended up helping me later. But when I went to college, I didn't quite know what I was doing, and I was in journalism school because I wanted to write. And then somebody in the film program recruited me, and they said, "No, you're better. You're more creative. It's less reporting and more storytelling." And I really like that. So I dropped out of journalism. Well, I still have a minor in journalism, but I switched from journalism to film. And then in the film school, there was like an opening for a production designer, and somebody saw me and they were like, "Oh yeah, you'd be perfect for that." So you're doing everything from like this styling the set to like putting sunscreen on the actor. Like we were doing everything. But from there in film school, a bunch of the seniors had seen that I was designing, and so they started putting me on all of their projects as the designer because nobody wanted to do that kind of. And like the what is the AFI? They have their own production design program. At Ithaca, we didn't really, and so it was a lot of like guys in camera or lighting or sound. But I wasn't really a camera person. Like I wasn't with it, but I was really good with the art. And I made, plenty of mistakes and like the learning how to prep and learning how to do it properly. Like you don't know what you're doing in college. So I look back at those projects and I'm like, oh, I didn't know at all. But then when I came to LA, I said I'm going to pursue production design as a career because there are designers on movies. And really the passion is storytelling, and it's whether it's film or TV, and commercials are fun and they pay the bills. But that I knew it was going to be that field, and I knew production was what I wanted to do versus people that work in the office or like that type of thing. It's more, I hate to say being on set is more creative, or more exciting, but it definitely was. And it's harder, they have longer hours and less stability. But yeah, when I moved to LA, I just started interning for people and working on free projects, and then the cheap projects. And then eventually you kind of, level yourself up.
Oh, wow. So what was your first, I guess, breakout project that you got to work on?
It was The Annoying Orange for Cartoon Network. It's like a YouTube show.
I'm on YouTube. La 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 la. Hey, who are you? You look kind of weird. You must be an apple.
But they let me build stuff. Like the art department was in like the parking garage of this little Cartoon Network, or not even the garage. It was like the parking lot. Like we had a little tent, but I didn't know how to do anything. And they were like, okay, go to the Do It Center and pick up these materials. And here's how you're going to sculpt a space rock, And so they showed me a lot. So they gave me a builder credit on that, which was like I swept up cigarette butts most of the time, like just keeping everything clean and whatever. But those people I met on that show 12 years ago are still all my friends today. Like we never lost contact. Like one of my best friends was on that first art department, and then since then, like I've hired them on jobs. So it's funny how like just be nice to the intern because you never know, where they're going to find. But yeah, I remember it was The Annoying Orange, and then my first like big break show was How to Get Away with Murder. Was show that I was watching, and then they called me, and I was like, "Can you come in?" And I was like, "Yeah, I can come in." I literally had the show on that morning. So,
how did that work out? Had you applied for it, or?
We have like a list. Like if you're not working in the union, there's like a list of names that people can call from. And like if you look at it now, it's like 74 pages long. Like it's really, really sad how many people aren't working. But that day, I was just lucky that they found me on the list, and I was like low on the list, and all the people that they had called either weren't available or no one had answered. And there was some guy that had told them no, that then changed his mind, but I had been hired in that like quick period. So it was pretty close that I almost didn't get it, but it was just on the list, which like it would be great to get a call from the list soon.
Wow, that's actually really interesting. Obviously I didn't know any of that, but man, that's just also cool. Be sitting there, you're watching the series, your phone rings. Hey, you want to come and be our art director?
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
You need to come interview. So you go and you meet the designer, and if the designer likes you, they're like, yeah, can you start Monday? Like I had another show. This is just a quick little side story. A friend of mine was like, hey, my friend is installing the Oscars red carpet. Do you want to come like look at the install? And so basically you show up at night, and like all the guys are building, and there's a red carpet and the step and repeat, it's the Oscars. So I went to like take pictures on the red carpet like the night before. But the art director that was there installing, I just walked up to him and I said, oh, look, are you getting those from Daisian? And how are you doing that? How did you, I had questions about how I was curious, about that install. And he was starting a show in Mexico that following week. And I was already working. I was on Promising Young Woman, but I was just wrapping up. And so I got a call on my last day of Promising Young Woman. Hey, do you remember me from the Oscars red carpet? And I was like, yeah. He's like, can you come out to Mexico and help me? And I was like, sure. And so he called me on Thursday and or Friday. I think it was Friday. And he goes, yeah, I need you to start Monday. And so that means that you fly Sunday to, like, it was Baja, you know, from here, it's like a 2-hour flight. Like, it's not bad. But I ended up staying there for like 5 months, like maybe 4 or 5 months, but with 2 days notice. And I just packed everything up and zoomed down there. But it was off I just met this guy randomly and we hit it off. So yeah, I should go and see if he's working.
Yeah, wow, Liz. That's a badass story. I mean, it just like, wow, 2 days, you want to come to Mexico and work? Sure.
And I didn't pack the right clothes. And I at first it was just going to be a couple of weeks. Like, they didn't tell me how long it was going to be. It ended up being like the whole summer. So I had a roommate at the time. I'm like, can you watch my cats? So they took care of the cats. And I was just like, you know, living in Baja for a little bit. But yeah, so those types of stories like make it worth it. So then you get addicted to the adventure a little bit, and we could talk about that later. But
oh yeah, I bet you do.
And I'm like, don't make me do it.
Oh, I know. You know, oh man, that's so cool. Oh man, you've got some cool stories so far. I'm not gonna lie, I'm really enjoying talking right now.
Okay,
oh my, so tell me a little about. Okay, before I get to Primeval, I just gotta know, because I was an original Quantum Leap fan, and so what was it like working on, you know, the redo, the one they just did? I mean, I personally enjoyed the new one. I'm sad that it's gone and how they left us hanging like that. But so what was it like getting to work on a series like that?
Oh, it was fun. So it shot at Universal, which Ted did too. And Universal is like my favorite lot. Like, you're at the studio, you got the golf cart, and you zoom around all the historic spots, you know, like Quantum shot, basically, we would go out a couple days a week, like out as an off lot. But if they could shoot anything on the lot, they would. So we've been like on every crevice of New York Street and of the Colonial Drive. I mean, because every episode is a different time period. So we had a lot of creativity with that. Like, oh, how do we make this look like 1970s? But it was definitely a hard show, and it was hard. I mean, every show, I'll say, you know, had its own challenges, but Quantum was especially hard because they were running off of kind of like a sitcom budget, and every episode is a new time period. And so for me, what I found the most restricting was how we had to hack through a lot of stuff. Like, yeah, no, you can't do that, or we'd break time period, or their stuff would be missing. And actually, when you look at the sets, I thought they looked really great, but a lot of them weren't our best work, and a lot of it was because of money restrictions. So, and even like American Primeval we shot out of town, so it was a little cheaper. But like, I'm not saying you need unlimited money, because I've seen great low budget projects, but it's just like, for the time that you need, the faster you need to get something done, the more money you have to throw at it. And so we were under the gun where we had 6 or 7 days to turn around an episode, which was like not a lot to shoot, from 1977 to Cold War to the 1999 spaceship, you know, and it was like 7 days. And we would, you know, we'd have tricks where we would have sets ready at the end of the 7th. So we'd have maybe 14 days to get one set ready if we needed more time. But it just wasn't enough time and not enough money to really do a great job. You know, like, if you notice, none of that got nominated for anything. You know, it's fine. Like, you're surviving. And so that I will say it's hard. And I don't know if Quantum the first time was like that, because I think they had a little bit more. It was the first time around. It's a little bit more flexibility. But yeah, it was tough. That type of restriction is like, and it's just like, you're not sleeping because there's always a problem or something that didn't get done because you didn't have enough time to do it. So it's pretty stressful. And so I made it. I stayed the first season, like the first 12 episodes, and then I had gotten the call for Primeval, and I was like, so in a show like that at Universal, someone else will take. So I had someone take my place right away.
Yeah, I've heard you explain how that works, and we can, when we get into Picard, we'll definitely hear about that story. But I'm sorry, I'm looking here at your pictures from Quantum Leap, and I'm sorry, those look. I mean, you've got the nuclear facility, then the '89 San Francisco earthquake. I mean, those look great. So
Yeah, I'm proud
I
of
don't
what
know.
we did. It's just like hard.
Oh yeah. Oh, I bet it's hard. Like, and I'll be honest. Probably one of my favorite episodes of that one was that haunted manor one. That had to be that looked fun.
Yeah, that was Chris Grismer. Chris was one of our executive producers, writer. Like he was up there. He directed that episode, and it was good. So that we shot that at the Chicken House, is what they call it at Universal. I was gonna Google what it is, but that we just call it the Chicken House. It's like this old, like decrepit kind of manor on the inside, and we had to most of it was like fixing stuff that was like rotted and had fallen over. So we had gone in and like did a bunch of repairs on it to shoot, but the whole episode was in there, so it ended up like working out. But we had on a sitcom budget or something small, usually you only have one art director, and we had four. We had two art directors and two assistants because there was no way to get everything done. So we had to for 7 days we would kind of divide and conquer, and that was the only way that you could get any work done.
I can't even. I'm sorry. Let's just not even get into the whole budgets and Hollywood right now. But it's just, I mean, looking at these sets, how they ever expected it to run on a sitcom budget is just mind-boggling to me. But
and that, like I say that like sitcom, like I don't know, everyone's got their own numbers, but that just seeing like, hey, why that's too much money. That's too much money. And like the other thing is you have like a pattern, and if your pattern budget is what you have every episode, and the pattern budget was just so low, and I'm like, so yeah, that was probably of all of them, like that was probably the most challenging, just because you're not getting like on Primeval, we were happy with how everything looked, so it's okay that you're kind of freezing, and and Picard too, I mean the same thing, like Picard, we wanted more money to do more stuff, but everything's so expensive that like they have to draw the line eventually.
well, looking at your Primeval stuff as well, I mean those sets look like, I mean, I could feel like I would have been back in that time period, honestly.
Yeah, that was pretty intense, but like even just the selection of every log and branch and all of that was the detail in that was pretty crazy. So
you went down to the individual like branch and log details.
Yeah. So that's the art director we select materials, like that's part of our job. And when the materials are like the people found it and made it in the woods, I would go through the woods with like a piece of like red tape, and I would tape stuff that the guys were to go collect. And then like Lindsay too. Lindsay was one of our assistants. She would go out hunting in the woods, and she would drag all this stuff back to the fort, and she'd just have a pile, and then she'd be like, okay, you can use that, you can use that. And so the art directors will select like what they're making stuff out of. The designer too. I mean, obviously the designer most of all will say this is what I want it, and then we would basically be there to make sure that they didn't use the wrong thing. Or the designer, she was pretty specific with the end cuts, with like how the stuff looked if somebody hacked it with an axe, just to make sure, like the log cabins, like the edges of them were all jagged, because the guys are going to make everything out of it with chainsaws, and so if you draw it straight, they will cut it straight.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. How deep? You've
So
got to make it look like it.
Yeah, so we're like the guiders, and we just make sure that it's authentic and its manufacturing. And yeah, the guys will be like, hey, what do you want me to make this out of? Or how does this look? And so we're the ones checking in with them, just keeping them on track.
Oh, wow. That's a lot of work. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Everyone's got demanding jobs. This is just
True.
Like the amount of stuff that we do for like what you see on screen, like 1 minute on screen, or
yeah.
I had some sets that didn't even make the cut on Primeval, and so you're like, well.
Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. Now we have to get to the meat of the real story that everybody that's on our channels wants to know about. Mm-hmm. How did you end up working on Picard?
Yeah. Okay. So the story from the beginning. So I remember I told you How to Get Away with Murder was like my first like big union show. Like I walked in there and I was like, I looked around, and like the food and the lighting and the stage. It was my first show like on a real stage, down at Sunset Gower, which is like I think the old Columbia. But the decorator on that show was Tim Steppick. Tim ended up getting season 2 of Picard, and so Tim got me in. So when someone's hiring for a position, if you know someone, hey, I know this girl Liz, she's really good, you guys should hire her. Tim can only say that so many times, and so he kept like putting my resume on. It wasn't Dave's desk, I think it was Mark, who was Dave's supervising art director. Every time they had an opening, Tim was like, hey, you guys should call Liz. And I'm super grateful to Tim, but what I want people to do, I want people to do that. I want them to say, oh, she makes my life easier, or I enjoy working with her. That's how people, it's kind of how we get work, is being known as like someone that people want to work with. So I was really fortunate that Tim and I just kept a good relationship, and he really like championed for me. But Picard they were pretty full, and I remember I even cold emailed Dave Blass like before I knew, like, hey, I really like Star Trek and I'd love to work on the show. And I actually had a job at that point. I was on actually 2 shows. I was on like Love Island, and I was on Rebel was like this Hulu show that went like 1 season. But I like just heard that they were all crewing up, and I was like, you plan to jump ship. But so that was versus not having a job and just being like happy for anything. So yeah. So that was it. So the art directors, that type of show, like the $100 million budget shows, someone like me won't normally get hired because of my experience level. I'm working my way up, but I'm not 30 years in the industry. Right now I'm like, as an art director, I'm like 8. But before that was 4 years ago. So that was 4 years in. So you're pretty beginner. So no one will trust you. Really, not no one, but most people won't choose a newbie to run like a multi-million-dollar set, because if something goes wrong, then like you want the experienced people to be doing that. So there were 3 art directors. They were all very experienced. And then there were 2 assistant art directors. So one of the assistants was leaving, and I was like, I had just started art directing, but you basically like, you take the lower position, but to get in the door. So one of the assistants was leaving, and I was like, all right, I'm going to try for assistant position, because I think 3 times I had tried for art director and someone else had been hired each time. So the assistant left. I took her place. I got in. I'm like walking around the Star Trek lot, like, how did I do this? And then a couple weeks later, one of the art directors was leaving because he was going to do Griselda. So he went and did that. And he was like, you guys should just give Liz my position. So like basically they upgraded me. And in that time, I had a couple of weeks where I got to show Dave, like, I'm watching Star Trek. I was watching it like every day. Like I knew when you mentioned stuff, like I knew the references and like the research. Like I kind of had the overachieving was working. And so Dave was like, yeah, we'll upgrade Liz, but on a trial period. So they gave me a couple of small sets. And as long as I didn't screw those up, then I'd be okay. And so they gave me like, it was the end of season 2. It was there was like a bunch of Vulcans with a piece submersible underwater, like in the flashback, and the bar, the like really cool Girardi bar where Patrick Stewart's wife is singing. I had that one, and I had like this warehouse where Brent Spiner like assembled all of his like Borgie people, whatever. So I had a couple of like small sets, and he liked, and then the NASA Gala. Bruce and I had the NASA Gala. So we knocked it out of the park, because that was pretty snazzy. And so Dave was happy with what we were doing there. And then he was like, Liz is like, she cares more about Star Trek than anybody. And so he started giving me, I think he gave me the Helios and the sick bay. And it was like, let's see how she does, and if they see that you're failing, they'll take it away from you. But I was like, no one's taking anything away from me. So I like was there late and like got everything done. But both of those sets, everyone was really happy with how those sets looked. So then from there, Dave started assigning me the rooms in the Titan. So that climb, like, I'm still kind of in shock, because I shouldn't have even been there to begin with, so.
Wow. That's a hell of a climb. Well, and I heard something and you said it as well, but I heard somewhere else that he would quiz you on an episode, like, what was it? I heard, shoot, yeah, it was like, what episode did Picard, fall asleep and spend like, a whole lifetime in 20 minutes or something like that.
Yeah. It was like, what's the one with the flute, and I'm like, Inner Light, so, or he would give you an episode and say, watch this tonight. And then people wouldn't, and I was like, all right, I'm going to watch. And I was in Deep Space Nine, I think, by the time season 3 had come around, because I was watching everything from the beginning. So I had seen a lot of them anyways. And so he would send me an episode, like past tense, we pulled references from in Picard season 2, and I had already seen it. So that was, or even just taking pictures of stuff that I'm like, hey, I like this, or I like this. And I would like text it to him, and he was like, yeah, I like that. So work that into, like, I had an idea for the sick bay for the sensor cluster, and it was something I saw in Deep Space Nine. So because we had that kind of working relationship, and he was seeing stuff that he liked, and he was like, oh, she's actually researching Star Trek. So that, but the quiz, yeah, he really wanted to make sure that the people, like, if he's giving you a set, that you knew like what the history was behind it. So that's all Dave.
That's awesome. Well, so then after you got done with those, those smaller sets or in your trial sets, how was it when I can't even fathom what went through your mind the day they said, oh, here, you're going to be working on rebuilding the bridge of the Enterprise D.
Yeah, well, I think at that point I was like blind with ambition. So I was like the Helios, they had given me the sick bay, and then he was like, all right, you're going to do the transporter room and then the cell room, because they were the same room that we had to like switch over. So I had that, and then I had like the EPS room and all the techie rooms, and then we had this big hallway that wrapped around, connected all those rooms, and the crew quarters. So every time he was like, hey, I'm going to assign you this set, I was like, yes. So I just like took everything. And then it was pretty early on in season 3. So we started building the Enterprise D like months before we would normally, because construction wanted to have enough time to really get it done. So once they struck the chateau off of that stage, Enterprise D was going in. And so construction was like, great, get us drawings and we'll start building it like on the side, so that we're not rushing to do it at the end. And so I heard that we were starting to build it, but there was no scripts. So if there's no script, you're like, well, what am I even doing? But I had just asked Dave, I was like, who's doing the D? Like, who's got it? And so I was kind of like, I want it. And then I think Mark was hesitant because I had so many sets. Like I was like knee deep in like the nacelle room, the transporter room, the sickbay had stuff going on. What else? I mean, the crew quarters, we kept having changeovers. And so Mark was like, Liz has too much, because if you overload somebody, even if they're good, like they'll start to let stuff slip because they just have too much work. But I was there till like 10 o'clock every night. And so he was like, all right, I'll let you do the Enterprise D. And I was like, great. So what are we doing? And he was like, I have no idea. There's no script. So if there's no script, like you don't know, like we didn't even know, like, was it going to be Generations D? Was it going to be what season? Is it going to be pilot bridge? Is it going to be the episode season 7? It's just basically given me a set designer named Kevin Cross. And so when Kevin freed up, he would start drafting the D, and then I was to give him direction. So that Kevin was busy, and then eventually Kevin freed up. And so I'm like on my chat, because he was an at-home worker. And eventually Kevin was like, all right, what do you have for me? And I was like, well, I think he's designing the D. So Kevin was like, great. So what am I doing? And I had to like, basically Dave would come into my office, we'd meet, and I'd be like, what should I have Kevin do? And so we had to come up with a plan. So I basically was like, the bridge, the footprint was the same throughout, and like they changed the carpet and stuff, but the actual, so that's when we had gone to archives and gotten drawings. And I was basically like, Kevin, start with the ramp and draw that. That was what construction had built by Christmas. But then once we knew, all right, we're going to do season 7, I just started pulling reference. And because he's just this faceless man on Zoom, I would just send him reference, like, here's what the transporter room should look like, and here's what this should look like. And your Killebrand was pulling us reference. So, but Kevin was just like, all right, I need more info. What do you know about the ceilings? And I'd go through the drawings, and there was a ceiling drawing. And so I'd scan that and send it to him. So Kevin was, and then I kind of forgot about him because I had a lot going on. So, and he needed time to just be like left alone to 3D model it. So then one day he just emailed me, hey, here's the first draft of the model, and like sent me, he had basically 3D modeled the whole D. And then from there, I'm like, all right, what do we do? We have to go through it and do notes. So that's all kind of, it's almost like a side project while the big stuff is happening. And then construction will tell you, hey, we need a drawing by this date so we can start building. And like, I need to know how much lumber I'm ordering. And so Tomas would basically stay on me with deadlines, and I would make sure I was making construction's deadlines. So by January, he was like, hey, I need to start laying the carpet down like by January 4th. I remember January 14th, and I like didn't have the carpet selected. So I had to like, in the end of December, have that stuff picked out, or early January have it picked out so that the set could, so that towards the end of that, the beginning of that year, because I think the set was ready at the end of February, and it shot like the first couple days of March of 21. Of 21? Yeah, it's 21. Yeah, I think it was 21 because it came out in
22, I think.
Did it, or was it 23?
That's a good question. I'm trying to remember.
I remember the months.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, it came out February of 23. Yeah. Okay, so it was February of 22. I think. Yeah, that makes sense, because then 21 is when they hired me to do season 2. So because we shot season 2 and 3 back to back, so it was 21 into 22. But yeah, so anyways, that's kind of how that goes. So you see how it kind of snowballs, but as long as I'm like, it's my set, like, go leave me alone. Because so the other art directors were like, oh, who's doing the Enterprise D? And I was like, luckily I had created
me
a relationship with Dave that Dave was like, yeah, we're gonna let Liz do it. So
oh man, that's well, you know what, your homework paid off, and you're just and it does, because that's what when you show initiative like that, and he picked that up and realized she knows what she's going to do and she's going to follow through,
right?
It was almost probably a no-brainer. Now some other people might not have been too happy about it, but oh well, that was you busted your butt and got it.
Right.
And
so then you see me at I'm at like a convention with Dave now. We're sitting at our table, like, signing autographs or doing something like, what? Like, how did that, when you look at that trajectory, like, I'm still in shock. Like, none of that should have.
Yeah. I mean, can you imagine, telling, 20-year-old Liz that's in college, who, from what I know, what I've understood, you've always been a Star Trek fan, that one day I'm going to be rebuilding the bridge of the Enterprise D.
Right. Yeah. Even as kids watching it, like, we were always like, Dad, put the Star Trek on. It was between like Star Trek or like This Old House, like whatever was airing at the same time. And so we were like, we want a great show, and so just be watching as kids and then end up being the one to like get to Wedding Planet.
Oh man, that's so cool. I can't even, like, that's almost would be like it's just a dream.
Yeah.
In my opinion, like a dream come true.
Yeah, but every event that's happened, like, all of it's a fluke. Like, even I wouldn't have had Star Trek if the people didn't call me off the list to work on How to Get Away with Murder. And even then too, they were like, can you interview right now? And I was like on my way to coffee with a friend, and I called him. I was like, hey dude, I got to go home and like get my portfolio and go to this interview, and versus being like, no, I'm not available till tomorrow, because the other guy would have had the job by then. So I just was like, it's like seeing an opportunity and being able to seize it. But I've been very lucky, because some people don't get, like, you never get that opportunity. So I've been lucky, like a few of those calls have, like, it's been really, really amazing.
Oh, I know, it sounds like it. And I remember, I cannot remember if it was Andrew Robinson or Jimmy Darren, who talked about, or somebody, one of the other actors in their franchise, made a comment about how they always just happen to, be in that right place, right time, answer the phone, or be like, no, I don't want that. And then eventually it just came back around, and they got, it was, right. I remember watching that, and they were like,
Yeah, like how it works out. Like,
yeah, it's just crazy. And so, so I just got a few more, just little, other questions, nothing too crazy, but like, so have you? I mean, we already know, but so what drew you into Star Trek in general, like back when you were growing up or whatnot?
Yeah, I think that as kids we were pretty heavily into sci-fi. So Star
Okay.
Trek, Star Wars, Blade Runner. I mean, those were I always liked that stuff more than I liked like a rom-com. Like not that we watched a lot of it, but like I remember my grandparents had just the only movies they had in their basement. So like my parents would be visiting and we'd be at the grandparents' house were 3 VHSs of like the original series Star Wars and then I mean the original 3 Star Wars and then like Search for Spock was another VHS that we had. And I at first I thought they were all related because I was like, "Oh, they're all on spaceships." And then when you watch them, you're like, "Oh, never mind." I'm talking like as 7 years old, where you're trying to like figure out like who's who and what's what. But Star Trek, Next Gen and Deep Space Nine were on TV like as I was growing up in the 90s. So and we didn't have a satellite, we didn't have cable. We had like this like wonky old antenna that you'd have to like rotate to like make the TV work. And I remember Star Trek was one of the channels that came in clear, and my dad, he would watch it. He would be watching us. He'd come home from work with the kids and he'd be waiting for my mom to come home to like help him because there was always so many of us. But he knew that like at the end of Star Trek, my mom would come home right after that episode. So he would, and I think it was Voyager by that point. It would just always be on. That was his timer to know. Oh, Nancy's done with her shift and she'll be home after that. So it was just always on. And I remember as a kid being like, the captains were always different, and but Worf was in all of them. So as a kid, we not all of them, but like between Next Gen and Deep Space Nine. So as a kid, I remember like, and we watched everything out of order, but the Borg episodes would always be on, and I'm like, oh, put that one on, just because it was cool to look at. You're like, what, like this the space aspect of it, and it wasn't until like later on, even over COVID, where I watched everything in a row, and I was like, oh, I remember watching that as a kid, but I didn't put together this like the continuity of story I never really had. But that was just it was always on TV and like like I said, I'm Star Trek and Star Wars. I'm not like we'll say one or the other. I'm like nope, it's sci-fi for me. Um, you know, Gattaca, like anything that had some type of sci-fi element or
Oh,
fantasy, all of it.
exactly. And I just recently watched for the first time ever, the original Blade Runner. I'd never watched it, and it was actually really good.
My favorite film of all time. It's like my number one.
Yeah. Yeah, I was talking with some people on Discord in one of our groups, and I said, "Yeah, I've never seen Blade Runner." And one of the gentlemen said, "Okay, he said, put your phone down, go get it right now and
Yeah,
watch it, and then
yeah,
report back."
yeah. No, you have to. That was like, yeah, my literally favorite film. And just because it's art and the world building and the storytelling, all of it. It's just like the secret, trying to figure stuff out. What is this? How does this work? Replicants, all of it. But the sets, and actually one of my first, it was like an early movie I had worked on, like uncredited, but the first designer that was going to work on it was David Snyder. David Snyder was the art director on Blade Runner. And so the producers were like, "Hey, David, Liz is a huge fan," and he was like, "Do you want to look at behind the scenes photos with me?" And I was like, "Yes." And so he literally clicked through like a slideshow and like told me all the stories behind all the sets. So that was like my first like ever experience, and that was back when I didn't know how to do anything. Like he was like, "Oh, okay, I see what your skill set is," and he follows me, like we're friends on Facebook now, and so he's kind of seen like my career, but that was like one of my first interactions with an art director ever.
Oh man, that's so cool. Uh, you've had a really, yeah, you've had a great career so far, even and for being so still kind of youngish in the industry in art director though.
Yeah. No, I'd still say I'm on the younger side. Like 8 years. I've been in LA 12 years, but my first couple of years were I was in non-union and I was in stop motion, and then I was a coordinator. So I'm like 8 years as an art director. So that it's not very. That's pretty short in comparison, considering you have to do 35. Everyone that's done 30 to 40. And then some people don't retire because it's so fulfilling. So they just like, oh, let's do another movie. Like I think Greg Papalia, who I worked with on American Primeval, he's like 42 years in the industry, and he was like, he's not working either. He's like, what is going on? Like, I've never seen this before. But it's cool to even have like your cohorts. Like, there's a big age range. There's people younger than me that have amazing skill sets, and they went, their schooling was more refined than mine. I learned a lot of it on the fly. And then people that have been in it since hand drafting. All of us kind of throw together, and making a movie is making a movie.
Wow, hand drafting. I can't even move.
Yeah. There's still a small group of them that still hand draft. And we scan them. We scan them in, and then look at them on our computers. Primeval, a lot of the wall in the fort and a lot of the buildings, because of the drawing of the sticks, the little sticky things, it's hard to do on a computer. So Greg, beautiful, beautiful illustrative pencil drawings. So
man, and then you would just scan them in and digitize them after that.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that's freaking cool, Liz. I guess so. Obviously you've been to conventions. Have you ever done the cruise or anything like that yet?
No, I haven't been invited on the cruise yet. So you guys can put it in a raffle or whatever. Put a recommendation in for me. But I've done a bunch of conventions, and I'm going to FedCon again this year, which is in Germany, and they fly me out. Yeah, and FedCon is cool. FedCon is like European Vegas, so it's pretty big, but Europeans are more kind of family oriented. So it's like the hotel is a little smaller, but there's just the vendor, like it's still pretty big. So, but it's Germany. So it's like, yeah, I want to go to Europe, so that's I'm excited to do that this year. That's in May.
Oh, that'd be fun. Yeah. I, after seeing all the pictures this year, I gave in and booked the cruise for 26.
Okay. Oh yeah. 60th. That's good.
For 60th. So
you're going to do Vegas.
That's my plan. So I'll go do both of those. I'm already signed up to go to the Creation Convention in Chicago this November. So yeah, good. I don't know. I almost need to talk to some people to get you to bring you back out to some of these.
Yeah. Yeah. But you can expect me at Vegas because I have FOMO. So I'll go to Vegas. You'll see me there. I went to San Francisco this year, kind of last minute, but my sister lives up there. So if I'm visiting with her, I could just dip over to the convention. So that's kind of and Creation's been really kind to me. So if I tell them I want to go or I'm in town, they'll send me a pass. So I didn't talk or do anything there. I just kind of hung out for the weekend. But yeah, San Francisco's a good one too. The convention center is nice. The hotel that they put in.
I do have one last question, and it's the one I ask everybody: is what piece of Star Trek technology do you wish existed today?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, replicators probably. Because I think replicators are the reason why you don't need to work for food or manufacturing and all that. You just replicate it. So it changed all of humanity. Like, you went to work just to have a purpose and not because you needed to, and yeah, there's still starvation and planets without it. But I think that technology, it would change the game for like industry and world hunger. Right.
Yep. That's like the same answer everybody gives just about is really? Replicators. So when the first person I asked, I thought, or second person, I always thought it'd be transporters, warp drive, mainly transporters because you can get from point, get here like that. But again, and then it was replicators, and they gave basically the same explanation as you did. And I was like,
so you're telling me I'm not original? But no, transporters, people get scrambled in them, and the transporter technology, like you're agreeing to be your molecules get all separated and then I'm not doing it. Now, okay, warp technology is interesting because that you can, that would open up to space travel. But if you warp somewhere and you're stuck, you want to be able to be on a ship that has unlimited food. So I still think you need a replicator before you go that far.
Oh yeah, no, yes. I mean, I honestly now, after talking with everybody, I'm like, yeah, replicators really, the choice that you need, because it's just the right thing, get there quick and then replicate your stuff.
Right. Start with that first.
Yep. All right. Well, Liz, I want to thank you again for giving me your time today. And I really had a great time talking and learning so much about what you do and just your industry in general.
Thank you for all the good questions. I appreciate it.
Well, you're welcome. Well, I'll talk to you later. You have a good afternoon.
Thanks.
Bye.
You too. Bye.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.
Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, and welcome to the Transporter Room. Today, we have a very special guest join us, Andy Holt. Andy is an actor, writer, and one hell of a super Star Trek fan. Thank you for making the time to come to the show today, Andy. How are you doing?
Thanks, Chris. Thanks for having me.
Anytime. I just want to let you know, it was a pleasure getting to meet you and Bryce and everybody else at the Trek to Dallas convention back in November. You guys were just like so welcoming and just fun to hang out with, especially at breakfast and whatnot. And I just wanted to...
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, yeah, and it was.
Fun.
And I just want to say, one thing that I will not forget was the morning I came down and got to join you guys for breakfast with Sean Kenny and his wife.
Yeah, that's right. We just by chance sat at the same table with Sean Kenny and his wife Taki. Actually, of the two mornings, Saturday and Sunday, we wound up eating breakfast with them
Oh,
both
really?
days, kind of by chance. Yeah. I think you were there one of those days.
It was probably Saturday, I'm thinking, for me.
I think it was. And then Sunday, they were there again, and we joined them at breakfast again. That was a lot of fun. So I don't know if your viewers are familiar. For those of you that may not know, Sean Kenny was in the original series of Star Trek, and his most famous role there was as Captain Pike in the wheelchair, in the menagerie, in the beep wheelchair. I think he also played another character, a helmsman, for several episodes, I believe. I don't remember the character.
I don't know how many, but I do know you are correct. I have seen that he was a helmsman on different episodes of the TOS. Yeah, I have to admit, at first I didn't know who he was because I had not really watched. At that time, I had not really watched much of TOS. I have now. So I was going to say a little bit on your background real quick. As I was just, researching and to see what I knew, you told me you were an actor back out when we were in Dallas. And I found that you were in the fan series Star Trek Continues as Fleet Admiral Nagura.
Congratulations, Jim. Completion of your 5-year mission. That's quite an achievement. Not to mention saving the galaxy.
But the price, Admiral.
Believe me, the officials responsible for the unauthorized Pandora project will be dealt with.
And that was our first time to see him. Probably the only time, if I'm not mistaken, actually, but we've heard his name before. And I didn't get to watch the whole series, but I watched that last episode, and I need to go back and watch the whole series, because just that last episode, it almost felt like, and I'm going to use a Star Wars reference, it almost felt like Rogue One leading into episode 4, because we're getting
Yes, that's a good analogy. I never heard that one analogy before, but that's probably a good one. Since you're watching TOS right now, I would highly suggest finish watching all of the TOS and then watch Star Trek Continues from the beginning. There's 11 episodes. They each one is the same length as the original series episode, and they even put those weird little breaks in there that looks like you put that's where the commercial goes. You might want to watch the animated series in between those because there's no reference to them, but the intention for the animated series was that would be like the fourth season of TOS, and there are references to that animated series things later on, especially in the lower decks.
Big time in lower decks.
But TOS, yes, but Star Trek Continues. That being in that show was the singular highlight of my Star Trek fandom, and this is from a guy who's met a lot of the stars. I had my chest signed by William Shatner. That's another whole story. Yes, I didn't ask him.
Oh, he just did it.
He just did it. Yes. So and so being in Continues was, that was the greatest fan moment for me probably ever.
I'd imagine because, like I said, what little bit the one I watched today, I can't. I'm looking forward to going back because, I mean, that was a full production. Like they put everything into that. And I looked at some of the names, the actors and stuff, but then I looked at some of the names in the, the crew. I'm like, John Knoll was one of the visual effects artists in that, and he did Star Wars. He does Star Wars. He's at ILM.
The cast and crew is amazing. If you look at the guest star list on Continuous, it's like these are real people, real actors. A lot of them are sci-fi legends that are on there. It's pretty amazing.
June Lockhart was on there. You had Michael Dorn, Marina. Obviously, I saw them. Those are some of the ones that stuck out to me, and there were some others, but
Lou Ferrigno was on there. John DeLance.
Yes, John.
Michael Forrest was in the very first episode, and he played. You may not have watched it yet, but he played Apollo in the original series, and he reprised his role for Continuous.
Wow, they really did put a lot of work into this.
Yeah, I've had I had a friend tell me that when he watched the original series, some episodes were good, some weren't. He's much younger, but he said when he watched Continues, all the episodes were good. So he being younger, I think like you said, watching original series through the lens of today is sometimes difficult because of the poor special effects, the overacting. But Continues did not come across like that. It did have the flavor of the original series, but didn't seem to have any of that 60s.
No,
baggage,
I mean,
guess.
I think there was still at least one or two scenes where they did the lighted on the eyes of Captain Kirk. They had to do that because if you don't, that's not TOS. If you don't do it,
they did have to keep some of the elements to make it original series too. The elements that define the original
and that's
series.
what as I've been watching it, and when we discuss it every now and then after we're done watching them, some of the episodes are, still they're all good. Well, they're all decent and very good most of the time. But then there's those few that, that we watched and it was like, oh, that's that hasn't aged well. There's a few of them, but still, after we've discussed them and talked about it, I'm like, okay, they had to do it that way because in the episode I'm thinking about was Friday's Child, and where Bones decides to hit a pregnant woman, and when I'm first reaction to it, you're like, what? But I was talking to somebody else I interviewed, and he actually explained it again. And I recalled after watching it, that's what she respected actually, and expected.
It was yes, it was an interpretation of a cultural aspect of that race that they were trying to
Correct.
convey.
Yes, it is. And so I'm over it. We watched it. It actually ended up being okay, and it was not a bad episode when it was all said and done. But it's just, you've got those ones that you're just like, okay, you get it. It was the 60s, and that's just the way it was. And we'll get a little bit more into some of the when we get farther into the series and the movies and whatnot. But one of the biggest questions I personally have had for you, and I think I might have asked this back at breakfast one morning, but is how many conventions have you attended? I just saw you at STSF. Prior to that was Dallas that I know of. So those are two. And I swear it's a lot longer list.
Yeah. I think I tried to count, a couple of years ago. I think I roughly attend maybe 8 a year. Not all of them are Star Trek. But I try to attend all the Star Trek conventions that I reasonably can. And then recently, Creation, the company that has been putting them on, has been doing a lot more, because for a long time they were doing only they call it STLV Las Vegas. My friends call it, and we all call it Star Trek Live. So they were only doing Star Trek Live, and then this past year they started. They did the Dallas. We went to one Nashville. I know they did one in New Jersey and Chicago also, which we did not go to those two. And then they did the San Francisco. And this coming year, there's several more also. So I also attend several other conventions. I pretty much always go to San Diego Comic-Con, WonderCon, several local ones here also. And my wife and we've been doing roughly 8 a year for probably at least the last 10 or 12 years.
So you've been doing it for a while then. As much as I would love to go to STLV this year, I'm not going to be able to for work commitments. But 2026, I should be there. That's my plan right now. And so, and everybody I talk to, and I suspect you'd be the same, but everyone says you have to do STLV at least once.
Yes, I would. Well, I would actually rephrase that and say you have to do STLV every year.
True. I'll give you that.
Yeah. So, but that's my personal philosophy. So, but yes, I think we started attending in 2013, and we actually haven't missed it. So we've been very fortunate.
Dang.
Yeah, you should do the Star Trek.
Are you going on the one next month,
coming up
or the end of this month?
Yes. It's in roughly about 2 weeks from now. 2 weeks from now, I'll be on the cruise. But that's another one that we do every year, and I think we've done every one ever since the first one started in like.
That sounds about right. I have a buddy on here, TJ Jackson Bay, and he swears by the cruise. I think he's kind of like you. He does not. He goes on the cruises. He tries not to miss them. He loves the cruise. And everybody else that I've talked to, I've got other members and friends that have said the same thing. They're like, you need to do a cruise. So what do you like on the cruise? Like, what is it that, makes it, I don't want to say better, because they're all fun, but everyone I do talk to that has done the cruises, they just seem to like them better than the land conventions for.
Really? I don't know if I like it.
Yeah, and that may not be the right way of saying it, but it's more, I don't know, they just have a lot more fun at times on the cruise.
I don't know if I have more fun, less fun. I have fun in all of them. I get on the boat that first day, And I swear, I blink, and then, oh my God, we got to get off the boat already. It's I swear there's a space-time anomaly when we go on these things, and then they seem to go much faster than normal space-time. So that's the way I guess I could explain it to Trekkies. Um, and yeah, there are a lot more shows and a lot more, much more entertainment type events. I think on the cruise that interest me. As in addition to, you don't need to think about what you're going to eat because all the food is included. So that's kind of nice. If you're on a land convention, you kind of have to figure out every meal. It's not a horrible thing, of course. But if you're talking about, you mentioned being at the bar and seeing the stars just hanging out there. It's even more so on a boat where nobody can leave. So they're trapped there with you, and you see them all the time. I'm in the elevators with them very often, walking down the hall, seeing them, and I've been to so many conventions that a lot of them actually know me. They'll recognize me because I've seen
I
them so
bet.
many times.
And
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. Is that your electronic dog that was at the convention last couple weeks ago, or is that somebody else's dog?
Yes, that's my dog. It's Canine. It's for those of you that may not be familiar. I have a walking canine, and he actually drives. It's from the dog from Doctor Who that I built a few years ago, and I installed a remote control device so that I can drive him around. I have a device where I can drive him with one hand, and I don't even have to look at it, and I can have my hand down at my side, so he'll just be driving along in front of me, and people can't even tell that I'm driving him. It's pretty
That's
cool.
cool. Did you have him in Dallas? I don't remember it, but
I did not have him in Dallas. I've never flown anywhere with that dog. If I bring the dog, it has to be somewhere I
okay.
can drive to.
Okay, that makes
So,
sense.
It's big. Yeah,
He's a big dog.
Yes, he's a big dog, but so he's attended several Star Trek conventions, and he's had a lot of fun.
Well, I noticed that, and I think you changed uniforms almost had a different uniform per day almost.
I think I probably wear about between 2 and 3 different cosplays a day, actually. So yes, yeah, I tend to change them often, and I think for that 3-day convention, I'm pretty sure I brought at least 9.
Oh, that's cool.
outfits.
And I do remember the hat that you had on.
Yes, that is a Spock helmet. And then so when Star Trek started gaining popularity, and then toy manufacturers wanted to put out merchandise, at first they didn't really have anything. So some manufacturer decided, oh, well, here's a white helmet with this siren on top of it. Let's slap Spock's name on it and Star Trek label on the box and sell this as a licensed Star Trek product to kids. So that's what they sold, and it's been since then been known as the Spock helmet. It's tiny, it fits a child's head. So I made my own. I modified somebody's 3D print file and made my own for to wear. And I think I've probably made about 20 of these things since then. I've given them out to many friends. I even made one for my canine dog, and so he wore that to the last convention. So my canine had a Spock helmet, and then on top of my canine, I put a Moopsie that I had built. So for those of you that may not know, Moopsie was a small animal, a character from Lower Decks. And so I scratch built a Moopsie that could walk and talk, and then I built a helmet for Moopsie also. And then I put Moopsie on the back of K9, and he just rode around on K9 through the convention. So all three of us had helmets.
Oh, that is so cool. I'm going to have you send, if you have any video of that, I'm going to have you send it to me.
I need to, I know I have
Okay.
stills. I'm not sure that I should have taken video of that, and I'm not sure that I did.
Well, that's cool. I do remember seeing some stuff online. Let me put that solo. There it is. There's K9. Ah,
Yeah. And there's K9 with his helmet, with Moopsie on his back. And Moopsie has a helmet too.
that is so freaking cool. Awesome. Really cool. Oh man, that's awesome. Oh, that's so cool. Well, I'm gonna get into some of the we've already started talking about the Star Trek, obviously, but I just what first drew you into Star Trek, into Trek in general?
Oh, that's a good question. Gee, I need to dig back into my memory banks, and so I'm old enough to have watched Star Trek in syndication during the 70s, and I always liked it. I don't know how deeply I was into it. I watched the 1979 motion picture in the theater. I watched Wrath of Khan in the theater, but at the time I watched Khan, I don't remember that, like you were saying, I don't remember Space Seed. I didn't watch Space Seed prior to Khan, and I don't think I watched all the original series episodes until way later. I always enjoyed it. This was back when I was a kid in the 70s and 80s. I was that stereotypical nerdy kid. I was really good in school academically, but was kind of not athletic. I never was into sports. So, all those movies that you see in the 80s where you have all these different cliques and stereotypes in high school, that was probably largely accurate, and I was definitely the nerdy kid. And somehow that in the last, I would say sometime in the last 15 or 20 years, being nerdy all of a sudden became cool. And nowadays, all the, former jocks and everybody are learning that sci-fi is cool and they're really into it. I have a flux capacitor in my car, and I remember when I brought it to a tire shop to get my tires changed, all the guys came out and looked at it, and they were all really impressed, and they thought it was really cool. But there was a time, probably 20-ish years ago, when I was at work in the professional setting, I didn't talk about Star Trek. I didn't let people know that I was into it. I hid it because it came across as weird, and I was such a crazy diehard fan that I didn't really want people to know. But nowadays, my coworkers go out of their way to ask me about it, to talk about like continues, and then there's been a handful of times when somebody sees me on TV or something, and then they'll ask me about it. So it's different now.
Different.
It's really weird. It's different.
So yeah. I'm curious. What is your favorite series? Is it TOS?
That's a good question, and
it's a loaded question. I know that as well.
It is. I think I'm having a hard. I always have a hard time answering that one because I think to me it's a toss up between TOS and Next Gen. I am hard pressed to choose between the two to say which one is my favorite. I actually like almost all of the, I call it slightly older stuff. From Enterprise on back, I love all that stuff. From Discovery on, I think I have mixed reviews on all those shows. But I love the original series just because, if for no other reason than that's where it all started. I love Next Gen, again, if for no other reason, because it kept the TV side of the franchise alive, right? It was such a unique thing to think in 1987, we're going to put Star Trek back on TV. It had been almost 20 years since it had gone off the air, and all of a sudden there's a new Star Trek TV show, right? There have been some movies. There have been the original series, there have been several movies, but then TV again. That was a monumental thing to happen for Trek fans. And then, Deep Space Nine after that, Voyager after that was good. It was cool, but it wasn't as huge of an impact to the franchise as Next Gen.
Yeah, and see, I didn't get to watch TOS, so TNG was my first series to actually watch in '87 when it came out. And I still, to this day, I remember the opening scene of the Enterprise D. That flying scene, and you're like, okay, this is a new Enterprise, but it was cool. I had not being someone had watched TOS. I mean, I've seen the movies and all that.
You didn't have a preconceived ideas.
Correct. I didn't have.
Yeah, you were part of the newer audience. They were
correct. So obviously we got the series. Which of all the movies do you have one that's your preferred, or are they all kind of equal?
Oh, I definitely have my preferences, I think. Again, somewhat of a loaded question. I'm going to give you a long answer. The motion picture wasn't my favorite, but again, because of how huge of a deal it was in bringing back the franchise, that one was a really, really big deal. Wrath of Khan was arguably, I think most people would say, one of the best, if not the best, Star Trek movie ever made. Everybody seems to love that one. Nobody says anything really negative about that one. Everybody loves that one. Ricardo Montalban is, again, arguably the best cinematic villain of all time, sci-fi or not. And so he really, really, really gave that movie credibility. Everybody loves, what Trekkies call the one with the whales, Star Trek 4. Even though when you really dissect the plot, it is crazy asinine. But it's perhaps more of a character-driven movie, and everybody just loves whales. So, but and another one I think the Trekkies all love is First Contact. That was just a well-made movie in so many ways. And it brought back the Borg, and everybody loved the Borg as the villains, and so that was probably the height of the Borg's power as a villain in the franchise, right? So that movie was just so good in so many
it was
ways.
A great movie.
So,
I mean, I loved it.
Yeah. It brought back the Borg, but it also told the story of First Contact, is the namesake. So it was very it was two very different events, but they seem to flow together, because usually if a movie doesn't stay in its lane, it doesn't work, but that one seemed to just work so well.
Well, it was a great, obviously you had the TNG cast, as we always have, but then they had a great, oh my God, James Cromwell and Alfred oh my God, Woodward. And I mean, that's those two right there are great actors and actresses. So they had a good cast for that one. They really pulled it in. And I think it helped. I'm not gonna lie, the Zephyr Cochrane character being, well, kind of a drunk, and it gave it.
It gave a very real dimension to what they would consider a historic character. It was also very real, because if you look through history, that's a lot of these historic type people were just real people.
Well, and also you have to think about that. It also shows you what, and a vision of what humanity will be after a global nuclear war as well. So, I don't want one of those, but it shows you, how they did come together and were able to, and of course Cochran, he says, he didn't do it to get statues and all that. He did it for the money, but in the end, it all worked out. And then we had, we got the NX program. And another thing that I liked about, and I loved how they did that tie-in to Enterprise when that Borg episode on Enterprise, because of when the sphere crashed on Earth. And so that was a great tie-in to the movie.
That one actually worked well, because the whole Enterprise series was an afterthought, of course. It was kind of shoehorned into the timeline, and in a lot of ways it didn't fit, because of course none of the previous series referenced them, and but timeline wise, of course, it happened before all of that. But overall, it was still well done. I mean, as much as you could shoehorn a series into this timeline,
especially
it
a
was
prequel. And so it was, I thought they did a decent job of that. And so, I mean, I enjoyed it. And so, I guess, one thing I would ask about, Star Trek and the visions that it has created and shaped, our hope for the future, do you think, in your opinion, that humanity will ever even remotely come close to the Star Trek version of humanity?
I consider myself to be an optimist, and so the short answer is yes. I do believe that humanity will reach the ideals that we see in Star Trek. It won't look like Star Trek, because in Star Trek, every alien looks like a human in cosplay. And I don't think that that's what they'll be like. But I think a lot of it will be, a lot of those aspects will be there. And I think we, in today's day and age, are on the edge of a society of that will be able to provide goods and services at a tremendously low cost. And I'm going to bring up some non-sci-fi thoughts. We are developing, we as a society are developing AI and robotic technology to the point where you can go online and use ChatGPT. I don't know if you've used it. It is an amazing tool. It is extremely usable, and the intelligence behind it is pretty staggering. I mean, if you even today, I think it's still very much like a sci-fi type of tool. And if you were to say even just a handful of years ago, that we would have something like this for everybody to use, people would think you're just full of it. But when we take this AI and we marry it with robotics technology, we're going to develop robots and androids and devices that are going to be able to build things for us very cheaply. Factory labor will likely be a thing of the past. The service industry will likely be a thing of the past. And I actually believe that within our lifetimes, we will be served in most restaurants by robots and AI. And in the future, I think in our lifetimes, we will go into a fancy restaurant. And only the fancy restaurants are going to have human waiters. And these people will be highly trained, and these will be coveted jobs. And these people will actually have to compete to become a waiter in a restaurant. And all the other restaurants are just going to be robots. And we've seen this in the past 100 years ago, a little over 100 years ago, everybody was riding a horse, and only rich people had cars. Today, um, everybody has cars, only rich people have horses. But also today, um, everybody that has a lower job works in the restaurant. No offense to anybody, but this is perhaps a stereotype. In the future, uh, only those very high end people will be working in the restaurant, and all the other restaurants will be operated by robots. That's what.
Well, and I have to say you're right about like the AI. You asked, about you talk about Chat GPT, and I will sometimes, depending upon what I'm doing, I'll have Chat GPT up, I'll have Grok up on, and I will put the same, statement or whatever I'm trying to get help with in both products and see who comes up with a better, answer or, a wording. And it's interesting. For me personally, what I have found is if it's a more of a technical question, Grok seems to do that better. But if I'm writing like an email or something, and I say, polish this up, ChatGPT seems to be really good at writing emails. But it's just so fun. That's a very good point. I mean, if you look at the robots, the Tesla bot and the ones that Boston Dynamic have developed, I mean, we're not. I mean, I think we're a handful of years, but not that much from having robots like they were like in the movie I, Robot with Will Smith. And if I'm not mistaken,
well, I think Tesla and Musk are deliberately designing the robots to look like that. I think they perhaps even got inspiration from that movie.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
and it's just a matter of time. And I don't know the cost, but I swear I've heard rumors that they really want to make those, the Tesla bots.
I think he already announced that he intends to have it cost $30,000 or less for the first ones, which is affordable. If you bought a robot and you could have him do the dishes and wash your car and do the vacuuming and all those other menial tasks, it's not that much.
Well, and to think about what it could do in the event of a medical emergency with you at home, if someone's at home, if it.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's true. Could take the place of first responder.
Well, maybe not completely take it, but if you
not completely, but perhaps it could do CPR,
or do something to protect. Yeah, that's man, we're getting deep here tonight, but which is good, and I know, and I like that. And so, and I guess really my last question, because we're trying to get a little long here, is and again, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but and we're already touching on this, but is what Star Trek technology do you wish existed today?
What Star Trek technology do I wish existed today? Okay, so I don't think we'll ever develop transporters that can transport people. I don't think that will ever happen. I don't think there's a realistic way. There's a couple of them which I would love to see, which I'm not convinced it'll happen in our lifetimes. One is the ability for anti-gravity, right? So if we had anti-gravity available, then we could theoretically control aspects of gravity through the use of energy. Then we could put things into orbit much, much cheaper. That would enable spaceflight to not have to burn crazy amounts of fossil fuel. And then the second thing would be something equivalent to a warp drive, faster than light technology, which would allow us to actually get out of our solar system to other planetary systems in a realistic time frame, right? So those two, they probably kind of have to go side by side, because without anti-gravity, if you try to go to light speed, you just might get turned into a puddle of goo on the back wall of the spaceship.
Very true.
That's where the whole inertial dampeners things come in, right?
Gotta love those script items.
We probably need both.
Yeah, and I agree.
Yeah. So I would love to see that. I'm not convinced that those will happen in our lifetimes, but I think a society where scarcity is a thing of the past. That is
Mhm.
within our life.
Well, and I think, as you were talking about, faster than light travel, it is theoretically doable. They've thought, there's theories that will allow now.
There is, it's theoretically possible, but the energy consumption required is astronomical. It would take more energy than we have generated in the history of mankind, kind of thing, right? So though it's not realistic that it
It's
could
not
happen.
realistic yet.
So
On
yeah,
paper, they can make it work, but they just need, like the energy of the
yeah,
sun times like a million or something to power it.
yeah, some number that's
Ridiculous.
not possible.
Exactly.
But scarcity, I think, in fact, I honestly believe I study history. I'm a big history nut. So I honestly believe that even scarcity today, most poverty or famine is caused by oppressive governments or lack of proper logistics, right? Because I don't think we as a species are not we have enough resources for everybody. So most of the time when people don't have the resources, it's government, it's bad government, or bad logistics, uh, just not having the means to get the resources to the right people, or a combination of both. So we're already on the edge of being able to solve things like world hunger, lots of diseases. We're already diseases don't really plague us like they did a few hundred
True.
years ago. It's very, very.
I mean, and and to have that, yeah, you're right. It just we're getting there, and we just have, it's just more time, and we will continue to advance. And at some point, we will have, I mean, someone made a comment about replicators, and that would absolutely, if we had the ability to do something to make those, you end world hunger overnight.
We have rudimentary replicators. They're called 3D printers. They don't make food. Well, some of them actually. I think some cutting edge ones do, but it's not cheap. It's not cost efficient. But essentially, a 3D printer is a rudimentary replicator.
I know. And so it's just a matter of time, and we'll get there. Again, will it be in either of our lifetimes? Who knows? But I mean, we'll see. Something will happen, and I just hope it's all in the positive for us. And that
I agree. I'm optimistic about it.
Me too. All right. Well, Andy, I thank you for your time tonight and for hopping on with me and just chatting about everything Star Trek and non-Star Trek, and it's just, I'm enjoying doing this. It's everybody I get to talk to, I do learn something new every time. And also it makes me think, I'm like, man, I didn't think about that. And so again, that's one of the reasons why I started doing this, and I'm going to just keep on doing it. And it's just fun. It's fun. So I appreciate it. And hopefully I will get to see you at STLV 26 or maybe the Chicago convention this year. If they don't come to Dallas or Texas, I'm probably going to go to that one.
I'm going to look into that one. I think we're going to
Cool.
try to go. We'll see. But we might try to go to that one.
Well, I will let you go, and it was fun talking, and I will talk to you soon.
For as little as $5 per month, you can gain early access to the full ad-free versions of all interviews, plus additional exclusive content by joining Patreon.
Greetings, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, and welcome to the Transporter Room. Today, I'm joined by David Zappone, an accomplished producer and the president of 455 Films, a Los Angeles-based production company renowned for its award-winning documentaries. With a passion for Star Trek, Zappone has produced several celebrated projects, including For the Love of Spock, The Captains, and What We Left Behind, looking back at Star Trek Deep Space Nine. As the executive producer and director of To the Journey, looking back at Star Trek Voyager, he led the most crowd-funded documentary ever, raising over $1.26 million, showcasing his ability to connect with fans and deliver compelling, high-quality content. So without further ado, let's beam him in.
Hey, Chris, good to see you.
You too. Thank you for making the time to come on and talk with me this evening. I appreciate it a lot.
No problem. It's a very quiet Friday afternoon here at Paramount, so perfect
That's
timing.
good.
Yeah.
Good, because my Friday started at 6:30 with lightning damage at my at where I work.
Well, mine started with a visit to Michael Westmore's home, so I'm happy.
Yeah, I think we need to end this interview now. No, nah, I'm good. But again, like I said, thank you for joining me tonight. And I think we're gonna talk a little bit about everything. Probably, mainly focus more on the Voyager document, and then some decon stuff, and also, like you said, Michael Westmore. And so, I do want to start off, by saying, after watching the Voyager documentary, I found it just absolutely fantastic. I mean, I genuinely believe it is going to blow audiences away once it is out there and we get it for everybody. It's just phenomenal.
Well, thank you. We've had some test screenings in New York here at Paramount. We did, LA. We did New York at the Symphony Space, which has a Leonard Nimoy theater. That's why I chose it. And then we did London and the Star Trek cruise. And any day now, could be as soon as tomorrow, our backers will be getting a Vimeo link to the film.
Nice.
So I'm very happy to announce that.
Cool. That's going to make a lot of people happy.
I think so.
Will.
We did our usual mistake. We put too much time, too much money into it. I put my own money into the film, believe it or not, because what people don't realize about crowdfunding is that half of it goes to fulfillment. So 1.1 sounds like a great number, but $500,000 to $600,000 of that went right out the door with the T-shirts, the buttons, the stickers, the mugs. I mean, it's overwhelming. And we had a crew of, I rented the office next door. We had about 5 people sending out 8,000 items.
Wow.
And then we got hit with the pandemic. Then we got hit with 2 strikes. So it was an interesting time. And then 25% inflation. We were bribed by the Chinese government. They charged us an extra $5,000 to get those Janeway mugs out of China. So it's been a journey to the journey.
I can, to the journey. Well, and exactly, and that's that was something you skipped ahead on my list, but yes, that's exactly what I was going to say. It was I know there's been a ton of criticism about this, but again, you just nailed. You had 2 strikes and a pandemic.
Yeah, California was essentially shut down for 2 years.
Exactly. And it's just, and they lasted for months. And I've still, with my channel alone, I've interviewed other people that work in the industry. And one of the people I've talked to told me there's a 75-page list of like art directors and all those type of stuff that need work. Still to this day.
It's funny you say that because Michael Westmore and I were speaking about this morning, and he said that a lot of the construction guys and crew are moving out of LA, and I am in something that's called the Dryer Building at Paramount Studios. I've been here since 2011, and I am I'm across from Stage 18 where they did DS9. and I'm above 8 and 9, which were all the bridges from TNG through the Chris Pine Star Trek were filmed. Every bridge. And I'm the only person in the building right now.
Wow.
I'm it. Many
And
days
I've
it's like
heard that.
this. Yeah. And
Yeah,
I
I've heard.
park in the famous blue tank, and there's usually 3 or 4 cars. When Michael and I were saying he left in 2005 with Enterprise, I started here, my first company, in 2006. You couldn't even get a parking space. You had to valet. Now, so it's kind of sad. It really is.
And I've heard that from other people that say especially like Paramount and other studios are ghost towns.
Yep. Total ghost town. I never thought I would see this in a million years.
God, that's such a shame. That was Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe there will be some miracle will happen and it'll start coming back. But
well, that's why I'm hoping projects. We jumped right into Westmore after finishing Voyager. I think Westmore is going to be huge. He's a terrific man. And I got the whole idea by interviewing him for Voyager.
I was going to ask you. So what inspired? Well, first off, what inspired you to make this Voyager documentary?
Well, Voyager, I came up with the concept just to do another, essentially what we left behind in 2019. We struggled to find funding, and I funded it myself in the beginning because we didn't do the crowdfunding until a year later. And we went on, we had the good, thank God for Lolita Faccio. She's been my savior. I don't know if you know her. You do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I've met Lolita.
Worked on Star Trek for like 17 years. And she got us on the Star Trek cruise on March 3rd, maybe. And we got back around the 8th. And by the 11th, the whole world shut down in 2020. So the only thing that saved us is we were able to get at least that only in-person meeting for the 25th anniversary. And then a year later, I said, let's try crowdfunding. And it could have gone either way because people were shut down. They were out of work. But I think there was a hunger for entertainment. So we did well. But then it took another LA stayed closed the longest, I think, in the country. And we didn't every time we tried to reopen, the mask mandates would come back. You can't interview somebody in a mask. And then that ended, and then the strikes happened, and no one would cross the picket line. I'm a producer, so I was allowed. I'm also in the DGA, but this was a documentary, so I wasn't crossing a line because I support the union. But no one else would cross the picket line, so I was all alone here in at Paramount.
Man, well, that's well, I will say this, and that's one thing I have to really commend 455 and your staff for, because when the world shut down, y'all could have said, well, we'll just do it all via Zoom. And you said no.
Nope. There's one Zoom shot in that entire film.
Yeah. And you stayed the course and did those interviews, which is why this thing is going to be, is the quality that it is.
We could have put out a quickie film, but I just won't do that. And we got lucky, I think in 2022, LA opened up for a period of 2 weeks and then they closed down again. But total luck. Within that 2 weeks, we were able to build the stage and get most of those interviews you see. Total luck.
Wow. Golly.
And Kate Mulgrew, we were only able to get her in England. We couldn't even get her in the US. We got her for 21 minutes in England. And then she came up to me after the New York premiere. She's a wonderful woman, by the way. Awesome. And everybody in the cast was terrific. And she said, David, I really am not happy with what I gave you. So would it be possible for you to interview me again? Now, this is January of 25. And we still did it. Went out there on my birthday in January, and we did it. Because I'm not saying no to the captain.
Hell no. You don't tell Kate no.
She is one commanding woman, let me tell you right now. There's no acting. And this, by the way, was one of our most popular items. This was the replica Janeway mug And we had a gentleman named Paul Camuso who also works for Bill Shatner, and he found the original designer and the company in China, and that's what we had to pay to get out of China. But those have been, I think, the most popular item.
I believe it. I have the actual just the regular coffee cup, the to the journey coffee mug I bought from you guys, which it's a nice mug, but yeah,
Oh, this thing's amazing.
I know. I didn't buy it. I thought about it.
Are you going to be in Vegas this year at the Creation Convention?
No, I won't. I'll be in Chicago. I won't be in Vegas this year. I timing just doesn't work out for me to go. And I was curious about. I know. So, other than Kate's interview, additional content since the screening on the cruise, have y'all added anything else to the added or subtracted to
Since the
since the
cruise,
cruise?
yes, we've added some more Kate, fixed the credits. We took some notes from people. That's what, again, I think a lot of the angry fans don't understand is that we've taken the comments
Yeah,
and we made adjustments,
gotcha.
but nothing wholesale. The biggest mistake we made in the beginning is that we had a little too much Garrett, and we fixed that. But that was after the initial 3 screenings. So the cruise showed the version. I mean, we have, I don't want to spoil it, but
Yeah, don't.
Tim Russ has a very interesting phone call. Let's put it that way. An out of this world phone call. Yeah.
We'll just leave it at
Let's
that.
leave it at
Everybody's
that.
just gonna have to watch it.
Yep.
They're gonna have to watch it. And so now that now that we know when the backers will be getting the Vimeo, roughly,
It's going to be
very,
any
very
day.
soon.
We just finished
Yeah.
it. It could be tomorrow. I just
Yeah.
don't want to say for sure.
No, absolutely
But
not.
it's within days.
Yeah,
And
that's
one of
good.
the reasons, I think you might have met Joe Kornbrook, my co-director.
I've not personally met him, but I know who he is.
Well, he's moving on Monday to Scotland. So that was the reason for the delay. Everybody's angry, I know, but life interferes. And his wife is from Wales, and they decided to move. So I won't move my computer, but I have all of our drives, everything going back to William Shatner's Gonzo Ballet, stuck in my office now because we had to close the one next door. And by the way, you didn't mention the captains.
Well, that's a valid point. It did not mention that, but it's another great movie.
Yeah, I mean, I did a lot with Shatner. Got to plug the Captain's Collection, our Blu-ray. We did about 10 different documentaries.
Yeah. Well, and actually what's funny, before I ever, when we start talking about getting together, I actually, because I was trying to find out where they at. Because I think when I met you back in November out in LA.
Oh, yeah, I have your address right here. I owe you the Blu-rays. I have not forgotten.
Yes. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You'd asked me if I'd ever seen the, What We Left Behind. And then to the point, I was like, at that time, I'd only seen some bootleg copy on, YouTube. But
Bane of my existence, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was searching around and I didn't realize that the Captains and DS9 are all on Amazon Prime.
Yeah, and I believe they're free.
Oh, yeah, they're included. So
Yeah.
before we did this, before we, when we started talking, I sat down and watched, because it'd been a while, the Captains and again DS9, with a nice HD version instead of the YouTube version.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
God,
this is what
I just
the deliverables used to look like. These are tapes. So yeah, I mean, that's what you're watching, but now we've upgraded all those to HD. Yeah.
Well, and so yeah, I watched them again, and I'd forgotten how good the Captains was, and then
Especially the close-ups. Those get lost in the mix. We did 5 individual episodes called The Captain's Close-Up. And what we did is we had so much material, we took 1 episode for each captain, combining Chris Pine and Bill as Kirk. But I would highly recommend anybody who's looking forward to Voyager get that, because Kate Mulgrew's half hour is one of the best things I've ever done.
okay, I'm gonna
Avery
have to go
Brooks,
watch that.
when Avery watched it, he called me and said he cried. He was so moved.
I believe that.
Those are the half
100%.
hours. And again, you can find that 10 hours of content, uncut scenes or or cutout scenes, additional interviews. It's called The Captain's Collection. It's everything I ever did with William Shatner, going back to Gonzo Ballet, which was our documentary on his Ben Folds record was turned into a ballet. Only Bill.
Oh my god. Well, I will definitely find links to all those and put them on here when I'm,
Sure,
we're
I'd
editing.
appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that. And so I'm assuming then, because I think y'all, it was a question during Virtual TrekCon, and is that the special features will only be on the Blu-ray, correct?
No, that's not correct.
Oh,
What we're going to
really?
do is once we finish those, we're going to send those out as a digital download and on the Blu-ray.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
I don't remember saying that in the Virtual TrekCon, but
I think Joe might have alluded to it.
well, look,
Maybe.
technology is changing so fast.
Exactly.
We're going to do the best we can, but we were able to do it for What We Left Behind, so I don't see why we couldn't do it here. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's great, because like I said, that was just it was I remember it was a question in the live chat, and it was just, I think at the time that was like in February or March, whenever. So it's been a while, and so at that time y'all were still working your butts off to get this thing going.
Well,
So
people think
yeah,
455s is this huge conglomerate.
I about died when you told me.
We're about 4 people.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
full time, because we hire people like Jonathan West is the director again of Westmore and the photographer of What We Left Behind and Voyager. But he's freelance, so we bring in the same people time and time again, like Dennis McCarthy, the brilliant Emmy-winning composer that did DS9, did the music for the film. I try to be loyal to, because I'm such a fan. It's just an honor for me to work with these people. I have yet to meet anyone from Star Trek production that I didn't like. We had Herman Zimmerman sitting in this office in a corner doing this set for What We Left Behind. I'm like, Herman, do you want my chair? Oh no, Dave, I'm fine. I mean, just to see a legend, sitting in the corner. But yeah, everybody's been so supportive.
That's awesome. And like I said, I've seen the most recent episode, the version, and it's great. I mean, every minute of it. I mean, I got it, and I sat there and watched it that night.
Good, thank you.
When I got the link, and
I've watched it so many times now, I never get bored, and I get moved every time.
No, I can't either. It's
and again,
amazing.
when you see naysayers, remember, it's the people that are unhappy that usually post. We have 11,000 backers. Most of them understand.
Absolutely. 100%. I've seen that. So now that I know, now we got some good information on the Voyager. What new stuff? What other exciting upcoming works? And we've already been chit chatting a little bit, but do you have this 455 have coming out?
Well, we've got exciting studio guests coming up for the Decon Chamber. The Decon Chamber is going to go forward. We are not giving up. I mean, everyone knows podcasts are not a gold mine, but we all enjoy it creatively. We've got, as you and I discussed, John Billingsley. And what we've decided to do, and I'd be curious to see in your comments what people think, is instead of just doing a watch party and having the show play and commenting, bringing in somebody from that episode. Like John Billingsley is Dear Doctor. So we're not quoting every scene. It's more just a discussion between the 3 boys. The boys, I call them the boys. I'm their age. Yeah, so that is going to be exciting. We're going to have some exciting new tiers and things to announce at the Vegas convention. We're doing a panel for Decon in Vegas, and it's a panel for Westmore. And I don't know if it's going to come to fruition or not, because again, it got gutted by the shutdowns. But we tried to film, and again, everyone did this for free. We tried to film, we have a lot of Nana visitors interviews filmed for her book. What was it? Hailing Frequencies Open, I think. They called it, she published a book on the women of Star Trek. We called it the women of Star Trek at the time. but we're going to try to do something with that. But right now, our goal is finishing Westmore. Michael's 87. I want it done. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be cool. And I mean, we talked about that. It was the live chat one back in VTC. Obviously, everybody. I mean, it was funny to watch it. Everybody's like, Enterprise, Enterprise, Enterprise. They want an Enterprise documentary so bad.
Well, look, it all depends on if we keep getting the support. If people support us and I can show a studio, because let me tell you something. Paramount has no interest in Star Trek documentaries. I am the only one in this lot working on Star Trek. Just me. They loved To the Journey, but it just doesn't fit in with their programming. And they're in the midst of being sold.
Yeah, that's causing a lot of problems right now.
Oh, you're telling me. So I just need people to show their support. Now, we are going to vary a little bit and get some non-Trek guests, but sci-fi genre. I don't want to give the exact cast members out yet, but we're going to be having a Lost in Space 60th reunion podcast coming up, which I'm very happy about.
That's
I mean,
going to
you
be
can't
cool.
see it shiny, but I've got a signed picture of the cast of Lost in Space there in front of Zach Quinto.
Yeah, that's going to be. I mean, well, I don't. I'm trying to think how I can say this, and I can.
You can talk about seeing Moomy because you were there.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm just
Moomy
trying
was
to like.
terrific.
That was, I was. I don't want to say lucky. I got as being a Patreon member of the Decon Chamber at the level that I'm at. One of the benefits is getting to go out to the studio and actually attend a recording. And the one I got that with timing was the one with Bill Moomy in last November. And that was just so cool.
He's a legend.
I mean, and just to literally, I didn't say a whole lot because, first time in LA, first time to meet Connor and Dom, first time, lots of firsts. So I'm just
You're in a movie studio. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just taking stuff in, but he's just a normal guy. 100%.
I met him through Ira Stephen Bear. They've been neighbors for 20 years. And we had him in What We Left Behind.
Yeah, I saw that. And he's just and even Connor and Dom were just flabbergasted at just how chill, and he's no pretension at all.
None.
Like
none. And the other Lost in Space cast members are the same way.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So that was a great experience, and hopefully, one of these days I'll get to do that again. We'll see. Just gotta.
Yeah, and then we just had David Dastmalchian. I never get that.
Yeah, I'm not going to even try and say that.
Yeah, I tried, but he was terrific. What a story about his life and what he's been through. So
that
you learn so much.
That interview, I made comments on the Patreon side as well. That was, and I think I actually probably even emailed the channel or something, just like said that that was probably one of the best interviews y'all have that they have done so far because of the content,
because of his honesty.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was just,
and everybody loves the story of redemption and a comeback, and he gave us all that.
Yeah, it was great. I woke up early. I always wake up every now and then just to watch the Patreon version for before the YouTube stream, just to see what's going on, and also just
believe it or not, I finished those like I finished pulling the stills yesterday. I mean, that's the quick turnaround on those.
Yeah, and so that was a great episode. So,
yeah. But the problem is, Chris, the podcast world has become so crowded. But we've got a loyal fan base, and we're hoping in Vegas to just expand it again, because Vegas is a really good venue for us. Yeah, 25,000 fans. And I also want to tie it into promotion with most of the Voyager actors have already said yes. So we're going to be getting all the Voyager actors to cross promote. The one I'm most excited about is Johnny Phillips. God, he cracks me up.
I am struggling. I don't know. I may figure out how to come out there for it. Honestly, if I do, it'll literally be almost like my LA trip, out and back within like 48.
Well, if you can, let me know. because
Yeah.
we'll have a table there. We'll be there, and we'll be
Yeah.
on stage.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm just gonna.
I love it. I've been every year. My first one was 2010 at the Hilton for the captains, and I haven't missed one since.
Well, I'm gonna figure it out. I don't know.
I would. It's. I've been this. Well, let me qualify that. My two favorite convention experiences are Vegas and the cruise. The Star Trek cruise is phenomenal.
I will be on there next year. I'm going on the 2026 cruise.
I hope to be on there. We'll see.
You got to be on there because
Yeah.
actually,
I've been on 4. So
I'm just gonna say this now. It's the 25th anniversary Enterprise. Probably the whole cast will be there. You might be able to wrangle them up.
Well, I think we could get them all. I mean, we had a great episode with Scott Bakula. We're going to have Linda Park. We had Billingsley. And really, Anthony Montgomery will be on. I just had dinner with him. We really are just looking for Jolene. You kind of need Jolene.
Hey, she did Lower Decks.
Yeah, I know. I saw that.
So, at this point,
anything's possible.
That's
never
right.
Say never.
Never say never, because we thought she would never come back. And
in the words of one of my actors from my other favorite franchise, James Bond, never say never.
Yep. Oh man. Oh, I forgot to ask this earlier. On the Voyager doc, there was a couple of scenes. I meant to ask you this. Did y'all recreate any of those scenes, or did you upscale them?
No, we upscaled a lot of them. We recreated, don't quote me on all of them, but 2 for sure. The crash landing of Voyager, that's all new, into the snow planet, and the captain's yacht, which was not seen in the television series. And we recreated the opening sequence.
Yeah, I was curious because I was like, man, that is so crystal clear.
We couldn't afford the music, unfortunately. And CBS got rid of, between What We Left Behind and To the Journey, they got rid of all their telecines. I'm not using the right technical term, but it's essentially the machine that converts negatives to digital. They closed the whole department. So there was no way for us to do the same thing.
Golly.
But AI does seem to be working. It looks great on the big screen.
Oh yeah. And speaking of big screen, I think we talked about this a little bit, but you're obviously, I'm assuming y'all are trying to work with Fathom to
We are.
Okay.
I just talked to Shatner's office. They're going to get me a contact. So yeah.
Cool. That's going to make
Deep Space Nine did incredible business for them.
Mm-hmm.
It was sold out everywhere.
Hell yeah. As Star Trek fans, we like our movies.
Well, I don't think people consider, even though they tried to sell it as one, and please forgive me, I might alienate some of the newer audience, but Section 31 to me was not a Star Trek film.
I'm just going to say, and this is what I did on one of my reviews, it was James Bond, no, sorry, Mission Impossible meets Star Trek. That was the best way and as a movie, not Star Trek, it was okay. I enjoyed it. It was a movie. It had action and all that stuff.
I'm too old school. I started watching Star Trek in 1975. So I've paid my dues, and I'm really one of those people that responds to the utopian future of Roddenberry. And when they start to get dystopian, it loses me.
Yeah. Well, and that's what the problem was. If you all the negativity that was out there, but the one thing, and a lot of people have said this, is even though we may have not liked it, we've got to watch it. This is the only way.
No, we don't.
Really?
No,
well,
I don't.
And the reason why I say that is just because if on the streaming side, if you don't at least give the metrics, we're afraid they may not make anything else.
But my problem, I'm the father of a 5-year-old, and we've watched every episode, and I'm not exaggerating. And I think you met her.
Oh, I saw her.
Yeah, you saw her. Because she loves Lost in Space, too. We've watched every episode of TNG and the original. Got that far. So she's met all those actors. It's been terrific. She's met Bill, but she knows them all. When I started watching Picard, even, you've got severed heads, you've got swearing.
Yeah.
You
I
can't watch it with a 5-year-old, and that was never true of Star Trek.
I probably alienate some people here as well, but there was no reason for the Admiral to tell Picard.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I was like, that's.
But let me qualify that because I'm friends with all of them. I did like a lot of season 3, and I especially love the finale.
Oh, Terry.
And I love Terry Metalis. He's in To the Journey.
Yeah, he knocked season 3 out of the park.
Yep.
100%.
So I want to give him credit.
Oh, no. Season 3.
It's just as a dad, I started watching Star Trek when I was 7 or 8 with my dad. It's disappointing. And this doesn't just go for Star Trek, by the way. It's everything. You can't watch anything with your kid anymore.
Mm-mm. And it's sad that you can't watch Star Trek with your kid anymore.
Not the new ones, no. No, all the old ones. As a matter of fact, I don't know how we got on it. It might have showed up in my YouTube feed. She wanted to see The Twilight Zone. So we watched Nightmare at 20,000 Feet, the thing on the wing. And she loved it. Because, again, for a kid, it's suspenseful but not scary.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I sent a message one time on the Patreon about just asking, why was, and it had to have been her because the way what you were saying, I think I asked, why are we getting the censored version of the podcast on the Patreon site since it's being paid for? And but I appreciated the response and it made sense because whoever responded
would have been probably Goldie. Yeah.
Said, we've got children who watch, and that as soon as I read that, I was like,
I'm a very strong believer in that. Actually, Billingsley just set the record for beeps. I'll tell you that. That was funny. But no, Star Trek Enterprise that's a little rougher, but it's still appropriate for children for the most part. And why would we make content about something that kids can watch?
And yeah, absolutely. As soon as I got the response, totally respected it because it made 100% sense to me. And I'm like, oh, no problem.
I mean, my attitude, as Spock would say, could be called parochial, but I'm sorry. That's what I feel. I feel we should not forget children.
And it makes sense. And that's why even on this podcast, you might get but that's about it. If even
this is different, Chris. You're not dealing with the episode specifically.
Well, but I still, because I don't know, and I'm probably going to beep what I just said, because I don't know who is watching it. And I want to at least make it so they can. And you were right. I interviewed John as well.
Yeah, he dropped a few, I'll bet.
I spent some time. It probably took me, I don't even know.
Yeah, I forget what the count is. He set a record though.
It probably took me 2 hours to listen and get everything right to make sure I don't do the beeps. I just mute it real quick. I dip it, but I'm like, and then, yeah, he made a comment about, and it was so funny. I asked him, I said, so what's Scott like? Scott Bakula like? And he sat there and he goes, that bleep, 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 bleep. I'm like, oh my God, did I? And then he was just joking. He's like,
kidding.
Yeah,
no,
he was.
It's all in good fun. And I think with the bleeps, I think it adds a little humor.
It does. It's so, but that's funny. When I saw that, when y'all posted that he was coming on, I was like, oh man, they're going to be busy on the button this time.
Like when we did the Captains, I'm going back, or Chaos on the Bridge. And that's another one I highly recommend. Bill and I, that's been kind of forgotten, but it's on the Captain's Collection. Bill and I did an hour on the first 3 seasons of TNG. And Bill did all the interviews. We had everybody. I interviewed Patrick, actually. That was a thrill. But yeah, I mean, I shouldn't say forgotten. I mean, they all had their run, but it's been 12, 15 years, and there's a lot of content out there.
Oh, it's a lot of content. It's
Yeah.
thousands of there's 1,000
But yeah,
episodes.
this was never an issue until recently.
Yeah. Oh, I
Yeah.
agree. Oh,
But
man.
again, as a dad, I'm going to stand by it.
And that I agree with you. I totally agree with you. So, and yeah, after as soon as they said, because we may have children watching this, done. I was done. That's total.
Good. Thank you, Chris.
I
Yeah.
appreciate it, and never say anything again. And that, again, that's why I do mine. We bleep them out and be done with it.
And the other thing we did that was interesting, we were getting like Mike Sussman, the writers.
Oh, yes.
Which I found that to be one of the most interesting episodes, because you heard the whole story about 9/11, how they had to shut down that day. I love going deep.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I've always liked about the show, with the episodes, is because, and that's why I do what I do. I don't focus on initially the Star Trek. I want to know about the person, their backgrounds, generally
Yeah.
speaking, and then
The episodes are there. You could go and watch the episodes.
Yeah.
We want to learn something new.
Yeah, and then we do the start. That's what Liz Klakowski, she was like, man, like, you actually asked
Yeah, I
me.
just met her. She's very nice.
Yeah, she's like, you asked me other things. Basically, she was like, other than Star Trek, like we talked about Quantum Leap and American Primeval, other stuff that she's worked on.
Yeah, like we're hopefully going to get the Andre and Marie Giacomontone. I know I butchered that too, and Maria. They were writers on Enterprise, and they went on to Mad Men. So
nice.
I'm hoping very much to get them as a guest.
Well, that'd be great. Well, Dave, I think this has been awesome, man. I'm glad we got to talk and get to catch up, and also get some, future content out for people. So I'm going to try and get this one. My editor's going to shoot me tomorrow, because I'm going to be like, hey, get this one out pretty quick.
Oh, I got a plane coming over there.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, let's get this one out a little bit faster.
Yeah, I appreciate it, because Voyager will
That's
be
why.
out. People can still go on to VoyagerDocumentary.com, and you can still buy a backer screen of it. Right now, we're in the process of trying to sell it. And again, with this new market, it is a heck of a lot tougher than I thought it would be, even for something that's so well reviewed. But it's going to happen. I have no doubt. We've done things that no one else has ever done in a Star Trek documentary. I mean, sending Garrett into Zero G, I can announce that's been announced enough. Like they just did a Blue Origin flight. I think they were in space, the 4 women, for 11 minutes. He was up there for 90. Yeah. And did experiments, did all kinds of stunts. I mean, it's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, he did. That was cool to watch that episode. And I'm waiting to, next time I'm in a meeting with him, I can finally ask him about it.
Garrett, we even, because I'm here at Paramount, we took a weekend and we did a whole reminiscing, which you saw in the documentary, around the lot. That's the other unique position I'm in. I'm the only one that can really get on here and shoot.
Yeah.
With impunity or at a reasonable price, because I've been here. But this really is where, even though now it's moved on to Canada, Paramount is where, going back to Desilu in 1966, that's when Star Trek started.
Absolutely.
All the way up through J.J. Abrams' 2009.
Mm-hmm. And something a lot of people, I always joke with some people that are like, Star Trek versus Star Wars, da 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 da. I'm like, you realize we actually need to still kind of thank Star Wars, because that's what made Paramount make Star Trek, the motion picture.
Well, it turned it from being phase 2, the series,
yes,
into a full-blown motion picture.
Yeah.
And it gave us Moonraker from James Bond, too.
Yeah. So
yeah.
we owe the fans kind of owe George Lucas for doing that.
Yeah.
So,
by the way, let me just leave you with one thought. I don't want to diss Paramount at all. I think it's their programming model right now, but they love the film, gave me a fair license. I'm probably the only person outside of a Paramount, because I don't work for Paramount. I have my own company. Gave me the right to use all the clips, all the imagery, and Star Trek in the title.
Nice.
That is not typical. You'll see a lot of other knockoff documentaries, with different titles and things.
Mm-hmm.
But no, they've been very good to me. I have no problem with Paramount.
Oh yeah, no, it's just the industry.
Or CBS.
Yeah, it's just the industry right now.
It's the industry. Yeah, it's just going to take a little longer. That's all.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And I will talk to you soon, Dave. You have a good one.
have any idea that this is where it would take you? Way back when you first started?
And I'm glad I didn't have any idea. Had I had some idea, I think I might have been a bit more, I might have had more consternation. As it is, I was shot out of a cannon, and that was just right for me.
We knew that we were taking some risks.
The decision was to develop a show that had a female captain.
We wanted to bring something new to the Gene Roddenberry universe. Voyager was going to launch the UPN network.
There's news about the newly signed captain for the Star Trek Voyager series. Geneviève Bujold today resigned from the role only a few days into production.
The fact that we had already started shooting a multi-million-dollar 2-hour pilot, oh my God, what are we going to do?
You're the first Starfleet commander, the first female. It's a huge responsibility.
Yeah.
When Jennifer got fired, didn't feel safe anymore.
We suddenly had this gorgeous actress. She got a tremendous amount of attention.
You would have to be dead inside not to feel resentment.
She adds that element of conflict to every relationship on the ship.
This has changed my life. It's about an epic gesture, both of the imagination and of science.
It's about hope.
And I think people need that.
Welcome to Star Trek The Cruise. Starting off with Voyager, and it's very exciting, 25 years of Voyager. So let's kick it off. Let's get started.
We're here because this is the 25th anniversary of Star Trek Voyager. We had almost our entire crew here.
Years before Voyager or any of the shows, I worked on Roots, The Gift. And I had one day where I worked with Kate Mulgrew, Avery Brooks, and LeVar Burton. That was years before Voyager.
Did we have a scene together?
No, we did not have a scene together.
I knew William Shatner before he knew I was ever going to be part of this world, too. We did a movie of the week together. And I wasn't, sorry, at that time, a Trekkie or anything. I really didn't know him well. The only, did I hear a gasp in the audience? Oh, my God.
I wanted to ask, what is your favorite creative pursuit after Voyager? Something you're really proud of that you really loved working on?
For as little as $5 per month, you can gain early access to the full ad-free versions of all interviews, plus additional exclusive content by joining Patreon.
Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, and welcome to the Transporter Room. Today, we have a very special guest join us, Chuck A., the TNG fanatic. Chuck is one of the associate producers for the Seventh Row podcast. So, let me beam him in.
Hey, Chris.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Oh, not too bad. You know, we just got done doing that recording a little while ago with another channel, and now we're doing ours for my channel. And so I want to thank you for, taking the time to come on here today and just talk with me about, your a little bit of everything, your history, your background, how long you've been doing Star Trek, and just Trek in general, and even non-Trek stuff, because I feel like you probably do a little more than just that. But I was just kind of curious. One thing I was wondering about was, how did you find out about? Because how I met you is through really the seventh rule initially, and then and then I come to find out you're everywhere that I'm at on all the channels. So how did you, like, in all the podcasting, like the channels, how did you get started, like with seventh rule and so on?
Well, I was following Aaron Eisenberg on Twitter, and I met Aaron a couple times, once in a department store in California and once at one of the conventions in Denver. And I started following him on Twitter. And then, of course, I was sad to see, that he had passed away. And I did some more research and I found out about the seventh rule. So I didn't catch the seventh rule right away. Probably, I'm going to guess in 2020, and I believe they started in 2019. And I was on a lot of other chats on other YouTube before that. So the seventh rule came up after that. I went to the convention in Vegas. I believe it was 1 year it was canceled because of COVID. It was the very next year. I think it was 2021. And I got to meet, Ryan T. Husk and Melissa and Sirach. And I really got involved, with a lot of the chat members there because I was really new to their chat. So since then, it's been, getting to know a lot more people from the seventh rule. More and more went to the convention, had a vendor's table in 2023. I got to meet at least 20, I'd say, of the chat pack there, and got to be familiar with, Ryan and Sirach and Melissa and more of them. A lot better after that show. So I've been involved quite a bit. So I guess it's pushing on the fourth year, I believe.
Well, there's a lot of channels out there, and then I've seen you in Tex-Trek and Larry Nemechek. I'm trying to think where else have I seen you at, and you pop up, and I'm like, oh, there's Chuck. There's Chuck over there.
Yeah, TrekCulture quite a bit, and the Siphonetics, the gentleman from Australia. So I'm in a lot of the chats. Nick from Australia.
Okay, I don't. That one doesn't ring a bell to me right now, but there's so many of them out there. There's no way of keeping up with them all. I do like TrekCulture. I do watch that as much as I can because they have some really great interviews out there. And then Connor and Dom do their thing as well. Ryan and Sirach do all of theirs. I've been watching the Sci-Fi Sisters even more now. That's a fun one to get into. And so there's so many out there, but I know you mentioned the conventions, and we've talked, on our own about that. How many conventions have you now gone in your lifetime?
Well, I started watching the original series when I was like 10 or 11 years old. It was the third season. I started getting involved with Star Trek. My first episode that I remember was A Savage Curtain. They had Abe Lincoln and Sirach and all the, it was a rock monster. So my dad started taking me to conventions in probably the early to mid 70s. And I went to a few there, and then occasional, maybe one a year, two a year. And I really started going to conventions when TNG started. So like 87, 88, 89, and into the 90s. To answer your question, I'm sure it's been at least 50 conventions or maybe more over the year. That's from, it's, the early 80s where I started to go, or mid 80s when I started to go a little more. And then in 1998, I became a vendor for Creation Entertainment there at Pasadena Grand Slam, and then they moved it to Las Vegas. So at least once a year at Vegas, and I missed only two or three maybe 3 or 4 of the shows, but I've been to almost every one there, and I got to meet a lot of actors over the years. Unfortunately, a lot of the original series, guest actors have passed, but I would say I've met like 50 or 60 actors over the years. You get to chit chat with them and got some autographs and such like that. Yeah.
So when you're a vendor, I mean, you're sometimes when you're a vendor, you're actually sometimes sitting in there, right? You can be, from what I've seen, sitting right next to one of the actors giving autographs, can't you?
Yeah. My wife and I were at a show. I think it was the 50th anniversary. It was either 2015 or 2016, and Robert Duncan McNeil came to my table, and he bought a Tom Paris doll and a plate. Got to talk a lot with them. A lot of the actors, stroll by my table and start up conversations. Walter Koenig used to come to my table almost every year and look at Chekhov plate and other plates and say hello. And we used to talk a little bit here and there. But, I met a lot of the actors before I became a vendor, just, being a patron. And then, walking down the hall when it was slow, I'd run in and talk to quite a few actors there. And they, like I said, they came to my table and said hello occasionally. So, over the years it was, and like you mentioned that the vendor, sometimes I was right next to the signing table of other actors. Yes, I talked to Bobby Clark was next to my table. He was the Gorn. Got to talk to him quite a bit. So it depends on where I was placed in the dealer's room. So.
Oh man, that's cool. Makes me want to go get my own table and sell stuff just so I could be there and potentially have to run into them and be like, you have to talk to me. You're right next to me. You can't get rid of me. And so what?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
The last show I did as a vendor, 2023 in Vegas, we were leaving for the day, and I said hello to Anthony Montgomery, and he says, "I know you. I've seen you at these shows. I've talked to you before." I said, "Yeah, we've talked quite a few times." So he actually remembered me, which was cool because they talked to so many people.
Oh yeah, they do. And it's I remember going to, when I went to SpaceCon last year, I went to, because I am a Delta Flyer, member of the Delta Flyers, we have monthly Zooms with Garrett and Robbie. And Garrett, that man has a memory. I mean, he could remember everybody. And when I went up there and said hello, and he's like, "Hey, Chris," he kind of blew my mind.
Yeah. Yeah, I've talked to Garrett Wong quite a few times at the show, and I think he might have remembered me too because the last time I saw him, he was standing in front of his table. He says, "Oh, hi," and shook my hand, but I talked to him quite a few times. Yeah,
Mhm.
so sometimes they remember you.
True. So now, what do you, when you're at this conventions as a vendor, I know you've got an eBay store and all that. So are you selling the same items, or what are you selling at the conventions themselves?
Well, the conventions, I basically put the eBay store on vacation and pretty much take everything that I could fit in my SUV. And try to take a selection of merchandise that the actors might sign, like figures and plates and stuff like that. A lot of the a lot of the customers are looking for things to have signed other than just a photo. So it's good, if they can sign an action figure or a doll or a plate. Like a lot of the TNG actors, uh, there's 10 plates in the series of TNG. So, usually take the ones that whoever the actors are going to be there. So, and then just, people filling out their collections, and there's a lot of spur of the moment purchases. Oh, I love that. I haven't seen that before. And, to that, it's good. It's good to bring a variety of things so you're not locked into just a few items.
Well, you shared with me a picture of that. I guess you said it's a rare plate of with Spock.
Yeah, Spock from Unification, and the it was the last plate in that series of 5, and they didn't seem to make as many as the other 4 in the series. It makes it very rare, and that was a very popular TNG episode because the other 4 plates are from the original series or movies. So it was a plate that was very, very hard to come by. There's a few plates in the series that they seem to not make as many, and there's people that are, like I said, trying to fill out their collection. Say, "Oh, I haven't seen that one before," or "I've never seen that one before. I didn't know they made that at all." So there's a lot of the merchandise like that. Yeah.
I keep on looking over your shoulder, and I just can't stop looking at that picture of Martok behind you. I'm like, that's a good.
Yeah, I actually that's there I have 2 pictures. That one I got on the internet, and I actually met J.G. Hertzler at a Galacticon in Denver a couple years ago, and I was waiting for at his. We got there early, and I was waiting at his signing table, and he wasn't there. So I told my friend, "Well, let's just go walk around." And as we were walking around, JG came up, uh, walking towards his table, and I told him that I know Ryan and Sirach from the Seventh Rule because he's on that quite a bit, and he chit chatted and talked for 5 minutes before he went over to his table. Then he signed not that one, but I have another one. He signed another photo for me, and really nice gentleman. One of my favorite characters on Deep Space Nine. Yeah.
So, with your screen name being TNG Fanatic, I'm thinking it's safe to say TNG is probably your favorite series. Or
well, when I went on to eBay, I think my first year was 1998. TNG had finished a couple years, and DS9 and Voyager had just started. So yes, that would have been my favorite series at the time because TNG got better and better as the seasons went along. And then I watched DS9 and Voyager in first run as they aired, and then I've seen TNG episodes so many times, and then I started really watching the reruns of DS9 and Voyager, and I loved those shows too. And Enterprise when that came on, but yeah, probably TNG was my favorite. Probably still my favorite, but I love DS9 and Voyager and Enterprise. I'm trying to watch it more. I haven't seen it as much as the other series, but anytime I have an opportunity to watch an episode, I'm enjoying it more and more. You're getting more familiar with the characters and in the I can't think of the word I want to use, but they were kind of serialized towards the end. I like that, just like what DS9 did. Yeah, I'd love to if you're watching the episodes and they make referrals back to previous episodes or actually be serialized. I like that, but from what I've always heard, that they don't like to do that because somebody who comes in and watches an episode or the series for the first time, they won't know what happened in the previous season or previous couple seasons. But I did like the serialization of DS9 and series. Season 3 and 4 of Enterprise when they did some serialization.
Well, I know, and that's the whole Xindi arc. I mean, that was Xindi was the whole season. Season 3 was all that, and then 4 was basically cleaning up after that and wrapping up the show, because that's what they were doing, unfortunately. And I think for me still. So I started on TNG. That's the first one that was on air when I was growing up, and again, it's a great series. I still Patrick Stewart's still probably one of the. I don't want to say the best captains. I don't want to put it out there like that, but one of the more level-headed captains. The more diplomatic until I would say we got Janeway. because she was also very diplomatic and did follow the line of Starfleet and the Federation. But of course then Sisko had to do what he had no choice. He had the Dominion War and he had to do what he had to do. And so I guess what would be do you have of all the characters, do you have a favorite character?
Well, we could take one show at a time. So my favorite character in the original series was Spock. Loved William Shatner too as Kirk. And Next Generation, it's always been either Picard or Data. I've met Brent Spiner a few times. And he has such a great sense of humor, and he tried to get that into Data as much as possible. DS9, it would have to be Nog, Aaron Eisenberg's character, or Sirach, Jake Sisko's character. Jake Sisko, Sirach's character. Got that backwards. Voyager, it's a real toss-up. I like all the characters, probably either Captain Janeway or the Doctor. And in Enterprise, I like all the characters that I've seen, but I guess it's going to have to be Captain Archer. And then going into the new series, that's a whole other thing. Haven't seen the episodes as much, so as I watch it more on stream, I'll probably pick out some favorites.
Well, and they're still new, and they're all, and people have, unfortunately, people do have issues with the new series out there. They're like, they always say it's not Star Trek, or, it's just, yeah, that's definitely a discussion for another time because we could go way down a rabbit hole on that one, and I was, when you say memorable, like, for me, when I think about like a memorable episode, when it comes to Enterprise, which now I may have to change my memorable episode after talking with John Billingsley last week, because because it was Dear Doctor was one of my more favorite episodes for Enterprise. And after he explained his thought processes about it, I'm like, oh, I don't know if I can continue to I can, but still, I was like, it made me think about, that episode. And of course, Best of Both Worlds, those are up there for me as well. But, what is, do you have let's just say with TNG at first, what are some of the more memorable episodes that really impacted you the most?
Best of Both Worlds, Yesterday's Enterprise. Towards the 6th and 7th season, there was an episode called Timescape, which is very memorable for me, and The Ship in the Bottle with Moriarty. Earlier episodes, probably going to be Redemption, The Wharf 1 and 2. The episodes just got better and better as the seasons progressed. There was, some episodes that were on the mediocre side, but they kept that quality of episodes, just keep on going right through season 7. And of course, All Good Things, the last episode, two-parter.
Yeah, those were good. And then I can't even fathom trying to pick one for DS9. There's so many that were just really good, memorable episodes in DS9.
Well, Far Beyond the Stars, the episode, I went blank on the title, but the one where Sisko has to frame the Romulans to get them
In the Pale Moonlight.
In the Pale Moonlight. I like the episodes with Vic Fontaine.
Oh, those were so good.
His Way, Bada Bing, Bada Bang. The episode, the last episode, Where We Left Behind. The serialization of the seventh season where we had Damar and Kira as a being in Starfleet and going back to Cardassia. The last few episodes were also very, very good. And Odo's backstory towards the end with the founders, those were really good. The whole seventh season was so good.
Yes. I still wish they would let us know what exactly happened to Sisko after the series, which I'm actually reading his autobiography that was written by Derek, is it Attico? I think that's how you say his name. And I haven't, I mean, I'm still reading it. I'm very early on to the book, and it's actually been really good.
Yeah, I've heard good things. I haven't picked it up yet. I've been reading slowly the Now Visitor's book.
Same.
A little at a time.
Yeah.
But after that one, I'll definitely get the Cisco one. I'm thinking of picking it up, and I haven't done it yet.
Yeah, I have the Nas book. I actually just got it in about 2 weeks ago, because I had been hearing so much. I've heard so many good things about it, and oh my God, I lost my train of thought for a second there. But yeah, anyway, so I heard so many things about it. I've talked to other people that I've interviewed. You know, they have referenced that book for other, causes and everything else. So yeah, I was like, okay, I gotta read this book. And it's pretty eye opening, the stuff that she, that went on even today, honestly, but what really went on back in the 90s and the 70s and the 60s of everything that happened. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's very eye-opening, is right. I mean, I've heard a couple of the stories here and there, but a lot of it's new. I've never heard before, behind the scenes stories and things about the actors and their characters that I didn't know,
Yeah. Okay. So we got to ask this question, and I know it's probably the hardest question, one of the hardest ones. The next one after what's your favorite series episode? What's your favorite Star Trek movie?
Well, I've answered this before. It's a toss-up between Wrath of Khan, The Voyage Home, and The Undiscovered Country. I like them all for different aspects. The Wrath of Khan was really good for the Khan Kirk story. The Voyage Home brought back so much comedy to the show, and it had a good story arc for getting Spock and Kirk into the back in the past, and then the Undiscovered Country, because it was a lot with the Klingons, and there's the ending to the original series movies. So I like all three of them. I don't dislike any of the other ones, but those are the three strongest ones.
And those are my three. Yeah, they're the three ones they're my three strongest ones as well. And I had to go back and, I never had watched TOS. I just never had. And especially before the remastered versions, it was for me, unfortunately, it was just really hard to watch. Now it's a whole lot better just because I'm in the Star Wars, the better special effects is what I've been raised on. But I learned to get through, get past that and watch the series for the content and not the special effects. And it's a really good series. But I finally was like, okay, I wanted to learn about the Khan piece of this and where he came from. And I just went back and finally watched Space Seed. And I was like, man, that's a really, really good episode of TOS. And it filled in some of the holes that I had from watching, the Wrath of Khan. Now, as we all know, Chekhov was not in season 1 of TOS. So there's always been that little nugget of contention of like, well, how did Khan know who he was?
Yeah, Walter Koenig likes to make jokes about that. I've heard a few different of his stories, but one time he said, well, he wasn't in season one, but he was on the ship, in training or something like that.
Mhm.
But he's mentioned quite a few possibilities how Khan could have known Chekhov.
Oh yeah. It's easy to fill that in. I mean, it's
Right.
just so easy to do that. So what of all the species in the Star Trek world that we have met and seen, which one have you found the most intriguing?
Kind of repeat that way, Chris,
Oh.
because you faded for just a second.
I said, which alien species that have been
Oh.
through in our Trek industry, Trek, have you found to be the most intriguing out of all of them?
Well, it's a toss up between the Borg and the Romulans. The Klingons, they kind of since they were an ally on and off with the Federation, but the Borg, the episode Q, Who, and Best of Both Worlds, and a lot of the episodes on Voyager were very, very good. And the Romulans were always underhanded and trying to get the Federation to be that's what's the word I want to use. They were just so underhanded and sneaky. That's the word that they were trying to get the Federation to side with to side with them. They're always saying, well, hey, we're not really that underhanded and sneaky, and they would play the field like we want to be your friends, but they really weren't.
All the time. And even it started in TOS, but then, I mean, they even went as far. So from what I've heard and understood was that if Enterprise had gotten a 5th season, they were going to explore the whole Romulan aspect of the Romulan War and all of that, which is why they brought them in there at the end of the series with that little that little small arc they had with them trying to once again cause disarray in the sector, in the quadrant, because they do not want Earth. We didn't even have Federation, but they don't want people working together. So it would always behoove them to try and keep everybody segregated or separated. And because again, if they knew if you have an alliance, then they may be, outgunned and outmanned at some point in time.
Well, it's like a unification in TNG where they were pretending to be, they're wanting unification, and they wound up being, they were going to attack Earth, but they were pretending that they were on Spock's side, but they really weren't.
Exactly.
So they did that a lot.
So, they did that all the time. Those dang Romulans. So I don't know how much you're into, how much you are, involved in, like space flight and all that stuff. But I mean, Star Trek has obviously depicted space exploration, and, in my opinion, I feel like it has helped to shape the way space exploration is today in real life. But what do you feel? How do you think it has progressed us?
Well, I think it was really prevalent after Star Trek was finished, and when it went into reruns, it seemed to push the space program a little further along. And then, of course, you had that lull where after they landed on the moon, and there people were talking, well, let's go to Mars, and that has never happened, of course. But I know Nichelle Nichols was really a good spokesperson for NASA.
Yes.
So they were trying to put the two together, but NASA they've done a lot of exploration, but they haven't done the manned exploration other than the moon.
Mm-hmm.
And they were talking about, well, let's start a colony on Mars. I don't know. Hopefully that happens down the line.
I want that to happen. I would love to see it in my lifetime. I'm just, I don't know. I really hope it is. So there was something that was just in the news recently about Star Trek, and we actually had it was a discussion. I want to say it was on, I think it was Star Trek and Chill, a couple of, either the last week or the week before, or Main Viewer, when there was an article that claimed or had said that Alex Kurtzman and his team were saying that Star Trek was dying, and I don't think it's dying.
I think that discussion came about after the Section 31 movie, because it really wasn't so much Star Trek. There wasn't enough Star Trek in it. And, the comments from a lot of people who have seen it were disappointed. I don't think Star Trek is dying. I think there's another lull coming up here. I have to see what Star Trek Academy, how they do, and Strange New Worlds, how their next season is. I think a lot of people were disappointed that, Paramount Plus, they didn't renew Prodigy and they had to go to Netflix, and we're still waiting to see if that's going to be a third season. And the Lower Decks, who are people who really love that show, I really would have loved to seen it go a couple more seasons, because it was just hitting its stride. So I don't think Star Trek is dying. I think there's some disappointment on where it's going at the moment, but I think a lot to do with how Star Trek Academy does, and a lot of people, they wanted Star Trek Legacy after the Picard season 3, and there's a lot of people disappointed that hasn't happened. I hope it still happens, but the longer you wait, you have to explain why there's a 3-year or 4-year gap in between the Picard season 3 and the Legacy show. It would have been nice if that had happened, right away. I think they have other ideas of where they wanted to go with Star Trek, and that was not on their table.
And I agree with everything you just said, and I hope we're not. It just doesn't seem like it. Well, it's almost been 10 years, because Discovery came out in 2017. So, I mean, we could be hitting, like you're saying, franchise fatigue again, which I hope that's not the case. And, Starfleet Academy, I hope it brings us, it resurfaces and brings more people back to it. And I mean, I have enjoyed every season of Strange New Worlds. It is a great series.
Yeah, I just watched the crossover episode with Lower Decks today, and I hadn't seen it I seen it like 3 or 4 times after it came out, and I hadn't seen it since then. And I got to see that again. That was such good Star Trek. And Strange New Worlds has been consistently quality. It's probably not an episode I disliked. It's all good quality episodes, and hopefully the next season, which we should get here in a couple months, I hope, will continue that.
Agreed. I hope so too. And I if I'd had I'm gonna out myself here. If I'd had a VHS tape of that crossover episode, it'd have probably been worn out, because I watched that episode so many times because it was so good. So good.
Yeah, I think I watched it like 8 or 10 times after it came out, and then, like I said, might have watched it once after that, but I got an inkling today. I said, I want to watch that again. So I watched it today.
I may have to watch it this weekend myself, because it's just, I mean, they hit on so many series, because they came from the 24th century back to 23rd. They talked about Enterprise. And that's the one thing I have loved about, even Discovery was doing it, and Strange New Worlds has done it. They have given Enterprise a lot of respect and love in those two series, because after it went off, as the actors of some of them have said, they feel like they were the ones that killed the franchise. It wasn't them. It was just franchise fatigue. But it really is so awesome to see how much the writers have given, homage to Enterprise. I mean, again, the crossover episode when Uhura and Ortegas are in, I think it was in engineering, and they're talking about, she's like, that's Travis Mayweather, and she's like, and that was, oh man, Hoshi Sato, she was the best, and her, I just like, oh, it was so good. And so I hope, I'm looking forward to this next season. So I've got the last question I usually ask everybody, as you've probably seen, is what piece of Star Trek technology do you wish we had today?
Well, it's always between the transporter and the replicator. The replicator might be too easy. You can get what you want too quickly. And, transporter would be really handy if you have to be somewhere like immediately, if you have an illness in your family or you have to be at a convention. But I'm going to have to probably say the transporter. Because like I said, the replicator, you might just go crazy with it and just get everything that you need and things you don't need. But the transporter would be very handy, I would think.
That's always been my preferred piece of technology for that exact reason, is because I live in Texas. It's a big state. So if I need to go somewhere, sometimes it could be a 7-hour drive.
Yeah, I drove it one time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah. When I went to the convention last year in Dallas, I was like, that's a 7-hour drive one way. And then I had to do it to come home, and it just made me think about that, as with you being a vendor, all the stuff that you have to take with you. Oh, to set up your booth and all your merchandise. Yeah.
Yeah. It's quite tiring. But, as I'm getting older, it gets more tiring. And I had retired from that in 2016. And then I went back to it like 3 or 4 years later when I retired from my job. So I have more time on my hands now. So I said, well, I'm going to go back and start selling again, because I have, a variety of merchandise that you can get all those Star Trek fans at Star Trek Las Vegas. And it's pretty much all Star Trek. So that's the place to sell it.
All right. Well, Chuck, I want to thank you for your time today and for, hanging in after our free-for-all and hopping on with me.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank
Chris.
you. You have a good evening. Talk to you later.
Yeah, you too.
Bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Join us. Maya is one of the associate producers for the Seventh Row podcast.
And I wanted more. And then I got an email saying, would you like to become a sponsor for the following season? And I thought, I would. So I went ahead with that, and it just snowballed from there. That said, you're surrounded by a very creative environment. If that's what you're after, there's a wealth of creative endeavor. I think what Star Trek did, rather than preaching, rather than coming up with a message and saying we need to tell people about this, we need to go full on, science book thumping and get people involved. What it did was it said, look in this mirror. This is what we see of you today.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.
Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, and welcome to the Transporter Room. Today, we have a very special guest joining us, Mai. Mai is one of the associate producers for the Seventh Row podcast. Thank you for taking the time to come on the show today. How's your day been?
It's my honor to be here. Absolutely. So far, so good. It's early in Tokyo at the moment, 11 o'clock in the morning.
So, hey, I want to let you know, honestly, that it has been a pleasure getting to know you since I joined the Seventh Rule. And you and the whole group just was always so welcoming to all of us newbies. And even when, those first recordings, I really was like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing here. And, but now it's a totally different vibe. And I finally have gotten used to doing that, which is what helped me, honestly, to be able to do this.
Right. No, it's a good group of people. It's a very good group of people.
Oh, it is. It's a great group. I will definitely plug the channel because, we have our group stuff, and then when we're done, we all hop onto the Discord server, and then honestly just continue, talking about either the episode that we just watched and reviewed, and then we just move on to life. And
from soup to nuts. I mean, we cover all kinds of. It's just a gab session with people that enjoy hanging out with each other. So it's pretty neat.
It is a great group. I enjoyed all of them, and I cannot wait till the day I get to meet you in person, Dave, Faith, just the whole kit and caboodle, which maybe in November. So
it only gets better when it's in person. It's fantastic.
I bet.
I can definitely attest to that.
Oh, good. So I've been wondering. So I honestly stumbled across the Seventh Rule originally for myself. How did you find out about it?
Oh, geez. I was in the throes of dealing with a couple of parents who just passed a few years ago, and I was interested in participating. I knew of it because I'd been following along, and I knew that you could pay a certain amount of money each month and join a meeting and participate. And I thought, you know what? Maybe a little engagement would be what I need in my life right now. So I tried that once, and that was earlier in the year, and it was fun. And I wanted more. And then I got an email saying, would you like to become a sponsor for the following season? And I thought, I would. So I went ahead with that, and it just snowballed from there.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I really don't know if I was just searching Patreon or something to that nature. And then I was talking with Greg Kenzo one night on one of our Discords on another channel. And that's right. He did say, hey, you might want to, look into this Seventh Rule people. And I'm like, okay. And honestly, the rest is history so far. And so it's been
once
fun.
It starts, once you're hooked, you're hooked. It's a good group.
It is. And I was so jealous that you, Tierney, and Faith all got to meet up back in, was it November?
No, December. We met up in December in Baltimore. That was very cool. Offline meetings are wonderful because they really look at the fact that we enjoy each other, and we're not limited to just the time for the broadcast recording. And it further confirms the fact that we just enjoy each other's company, and it's really neat. So having met a few of the people, I can attest to the fact that it doesn't ever get old, and it makes the whole thing so much better.
Oh, that's good to know. I'm looking forward to that. I'm hoping in November I get to run into the whole group, and I'm planning on it. So I know with you living in Tokyo, there's probably not a lot of Star Trek conventions over there or events.
Definitely nothing happening in that regard here. That said, you're surrounded by a very creative environment. If that's what you're after, there's a wealth of creative endeavors going on here, animated, live recording, fan stuff. But Star Trek per se, no. You have to travel for that.
Okay, and so that's actually something I had never thought about until honestly, just right this minute. What does the Japanese culture even do? They even think about Star Trek in at all, or is it something that's in your interactions?
Star Trek hasn't really been translated, and without a bilingual version, it's hard for people to become enthused about it. And so it's never really been. It's not that it hasn't caught on; it hasn't really been introduced because I think there's just so much original media here, characters and shows, things that started when people that are 50 now were when they're in grammar school. It's just a whole. It's a very media rich environment, and I think there's no feeling of we're missing out on anything. Partially because they don't know about it, but in large part because there's so much other good stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that until just now as we were talking, because you're right. There's so much cultural stuff to do in Japan that, I mean, I don't want to say they don't need what we have, but again, they don't really need what we have. They have their own.
Yeah, I don't know what it would be like if it were introduced with the ability to, overdubbing voices takes away a lot of what those actors infused into their characters. And so that's an often used style here for other TV shows that are broadcast in Japan and the US. I mean, Amazon has a whole bunch of stuff available, but it's overdubbed. And if you take away the specific characteristics of the delivery of the actors, you're losing a lot of what Star Trek is. And so I think if you asked 10 people, 9 of them at least would say, I don't want to read subtitles. It's a pain in the neck. And I don't think that those 10 people need to be limited to Japan. I think any 10 people anywhere in the world would tell you the same thing. So do you go with subtitles? And that's not going to bring a lot of people in. Or do you go with overdubbing and lose so much of what the actual show is? It's a tough call. So because those two hills are so insurmountable in so many ways, I think that they've just relied on other things. And there are certain diehard fans that go out and find versions of it, and there are certainly captions available if you want to watch it and read it in English, but you have to be proficient in English for that. So I think a lot of factors come together to make it not what's shown here. There's only a limited amount of time that they can broadcast stuff, and there's just literally so much stuff that's born here that they're like, you know what? So, and I don't have any issue with that at all. I like traveling and I like going to the places to see the people. And it's also Star Trek's very cultural. And the sense of discovery and the history of discovery is different from country to country. So the gut feeling that people who are in their 40s, 50s, or 60s may have about Star Trek is different in part due to the culture in which they grew up. I think that's I don't know if that's a hard, fast fact. That's my opinion on it.
Well, I didn't even that makes me think. I'm sitting here as soon as you start talking about dubbing and overdubbing, I'm thinking like, I cannot fathom hearing someone else's voice as Kirk or Spock, and
exactly,
especially in the original series with all of his, I don't want to say overacting, but how well he emphasized his words and and all of that, and like, it would be nothing against dubbing, but it would be lost.
True. The only ones you could really do it effectively with are the 3 animated series. Beyond that, nothing would really work because you'd be misrepresenting the actor, I think, and so much of the character is the actor, in my opinion. One of the things I love about Star Trek is the fact that those specific actors create those characters as they have done.
Oh yeah, I mean, I can't fathom, hearing someone else's voice as Jean-Luc Picard. I just no. I'm sorry, it's Patrick Stewart.
I agree entirely. No, I agree entirely.
I mean, maybe like hearing me playing Patrick Stewart, just not going to happen. Or Worf, just ain't just done. No good. Gotta be clicking or doing the subtitles because that would just be.
I agree.
That would be hard. Absolutely. So since you don't have like the conventions over there, have you ever had time to attend any in the United States? I can't remember or not. Or if you've ever attended.
I haven't attended any.
Okay.
For me, Star Trek is less about the actors than it is the message. And so, as conventions are so much about sharing the experience with other fans and interacting with the actors as people, and they are all so warm and generous that people go to those things and absolutely love them and are passionate about it for very good reason. It's just not something. It's not an aspect of the show that I've ever really delved into, to be honest.
Oh, that's fine. And I mean, I've only been now to 2 conventions so far. I'm definitely looking at one of these days. I will go to STLV because, like you said, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love the shows, but I'm going there also to meet our friends. And it's hard. It's weird to even say this now. The actors are almost secondary in a way now for me.
It's a fantastic environment for a fan because you meet other fans, you meet people who are thinking in a very inclusive as opposed to exclusive way, and it just for so many reasons, as long as you're armed, it's a great environment. But it's just not my particular thing because of the emphasis. The emphasis shifts from the message to the people, and I watch the show more for the messages. So.
Well, and that leads me to honestly, what drew you into Star Trek, the series and all that stuff originally?
She was, well, as a 4-year-old, I was, as a 4-year-old, I was sitting there. My dad would flip through the channels, and sometimes it would land on Star Trek, and I was very intrigued by space because up through 1969, when I was 4, it became I turned 5 later in 1969, and so throughout that year there was so much NASA stuff going on, and then in '69 when the lunar landing occurred, I was sitting there on my mom's lap watching this, and I watched it a few days before the blast off, the countdown, blast off, and this thing shuddering up into the sky, and then flying weightless and landing, and this famous lines being uttered, and then watching the parachute drop the lunar module back. No, not the whole lunar module, actually. What, capsule, yeah, back into the ocean, and then the ship picking them up and putting them in their little van and driving off for screening. That whole thing, just for a little kid, I felt, wow, we're doing this. This is real, and it was enthralling. And you have Star Trek going on, and then a couple years later, the reruns start, and I really was able to say, that's what we're talking about here. And so that the hook was the NASA program, and the hook was the early exposure to the first series and this character of Spock, who was a very confident, competent, quiet, very specific with his words person, and that's how I was when I was a kid too. And I really related to that personality type, and to see that it was not only okay, but it was viewed in many ways as a leadership role. I thought that, plus the space stuff and the whole itchy feet to go see the world thing, even from a young age, I was like, all right, that's it, I'm in. And it just really sort of spun out of control from there, so to speak.
Well, yeah, and if you think about all the people since the original series till today that have, become scientists and gone into work for I mean, there's probably, I'm just going to make up a number, but I would say at least 60 to 70% of every employee that works at any of the NASA centers or even in aerospace in general has probably watched Star Trek and said, yes, that's what I want to go do.
It's so inspirational on so many levels. If you are inclined towards any of the sciences, absolutely. If you're inclined towards working with people and seeing people as one whole, if you're inclined towards future endeavors, for so many reasons, it's very inspirational, and it has been inspirational to a lot of people. I agree.
Oh yeah. And I mean, and you also have to think about, like, in the original series, which it started all of this with just and it has progressed, all the social issues that Trek has addressed. And I mean, obviously, I did not watch the original series until I'm honestly just really now starting to watch it. But I'd always heard about the very the good, those episodes that just struck a chord with everybody. Especially I think one of the biggest one was the kiss between Uhura and Kirk. And then the other one, I think, it was the one with that the species that was split. It had the black and the white. And I'd say because again, I'm still learning TOS. I don't know all their names, but you have to think about how much, especially in the late 60s, how much that influenced the society at that time.
It absolutely did. And I think that the curious thing about Star Trek in the original series and the issues that it looked at, those race issues or the good versus evil dichotomy, and how people were treated depending on their skin color. I think what Star Trek did, rather than preaching, rather than coming up with a message and saying, we need to tell people about this, we need to go full on, science book thumping and get people involved. What it did was it said, look in this mirror. This is what we see of you today. And then it somehow hinted at, but couldn't we do better? And that was the real hook. I think, couldn't we do better? And it didn't ask anything of anybody other than to just look at themselves and to reflect. And that reflection showed an awful lot to a lot of people. And it was a time, you got to bear in mind that this is the 60s. I grew up in Berkeley in the 60s. And there was a lot of change happening. The country was going through a lot of change. Societally, politically, there was just a whole lot going on. So it was a very rich environment for growth. And many people availed themselves of that and saw in Star Trek this mirror, and then they reflected on themselves. And they said, we can do better. And you see people from the original show that went on throughout their lives, and Nichelle Nichols and Leonard Nimoy and the various. I look at George Takei today. I think that there was a true commitment to that. Let's do better, sort of thing.
Well, and also, yeah, exactly. And I remember when they were, a lot of the, different podcasts and social media that I'm on, when they were celebrating, Nichelle Nichols, her birthday, but then also on MLK, I scrolled across something and it had her, the interview she was doing, and it's just when she was talking about, when Dr. Martin Luther King, they ran into each other, or somehow they were together, and she's like, he's talking to me, and she felt that she totally felt it should have been the opposite way, and he's like, no, because she wanted to leave the show, and
you need to be there for us. And I think that that's incredible. The tie-in to society was incredible. TNG, which came along a number of years later, really was, at that time, a modern version of what TOS was. And it sought to do the same thing in terms of holding up a mirror and saying, think about this a second, and can we do better? Is there anything we can learn from this? And I think that was a large part of what TNG sought to do. It just made it more relevant to the people in the 90s. And so that was, I think, those two shows both took very much the same approach. And then it moved on from there to DS9, where it was more storytelling and using that vehicle in the same way. But it used a story, and it used relationships, ongoing, continuing relationships in a way to create that same kind of environment in which the show could say, how does this work? Is this a good thing? Was that a bad decision? A good decision? Should we do something differently? And then, the prequel of Enterprise coming out shortly thereafter. And, it was those 4 shows really did it, And so that was a real solid package from late 60s through till the early 2000s. That was a real solid package.
And it was. And as I can't remember if you were on the FFA, but I remember when we were doing the review for, excuse me, the host.
Yes.
And I may have already said this on some other channels, but I remember watching it, and I was preparing for it, and it was not until my third watch of it at the very end, and it's out there, when I realized what Dr. Crusher was trying to say when he came back out when the host came out, the symbiont came back out in the female host, and it totally caught her off guard. And I just remember sitting here watching it, trying to make it. I was like, and it was like, boom.
Well, it's like any great piece of art or any piece of sculpture that you might view. You can go on a school trip when you're 15 and see it, and then you can go back at the age of 30 or the age of 50 and see it. And the thing itself hasn't changed, even a tiny bit. What's changed is you. And I think that for me is one of the great things about Star Trek, making it as timeless as it is that the messages are there. Whether you can understand them, whether you can relate to them specifically or not. You're not so much peeling layers back off of an onion as you are perceiving things differently based on your own experience or your own level of understanding of the world. And that, I think, is the beauty of it, because it's just there, and you can watch it 3 times in your life and see or understand 3 different things entirely.
Oh, exactly. And like I said, I mean, I think I even said in our review, I remember watching that when it first came out, right over my head.
Oh yeah, so much of that stuff was like that, and it was only it was on reflection. I saw TNG as a 30-something-year-old, and so I was watching that, and I was comparing it to TOS the entire time. And my initial reaction, my first watching of it, I was like, wait a second. And then I thought, hang on a second, let's just get rid of those biases and let's look at what they're putting out there, because it is a valid Star Trek show, as all of them are, really. And that's being very generous, because I don't like the more recent ones. But I think that TNG on a second viewing gave me exponentially more than it did on its first viewing. And that wasn't so much because of what the show was doing, so much as how I was looking at it. And that was what it sort of boils down to.
Well, and I was 11 when TNG came out. So yeah, I was watching it for, the action and the spaceships and all that stuff. And so, yeah, that's one of the beauties of doing what I'm doing all this, is I have to go back and review stuff and watch it, and you just learn, and you're like, oh, that's what they were trying to say. And and all they could say back at those times.
Well, yeah, I agree. I mean, look at the fact, Picard, here's this Shakespearean actor, very strong accent, compared to Kirk, who's got a very North American accent and is very expressive. And I think one of the things that the show was doing with that was saying, stop looking at the actor, listen to what they're saying. And it became quickly apparent to me that was equally true of Data versus Spock, or quickly true of Beverly compared to Bones. There was a lot of stop looking at the details and look at the bigger picture sort of thing. And that's always what it's been about for me. And that's why I say that I like the messages more than the actual fan side of things.
And yeah, exactly. And that's why, for me personally, when it comes to like the series, I know it's hard to say, everyone says, what's your favorite, and so on and so on. I know that's such a loaded question, because, usually they're all pretty good. But like when I was talking to TJ one night, he's like, he gave me his top 3, and it always seems to change. And mine usually can do the same. But for me, my top one, and it didn't used to be that, but now has been Enterprise, because I just loved getting to see how we're watching humanity take our first steps.
Oh yeah.
And also just Scott Bakula.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's a lot of this. My initial favorite of everything was Spock, not the show, but Spock.
Mhm.
And it wasn't until much later in life that I realized how much I appreciated what Nichelle Nichols had done. And I thought about, why didn't I get that earlier? And well, I was framing things in the terms that I was, this white kid growing up in America. It was not something that was easy for me to understand, and it took a lot of growing up to realize that there was a heck of a lot more there. And so, going on from that, the shows, each of the shows has had a great deal of appeal for different reasons. I particularly like Deep Space Nine's approach to. I'm a big fan of reading, and I like the way that they tell a story that goes and goes and goes. And Ira's work on that was just incredible. I told him that I thought that his writing was a modern version of what J.R.R. Tolkien had done with Lord of the Rings, and he was happy about that. But I feel, yeah, I feel that that appeals to me because of its family values. Because at that point, I was a parent and I was trying to figure out how to deal with my own children, and a lot of that was being expressed there, friends, and in a situation that you're not really moving away from all the time, but you're having to look inwards, and that's how I see DS9. Enterprise, I loved as a prequel. I thought it was well done. I thought it didn't overstep its bounds. It didn't try to be something not Star Trek. It said, we are going to fill in some of those blanks, like how did the Klingons get from here to there, sort of thing. And I feel like there was just a great deal of very Star Trekky stuff in through Enterprise. And after that, it became much more a function of what society became. Think about it. There were no cell phones, there were no TikTok videos, there were no YouTube videos. And by the time the 2010s and the 2020s come along, we do have those things. And so entertainment came to the fore, whereas before it was less about entertainment, although that was there, and it was more consistently keeping this theme of, can we do better? Let's hold this mirror up and look at ourselves through these scenes that we're watching on this show. And that was revelatory for a lot of people. But later on, it became more about entertainment. And so it attracts fans that are 7. It attracts fans that are 70 for very good reason. It's like going to the supermarket. There's something for everybody there. Absolutely.
And and you get to watch, Scott Bakula's character, Captain Archer. I mean, he grows so much in those 4 seasons, from the beginning to the end, and he's literally, I hate to say it, he's having to learn and getting hit at the same time, and he's got to Paul over here like, well, I don't, they were so tired of having the Vulcans tell him, well, you really probably shouldn't do that. You should do like what we do. And as humans, in our nature, we don't want to be told what to do.
No, I agree. That the characters were that show, of all of them, had more eye candy in the actors than any other show. And so the first thing that hits you is like, wow, look at that cast. But you quickly go into the stories, and you quickly go into, if you were that person, how would you have reacted? And it's asking you to think right the way through. And that's an extraordinary aspect of it.
It is. And like one of my favorite episodes of that series was Dear Doctor, when he is literally having to decide do they stay and play God? And that's not what they were there for. And T'Pol points out that the Vulcans have been on Earth for 100 years since they came. And oh man, and I'd still love his line, until someone gives us a directive of what to do and not to do, I have to be the one to make those decisions. And it is a very hard decision for him to make. And of course he does the right thing, but you could just tell it, at his core, it ate at him because he wanted to help these people, but
well, this is it. There was so much ability for that show and the ones that preceded it to get to know the characters in a way that it's easy for you to see parts of yourself in them, or wonder what you would have been like walking a mile in their shoes. And that was, yeah, absolutely, all of that. all of that. Every single time I watch it, the hundreds of rewatches of the shows, every single time that gets me. And I think that's been the beauty of the whole thing. It's saying, look, what do you think? It's been an a teacher that elicits is always been my favorite kind of teacher, rather than a teacher that just gives information to be memorized.
I know. Well, and talking about DS9, I'm actually probably about to buy my next piece of artwork or a print from Jenny,
Yes.
of In the Pale Moonlight, because
Oh yeah, oh yeah. No, that's a beautiful piece.
that's a beautiful piece and a beautiful episode. I just
Oh yeah, there's so much there. It's so rich. And having that work of art on your wall and having quiet moments and sitting there and thinking about it and reflecting. I love the show, the entertainment, but that's a really cool message right there. That's a really cool way to think about things there. And it's that piece of art gives you so much more than just being decorative. It allows you to lose yourself in the scene and lose yourself in what you felt then and how you and take your thoughts further. I absolutely adore that about those types of pieces of art where you're not limited to just hanging it there and having it be there. It comes alive for you.
Well, and if you've seen the episode, you're going to look back at that picture and be like, yeah, I remember what Avery did. And I think I'm going to have to ask Sirach if we ever have enough chit chat time to ask him what it was. I don't know if he was on set that day, but I'd love to know what it was like on the set the day that he did that monologue and that his speech. I can imagine. And just in my mind, I'm sitting here thinking like you could have heard a pin drop after he was done.
Well, it's interesting. I've listened to a lot of monologues from a lot of the actors and other actors and other shows as well. And if I got to guess that if I were a fellow member of the cast watching somebody do that, I would have been inspired by their ability to perform. But I think I probably would have been more inspired by the person making that come alive. And afterwards, looking at that person with wow, I'm really glad to walk this planet right at the same time you are, because, there's so much incredibly powerful personality that comes through. And it goes back to your original question: why do you go to the conventions, or do you go to conventions? And I think the powerful personalities that are tied to this core concept of inclusivity that are seen in the actors is incredible. I mean, Sirach is a perfect example of somebody who is living and breathing and everything else. His truth is in part made up by his experience performing in the show, living the life that he's led. And I think that at his age, he comes across as somebody who could be 500 years old. He's learned so much through the people he's interacted with. He's a very incredibly old soul who's wise beyond his years, but has this boyish charm when he talks to you. So there's just a very kind of really welcoming aspect to the interactions with the actors. Denise Crosby is another one. I really relate to her. I love talking to her, and I think that when she watched the other actors, these incredibly powerful actors doing their thing, she probably felt inspired in the same way. And she's all of her lived experiences and her truth. Wow, just somebody that you feel darn glad to spend some time with, So
well, and I loved her talking about about Redemption Part 2, when she actually got to basically be at the same level as Patrick Stewart when they're in the ready room, and she's basically talking him down or telling him, and her comments about that was like she just had so much fun getting to do that scene. And I told her as well, I said, Denise, I felt like you were on the same level as Stuart Patrick that day in your acting abilities and with what you were saying, because usually he's the one who's got the power, or his character, I mean, and they were on equal footing.
Yeah. She was given a role equal to her well, she should have had that kind of role from day one, and it took them a very long time to figure that out. And it was unfortunate because she's such an incredible, powerful actor, in the way she emotes. And yeah, I would call her a hero for that role. That role was a true hero, and nothing less. That's one of the most moving episodes of the entire show for me.
So I was actually, if of all the shows, and you may not be able to pick one, but do you have an episode that just resonates with you? You know, I obviously I have a few, but you know,
It's a good question. I see the episodes as vehicles for the messages that they're doing, and oftentimes they repeat messages or look at it from different perspective. And I think that the episodes that hit me the hardest are the ones that ask the questions most directly, or really hold that mirror right up in your face and say, "Look, you can't look away. Look." And those are the ones. So it's a list of several episodes, if I'm being honest. And so I particularly like episodes relating to equality. And you know, every series has those episodes, but equality for me, obviously, is a big issue, especially in the modern culture that we're culture hell that we're living in the U.S. At the moment. I think that equality for me is important, but that's really an understatement. So any of the episodes that look at equality, looking at self discovery, looking at growth, looking at acceptance, yeah. But the one monologue that resonates with me probably most of all is Denise's, when she speaks as a hologram from the thing after she's been killed, and when she made the speech about death is just changing of states, and you exist in the mind, and you're always there, and as such there is no death. And when my parents died, very close together, I used part of that actually in my mom's eulogy, and I feel that it's a really good thought, and it was delivered so long before any of that happened in my life, and the fact that it stuck with me, and the fact that it became part of what I wanted to say that day, it really resonates with me. But any of the episodes about equality, probably more than anything else.
well, and I was thinking about an episode that we watched, and it was probably the one that we had the most people ever join since I've been a member, and it never hit. It didn't hit. It hit home after I finally watched it, which was Half a Life.
Yes.
Oh,
Wow.
oh my God.
I mean, MASH was one of my favorite shows forever. It has been one of my favorite shows forever, because in these 30-minute laugh track enhanced shows, it really did a lot. And David Ogden Stiers is wow. And the statements that were made, and the change that came about, through understanding that, in everybody's eyes. I think everybody involved really changed their perceptions. And that last scene on the transporter pad was, oh my gosh, that's extraordinary.
Yeah, it hit home for me because I don't mother's only passed away about 3 years ago now, and I'm like, no, I mean, no, like, no, I'd rather her be here and deal with the other issues. Yeah, that hits you right here.
Well, it does, because a lot of us are at that point in our lives where we see it coming, or we've recently been caregivers, or we recall what it's like, and we're helping other people who are now becoming caregivers. And that episode spoke to all of those phases of our life, and it was just extraordinary.
Yeah. Oh God, it is. It was. I'm not gonna. All right, get a little bit more upbeat here. Which everything we've been discussing is exactly right. It's phenomenal, and that's what the whole series. But I just is there an alien species that that you like the most or intrigued you the most during the shows?
I've got to say the Vulcans. I think that dealing with a somewhat hectic life as a child, the ability to escape to serenity by being logical was and has been throughout my entire life a great way of doing things. And so this focusing, when you put your fingers together and you think about things, or when you go for a bit of solitude, whether it's just simple breathing meditation, or you realize that there's a different way to do things rather than the screaming that's going on around you. I feel that the Vulcans really gave me more of an early life example of what I wanted to be like, and then later on throughout my life, it stuck with me. And yeah, I'd say the Vulcans probably inspired me more than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, they honestly were probably a lot of people's number one, because it shows us what we can do, hopefully, as a society. If we look at stuff logically, which sadly doesn't happen all the time, but if we did, we might not have some of the issues that we have today. And that's one thing about the whole franchise, and what Gene wanted to do was to, help us to become more open to diversity.
The Vulcans. One of the big things with the Vulcans is the first time I saw Vulcan ships, those big round things firing weapons, I was aghast, because up until that point, the Vulcans, although capable of incredible physical feats, were relatively nonviolent. Spock would zap somebody with a pinch on his shoulder and the guy collapse. Okay, that was it. That was like hugging somebody when they're yelling at you and saying you need more love in your life. And I just felt like there was this nonviolence aspect to the Vulcans that spoke of so much incredible power and the right way to use power. That struck, because for whatever was going on in our lives, sometimes people see a lot of violence, and when you can see that, you're just like, wow, that's pretty powerful.
Well, yeah, he did everything he could to be nonviolent, and the whole race did, in all honesty. I mean, it's funny. It's not. It has nothing to do with the violence, but I love I love that scene. I think it was the first. It was the very first episode of Enterprise, when they're eating dinner in the captain's mess. It's Trip, T'Pol, and Captain, and she's using her knife to cut a breadstick, and Trip's like, "You're not going to be able to do that," and she takes her time, and boom, she does it. And he basically says, if you put your mind to something, you can make it happen.
Yeah, it was very much about brain over brawn with that species. I like that a lot.
Yeah. Well, so, okay, here's a fun question.
Yep.
What technology do you wish we had today from Star Trek?
Wow, that's a great question. I think that my background as a full-time hippie in the 60s in Berkeley has got to guide me on this. And that is, if we're going to solve problems that we see in the world today, it's not going to come through the ability to pop over to Japan for sushi, or pop over to England for mushy peas, or whatever it happens to be, with a transporter. It's not going to be space travel, which takes us to places that we may or may not be ready to visit. It's going to be the replicator, which allows us to feed people, which allows us to house people, which allows us to clothe people. I look at the disastrous result of what's going on around the world today, and so much of it is about gaining territory or establishing territory for the ability to live. And immigration issues in the US are so much based on the fact that the people that have immigrated often felt that the grass was greener, and that meant actually eating. That meant actually having a future. And I think that if we had a replicator, we could solve so many issues. And once those issues were solved, we may actually grow enough as a people to deserve to travel to the far stars. But I think it all starts with making sure that everybody's on equal footing, that everybody has the basic ability to hit that first level of Maslow's pyramid and feed themselves, feed their kids, and not worry about whether or not they've got a place to stay that night, and not whether they've got clothes that are warm enough for the winter. This, to me, that's the biggest thing, is the replicator.
And I have to agree now. After the first person I interviewed, well, second person I interviewed was Katie Nicolau, and I asked
Oh,
her that same question,
what a star.
and she said replicator. And at first, it caught me. I'll be honest, it caught me off guard because I would think again transporter, warp speed, you know, all that stuff.
Right.
But
Right.
she gave that basically that same answer. She said if we had a replicator, we could end world hunger.
She's, again, another one of those really wise old souls in a very young person's body. I respect the heck out of that lady.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
incredible.
She's incredible. We could have talked for 2 hours probably when we were doing our interview without a problem, you know, but we were on time. We were keeping it, you know, short and to the point. But yeah, when she said that, I again, you know, I was thinking the convenience factor of everything. But then it was funny because after we said that, I literally was able to, again, take the series and tie that back into an episode of Star Trek, which was caretaker for Voyager, like the Kazon, when Voyager beams down all that water, and again, it's another one of those things you watch it. Oh my God, 30 years later, and you're like, yeah, you just give them replicator tech. And that's why they wanted it so badly to steal it, because it would have helped their societies. Now, obviously, you might want to program not so it can't make weapons, but still, yours and her answer, and everybody has said replicator. I totally understand, because you can feed people, clothe people, potentially, you know, make medicines, and it's just, yeah. When she said that, the first person that said that.
Here's a question for you.
Okay, I'll see if I can answer it.
What do you think of the Prime Directive as a policy?
So, I have to say I have a love-hate with it, because I understand why we have it. I understand why they have it. You do not need to be interfering with cultures that are not ready, because not every episode, but most of the time that Kirk, Picard, or Archer, Archer didn't have a Prime Directive, but still, every time you interfere with a civilization or a race that is not at the same maturity level as you actually do more damage. Now, I also feel like there have been those times where it was worth breaking it, because you really, if they were even as close to the same level as you, the amount of damage might not be as bad. And it was worth it. So I agree with the Prime Directive, but I also see that there are times when you need to break it.
Yeah, I think I understand exactly what you're saying. For me, it goes back to what your question was about which technology, and my answer about the replicator, because I think about my children, and although they couldn't read, I taught them to read. And once I taught them to read, I could give them books, and they could enjoy things beyond things they'd ever imagined. So is the philosophy best to let the children read the book once they figured out how to do it, or is it better to teach them how to read the book? And I feel that the Prime Directive fails us in that key respect. If we spend more time teaching, we can do better things. Now, the problem with teaching is you may include bias in that. And that's been a big, separation of religion and state in the US, for example. There's been a lot of, the bias creeps in, there's no doubt. And also the point that's very valid that you make is if you give somebody something that allows them to shoot other people, they may shoot other people without understanding the value of life because they haven't evolved to that point yet. So there's pluses and there's minuses. But if you gave somebody a replicator who was not warp technology capable, and they were suddenly able to feed and clothe themselves while simultaneously being able to replicate a gun or poison or drugs, they have the potential to devolve as a society. They have the potential to evolve as a society. I think that at some point, much like with children, we have to place our faith in them after we've provided them with a framework of values and say, okay, you've got reference points all around you. What are you going to do with it? So, yeah, the question of what technology and the Prime Directive, to me, this is why I asked the question. They seem to go hand in hand. And yes, the replicator is a great thing, but is it something that you would give only to people that had achieved a certain level? Or would you give it to people, or would you teach people how to use it beneficially for their society? These are the questions that I struggle with Star Trek today.
Yeah, and that's a hard one because, I'm sitting here thinking about that. You could give it to them, and you could teach them how to use it, but
Sure. They could replicate a gun.
They can
Bang,
replicate
bang.
a gun. They could do that. Or if they don't have, listen, and a lot of the times they come back to, I'll give you this advanced technology, but then when it breaks, do you know
Yep.
how to fix it? So that almost goes back to that old, saying of you give a man a fish and he eats for a day, but if you teach him how to fish, he eats for a lifetime. And so I think but see this then good debate here. It now falls back to what T'Pol said in that episode of, okay, do you want to be here forever, teaching these people how to use this device, how not to blow themselves up with it, in all, just think about, you can just think about if you took a replicator out to the, in the backwoods of Australia and gave it to the, was it the Aborigines? Is that what it is?
Mm-hmm.
It said, here, and just, here's how you do it, about what, first off, they might think that is magic, but that's a good idea. You give it to someone but again, now you have committed yourself that I'm going to have to be there for a long time to help them potentially be there for a long time.
If you're the giver of something, you've made a value judgment that person is better off with that thing than without that thing.
Yeah.
And that's really the philosophical argument that could go on forever.
Yeah.
And the Prime Directive seeks to make it a very dichotomous sort of relationship. I don't believe that's the case.
Yeah.
I believe that it's a multifaceted question and very, very society or individual or culture specific. And, as you've noted, it's just an ongoing thing. You get as many permutations as you do people or cultures.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
But I think that the Prime Directive and the technology that's available has always seemed to me to be this weird sort of infinite loop that we can't escape from in terms of what should we do. And that's I think it's Star Trek's asking you, what do you think? Where would you go with that? And I love that aspect of it. The messages, the question, the holding up that mirror and saying, what do you think? Really cool.
And if you think about almost every episode that they have had to break the Prime Directive, it generally revolves around technology.
It does, and helping people, and the punishments are always laid out, and it's they try and make it black and white, and it's not.
It's not.
It's
all gray.
So many shades there. It's a prism of colors. In modern parlance, it's a spectrum of decisions, and I think that it's a good one. It's a good one. Good conversation. Yeah. No, advocating perspective of if they're your potential friend, or if they're already your friend, or if they're different, but isn't that cool? Those kinds of thinking processes are where we need to go, I think, because it's a whole lot harder to be mean to somebody that you like, and it's a whole lot easier to be helpful to somebody that you care about. And so when we can move in that direction, even if it's on a metropolitan level, state level, federal level, international level, there's a lot of growth that humanity has got to undergo before we approach anything even remotely resembling unity. And that's, I think, the big thing. I mean, you never hear about anybody being called anything other than an Earthling or a Vulcan or whatever. They group people by planet, not by country and state, and then we still talk about people by state and race and gender and It's just so many divisions that just need to be
Mhm.
scrubbed out. We need to blur those lines and unify,
Yep.
and then we can sort of head in the direction that I think that is envisioned by the show.
I agree. Well, and on that note, I am going to say thank you for being on here today and this evening,
Thank you.
or evening for me, afternoon for you by now. And it
Lunchtime.
has lunch. Hey, perfect. I'll let you get done for lunch. So hopefully you have something yummy to eat. And but yeah, I appreciate you doing this, and I will talk to you later, Mai. You have a good day.
Thank you so much, Chris. Ciao. Bye-bye.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chris Garris. I'm with the Transporter Room. Today, I am going to do a review with my friend Allison again. And this review is going to be of Enterprise Season 1, Episode 3, even though it's technically the second one, but it's called 3 because Broken Bow is a two-parter. And this episode is Fight or Flight. It was aired originally on October 3rd, 2001, directed by Alan Croker. Let's see here. What was I doing on October 3rd, 2001? I was working. Let's just be honest. I was still at work.
Yeah, I mean, I was in college, so I was doing collegey things. So getting ready for my college boyfriend's birthday, which would be in a little over a week. So maybe this was when parent weekend was, which was great because his parents came out, my mom came out, and to come see Vermont, which is beautiful in the fall. So really pretty trees.
That's one area of the country I have not been to still. I have not been that far up on the East Coast.
Mine's the South. I've been to Florida, but I haven't been to the South.
Mm-hmm. So you've never been to Texas then,
Oh,
have
I've
you?
been to Texas, but Texas is Texas. I'm from North Dakota. Texas is Texas. Like that's
Okay.
thing.
Just making sure.
We can all talk about how to raise and herd cattle later, but we all have our opinions about such things. But yeah.
Mhm.
So yeah,
Oh
no,
my
definitely been to
God.
Texas a number of times. But no, I
Okay.
have not been to the South.
Well, it's not too bad down here. I mean, it can be a little crazy, but overall, it's not too bad. And so this episode is called Fight or Flight. It was set approximately about 2 weeks after the events of Broken Bow, which took place approximately on May 2151. Fight or Flight finds the Enterprise crew still finding their footing as they explore deep space. The episode focuses on Hoshi Sato's personal growth, their crew's inexperience, and Captain Archer's determination to make a difference in the galaxy, culminating in their first encounter with a hostile alien species and a derelict ship. That's the synopsis. That's the overview of this one.
And it's very succinct. That is exactly what happens in this episode. A lot of those like little descriptions are so vague. You're like, I don't know what's going to happen. But as soon as this episode starts, when we have Hoshi in Medbay looking at Sluggo, I'm like, oh, it's the Hoshi episode with the slug. Like, of course, it's the episode. And I'm always surprised that it is the second or third episode. Like, right off the bat, we get a Hoshi episode. I'm like, I was not anticipating that, even though I've watched the series a number of times, but it always surprised me every time. And I laugh every time they call it Sluggo, because I just think of Sluggo Cola and the Ferengi. So every
Oh.
time I'm like, "Oh, it's the slimiest
Okay.
background.
I
So
would love to talk to I don't know anybody on the behind the scenes. I'd love to find somebody behind the scenes.
if they did that on purpose.
Yes, to know if they did Sluggo if it was
They named it Sluggo because of Sluggo Cola. I mean, hey, you never know. I mean, this crew and writers did tend to, kind
well,
of
remember, they all went
they all migrated.
all migrated, and sometimes we didn't say in the first review on the first episode was at this time, I think almost the entire crew, they were going into like year 18 or somewhere in that time frame from
From when next
TNG.
yeah.
Yeah.
That was one
Which
thing, I read that Scott Bakula was actually a little bit worried about, is they only had a week off from the end of Voyager for the crew before they started working on Enterprise. He's like, "Are they gonna, like, care? Or are they just gonna be like, 'Ah, we've done this so much, just, come sit in the chair and we'll shoot you, it'll be fine.'" But he was very, very impressed with how much they cared and wanted the best out of this. So he did speak about having a little bit of a trepidation about that I read on Memory Alpha.
that's good to know. I didn't realize that he had any real issues like or concerns, let's just say.
And they did not hold up and last long, but he was like, "Are they gonna?" Because I mean, yeah, so many of these people had been on Star Trek since the beginning of Next Gen, so years and years. But they loved it. It was their world that they created, and they wanted to make it the best they could. I mean, listening to the Okudas and Doug Drexler and Michael Westmore, they love Star Trek. And it was and still is, the favorite jobs they ever had. So
Yeah. And as we go through the series, we'll learn stuff about, I don't want to get into it right now, but some of the pitfalls that did plague the series
Mhm.
that were out of their control.
Oh, yeah.
That were really out of their control. And
Well,
it's
yeah,
kind
'cause
of it
this
was a
was
shame.
the first Star Trek that wasn't, uh,
It was not
syndicated.
syndicated.
And so the, uh, the, um the network actually had call over what was happening,
Yeah.
and they were not used to that at all.
No. It was rough at
Yeah.
times. So, but that'll be for the wrap up on the series, and we'll be able to find some stuff on that. So, so it was a surprise for me. Like you said, I was not expecting us literally to open up with Hoshi looking at a slug, full face. And, she was just so, it begins with her sitting there and, loving, she's having a struggle. She's like, oh, why did we take him out? Or her. Did she
Her,
goes to
yeah.
her?
Yeah, she
Her.
always called it her, and Phlox is like, "It's a slug." To be gendered, like, "It's a slug."
Yeah. Mhm. And so, and so she's like, "Well, we shouldn't have taken it out of its environment and because it's new," which is she's obviously referencing basically herself.
Yep, and so exactly, Phlox is like, "I can go in on this conversation, I know what you're talking about." And so, use the slug as a vehicle for the conversation she wants to have, but she's also scared to have. Is we all do it. We're like, we're gonna anthropomorphize this little animal here or slug, invertebrate, and like I can relate to this and I can explain, what I am feeling through what this is. I mean, it's interesting she picked a slug, but it is what she had on hand, I guess.
Yeah, was what they found on the wherever the planet they picked it up on. And that's what this episode is really mainly dealing with Hoshi struggles because she is, she's visibly homesick. She is uncomfortable in space.
And the
She's
stars
always
have to go the right way for her to sleep.
I know, and that was, again, so that's what it's like. She's complained about the ship's creaks, and from like the previous episode, it's vibrating too much, and I don't remember, something said maybe her proximity engines, but it wasn't that. It was more about her, that the stars are going the wrong way.
Yes, because her previous cruise, she was on the other side of the ship, and so now she can't sleep. And I love Archer in this scene and Hoshi because she has her problem. She's already fixed her problem, but she just needs the captain to say yes. And really, he's not going to say no because they've already agreed to it and it's going to make someone happy. Like, of course you can, but, I did like that she actually came with it fixed. Like, "I have a problem, I fixed it, as long as you say yes." So, it also occurred to me that, like, on Next Gen or Deep Space Nine or Voyager, they wouldn't go to the captain with that question. They would go to the first officer. And so since their first officer is T'Pol, they're not gonna go to her with these type of problems. They are gonna go to Archer. So I think that was a nice little nod to how the dynamics on this ship do work.
Yeah, I mean, oh my god, could you imagine them? Oh, just with the just with
T'Pol, I'm
the
upset with my room combinations. I would like to change them. No, you're fine.
yeah,
Yeah.
you're fine. That's illogical, Hoshi.
Yeah.
It should not matter. It's just the stars.
Yes.
Close the
You can get
blinds.
used to it.
Yes, get used to it. Oh my god. And
So
see,
yeah. No, it's much better
that's
having her go to Archer than go to T'Pol. So, yeah.
oh my god. And then, and because so that's where we start with Hoshi, because not only we start with Hoshi's story, which then progresses into the rest of the crew, is honestly they're just getting restless. And because when Archer, because T'Pol comes to Archer's quarters, I think it was his quarters or his ready room, one or the other, and there, he's basically complaining because we've been out here for 2 weeks and we haven't run into anything. We're going warp 4.5 or warp 4 and there's nothing. And she's like, well, Captain, space is big, but we're going warp 4 and it doesn't matter. You know it. And and it makes me think about, like, if we had the ability today to do those types of speeds, God, how long would it be before we hit another planet or something? So
I mean, still super far because what? It's warp factor 1, 2, so it's exponential each time we go up, right? I think that's how it works. And so the difference between warp factor 4, which what they're going at, and then warp factor 5 is huge. So it does, and especially because a lot of, again, for us who grew up on, Next Gen and maybe not Deep Space Nine because they didn't travel as much, a little different. Voyager, where they're going, when we're doing something fast, or we're going fast. So, but I do really like it because it shows the vastness of space, especially when we're going at a slower speed. Even though I complain, I'm like, it's a warp factor 5 engine. Like, why are you going at 4 all the time? That's still like tapping out. You're going at 80% of your engine's capacity. You're gonna burn them out. You should be going slower. But again, if there's nothing they're going to, I could see why they're trying to get through the nothingness faster.
so that made me that scene just made me think of something though. Um, if they have the Vulcan star charts supposedly from the first series for the first episode, um, why don't they just? I don't know. I think I'm answering my own question because they have the Vulcan star charts, but the Vulcans don't explore per se like humans want to explore. So
Exactly.
I
So
think I
it's
answered
like
my own question.
it's like all of our explorers who went to do the ocean the first time. Like, here's what this explorer found, and now I'm going to use this knowledge, but I'm going to go slightly different so I can find something else. And so I do think that's what's going on there. It's because they went like, yeah, this thing's over here, but we didn't actually go and look at it, but we saw it from our sensors, as they're got to say that correctly.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They use sensors. They don't want to use these sensors. They don't want to go and touch and
Yeah.
feel. Whereas the Enterprise crew, the humans, want to do that, and so,
So we
but
learn.
that's how we learn. Correct, and is also probably why we shouldn't do that, because then we screw crap up.
Yeah, and then we have to go hang out in the decon chamber.
Well, I'm
So
not gonna
we
touch
get
that one.
introduced to the mess hall scenes, which I love the mess hall scenes. I think they are a great addition to this show, not just, eating in the captain's mess, like the actual mess hall. And I love Trip coming in and going, somebody's like, "I got a seat for you." He's like, "No, no, I'm gonna go sit with Dr. Phlox," and then Phlox hands him a half-bitten potato, like, "This is delicious. You should eat this." And Trip's just like, "Okay, I'll go for it, but this is so weird." But I love that that is one of the ways that Phlox is experiencing humanity is through our food.
Yeah, and
'Cause he
that's
already
exactly what I wrote down. I
'Cause he
said,
loves Chinese food, so we already know he was having fun in San Francisco, and then he's
mhm.
to continue to do that, so
Oh,
I think
yeah.
it's a great way to discover humanity. It's how I prefer to discover
Oh,
humanity
yeah.
is through it's my favorite.
Well, and Phlox is what he's saying. When he's sitting, he's literally sitting in the mess hall, or and, and he's telling Trip about, okay, which is, this one's a little gross, when he's like, have you ever smelt whatever lieutenant or crewman, blah blah blah, when
Oh,
they're
yeah.
when they're
After
they
working out. Yeah.
after waking their sweat, and he's like, no, and he's going on, and then he talks about, then the one that he says, well, those two over there look like they're about to mate.
That's
And
where you would watch Humans in the Wild, is the mess hall on a ship. So, yeah, he is in his own nature show.
yeah, well, it's just like when you go to the mall and people watch, if you want to sit, down in the the mainware or up in the food court. So
Yeah.
he's doing a food court watching. He's looking at the
Exactly.
animals in the lab, but he's having so much fun, because for him, for one, it's his first time to do this, and that's just his nature. He's such an explorer and a scientist, you know.
Exactly, and he's so excited to be with humans on their first adventure out into space. He's like, "How often do you get to do that with any culture? Be there for when they first start exploring." And so, yeah, I think
Mhm.
Fox is a great character
Oh, yeah.
because he's open,
Mhm.
open-minded, and is here for the experience of what is happening and doesn't
Yeah.
have any preconceived notions of what this should be.
No, and John Billingsley was the perfect actor for that. But that
Yes.
just, I can't, in my brain, I can't see anybody else but him. And what's so fun, and I cannot wait till the day I actually get to meet the man, because I really feel like John Billingsley as a human is the same. He has the same attitude, demeanor as Phlox.
Yes. Yes.
He is a caring person. Oh man, yeah.
Oh, yes,
John
and
is
he is.
one. He's somebody I want to have on here one of these days. I just haven't been able to make that happen yet. Oh, I was going to
He's
ask. I was
talking
going.
about his charity, so
I know. I. Mm-hmm. I think
Hollywood Food Coalition, we gotta say it.
Hollywood Food Coalition.
Yep.
I've brought that up. Now I loved how, and again, I just realized this. They're once again, they are pairing Malcolm and Travis, because now that they're both in the weapons bay running, weapons simulations, and as usual, Malcolm is, being Malcolm, he is all grumpy because they left space dock without their weapons installed, basically, or being properly functioning, which is true. They
shouldn't have
I
done it, but of course they were going to, because they were
yeah,
on a time crunch that was
yeah.
and yeah, but
Well,
and he would be upset. I mean, as the armory officer, he should be upset, and I do like that it is with Travis because he's the pilot, so
mhm.
I'm sure their sensors go together, and
Oh,
so
well, he's got to help aim and move the ship and all that stuff. So yeah, they absolutely have to work together.
oh, yeah.
And I mean, yes, so I do agree with that. I just, again, because now that's twice they've had those two together, and it's kind of in a reverse. This time it's a little reverse because in Broken Bow, Malcolm's sitting there looking at the, women dancing and
Butterfly dancers,
the
yes.
butterfly dancers, and Malcolm and Travis is like, okay, let's go. And now this go around, he's actually explaining to him, the weapons. But again, Travis actually does, for being such a young one and a boomer, he does make a point to Malcolm about, well, in all the years that my parents have been, out doing this, we haven't really had run into trouble like that. But that was a really good scene because they are both giving valid points because, Travis is talking about, well, we've been out here a lot longer and not had issues per se. But Malcolm's like, but you've not been out this far.
Yes, or with this exact intention in mind. Where, Travis has grown up on on a freighter pretty much moving cargo from one to the next. And so you would think that they would definitely be armed because we all know what happens to ships that hold stuff, pirates, age old story here. Um, but also, again, with the vastness of space and how slow the vehicles are at this time, you would probably not cross paths as frequently too. So, yeah, and in the show, space is changing. They're going faster, they're going further, they're going to more inhabited places and not just colonies that Earth has inhabited. Yeah.
And then, and agreed. And, and now, and of course, then a few minutes later, Captain Archer comes in and, he's like, how's it going? And, of course, Malcolm had to say, well, I wish we hadn't left before we were tested and all this other stuff. And basically says, Malcolm, do you want to go shoot your weapons? I mean, it's really what it comes down to.
Yes, I do.
And he's
I
like,
want to know what
yes,
they do in real life.
yes, exactly. And so they take the time to let him go fire off a few torpedoes, which don't work. And, the test fails.
Barely.
Yeah, just barely, until the one comes back at the Enterprise and he's like, Malcolm, and has to self-destruct it. Oh, man. And then, I'm surprised in a way, the way they did for this episode, that they chose the first thing they run into is just a derelict ship.
A derelict ship with bodies
Dead.
being harvested for fluids. Yes.
Yeah.
It is. And again, because that was not something we normally would get in Star Trek. Again, so that really feels like the times, of just, we're trying something new. And also it is something we did as humans, like, maybe not to other humans, but to bears, to sharks, to whales. Like we harvest things. And that's what Dr. Phlox does. He uses, other animals or creatures for their bodily fluid for health purposes. So it is getting it is interesting to see the other side of that, where it's used in a violent manner and not caring about the lives that are being taken for
Mhm.
materials.
Well, and as you remember, once again, we have headbutting between Archer and T'Pol about, do you scan the vessel? That might be considered intrusive. Do you board the vessel? They're not responding. And, I'm sitting here trying to think though, how would I do if I was in his shoes? How would I respond to that? I don't know if I would just board a ship that has not responded.
Especially one that, I mean, this one is showing damage. So, and it is venting gases in space. So it does look in distress, but yeah, if it wasn't in distress, no, I would just leave it. But, with distress as humans, we tend to want to help other creatures in distress. So he is definitely doing the human thing. Whereas again, this T'Pol is Vulcan and it's just not the Vulcan thing to do that. So
Which makes me thankful. I would not want to be out there needing in distress and not able to send a distress signal, because the
Mhm.
Vulcans would just go,
Maybe if there's a distress signal and you're actively asking for help, then
well,
maybe.
yeah. But I'm
But
saying if I didn't have a distress signal, but I was in distress,
yeah, no, it's true. But then
they're
there's
just
also
gonna
the whole time, because again, this is before the Federation is. You never know who's going to answer your distress call. Are they actually
true.
going to help you?
Yep.
So there's that question too. So I think they're setting that up a little bit in this episode, that the universe or the galaxy that they're in is very different than the one that we've been playing in all of our other
Hmm.
Star Trek shows. Like this one
True.
is not nice and friendly.
Yes. And well, and that's something we didn't talk about in the last episode, but I I I kind of just laughed. There was 2 times they made a comment about, well, do you expect them just people? Oh, I think they may come. Do you expect people to be shooting at? Oh, maybe it's this. Do you expect people to be shooting at us? And the other one, also Archer makes a comment. I hope we don't have that issue again, like being attacked. And I think it's later on in the series. I know it's later on in the series. It wasn't this episode. They talk about, because that's actually brought up. One of the Archer brings that up and asks to Paul or somebody about, was it like this when Vulcan started? And she says no, because people weren't traveling out there like that. And so, so anyway, so
The line was
Archer,
like the galaxy was a lot less crowded when
yes,
we went out. Something like
correct.
that? Okay.
Yes, it is something like that. Yes, there was a lot fewer people that had warp capable, and so on and so on. So, and it's true, and it makes sense because I mean, as we find out later in the series, they've been traveling at warp since the 1950s.
Yeah, even before.
I'm really looking forward to that episode. I don't
And
know.
it's a great episode.
I don't know if that's a you and me episode. I'm gonna have to look now, but anyway, that's a great episode. I love that one when we get there. But again, so Archer decides lets his humanity take over and decides to go ahead and board the ship
Oh,
because he's
T'Pol
true.
had a great line around that time. If you insist on your curiosity dictating your actions. I think I loved that line. I'm like, yes, it's true. Humans do. Our
We do
curiosity is going to dictate our actions. So
100%.
loved that.
Hmm. And so they do all that. And of course, now, if I remember correctly, he is basically almost having to almost order and even still beg Hoshi to go because she doesn't like the EV suits. She doesn't want to leave the ship. She, at this point, is ready to go home, or almost ready to go home. But yeah, he took a
And
lot of
she's
convincing to get her to go.
ready to go home. She's like, nope, I'm bugging out. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's terrifying. I mean, what they find on that ship is terrifying, and it was very well done by the crew. I mean, the makeup jobs and the lighting, it was creepy and horrible that, she walked in on. And, I know she talks a lot in the episode about how she screamed when she saw that. I'm like, that is a completely normal reaction.
Yeah, I don't know why she felt so
Whether
bad
you're
about it.
scared or being scared is a normal human reaction. Being startled by dead bodies hanging from the walls and ceiling,
Yeah,
yeah, no, that's well worth a scream and nothing to be.
100%. 100%. Yeah. And so she really shouldn't have been, upset with herself about that. I mean, as we learn in TOS, it actually saves Chekhov.
That's right.
Uh,
Yes. Having a good dose of fear saved Chekhov from getting
Yes,
super old.
yes, it did. And so, hey, and I can't believe I just watched that episode not too long ago. So I actually remembered that, Um, so now, okay. So finally they get back on the ship after finding the bodies. And I do remember, basically T'Pol convinces Archer to do nothing and leave them. And the whole time, I think that discussion was in basically when they're changing out of their EV suits, and it's just eating at him. I mean, it's just hitting to him so much, but he
He gets
agrees
really
to leave.
petulant about it, like, during that dinner scene, like, he
Yeah.
just I'm like, "Ah." I'm like, "Okay." And
Yeah,
then
that's where
finally
I was going.
yeah, completely
That's where I was
petulant.
going with that. Yeah, he is so, I'm gonna be honest, he's pissed off. He is so pissed off. And he I mean, and I like what he did. I really, I mean, it was rough, but when he sits there, I kind of felt bad for Trip because he kind of did attack Trip. And I don't think Trip had done anything to honestly, agree to be attacked. But he's like, if it was humans, would you have left them? And if it was Vulcans, would you have? Well, and yeah, and he has a gut check, and he decides we're going back.
Yeah, T'Pol says something, he goes, "You know what? No, this is what I want to do. This is what we're gonna do. So we're gonna go back and we're gonna figure it out." And so I love and then of course we go back to Hoshi and how she does not wanna go back to the ship. And I love that there's the little thing. I was in my class, my graduating class at the academy. I'm like, "So is Julian." Julian Bashir, Dr. Bashir was second in his class as well. So he and Julian were both second in their classes. I'm like, yes. Any like little thing, I'm like, hey, that's from Deep Space Nine. Let's check that box. So I'm gonna see if I can find any little so far I managed to do it in the previous episode and this one. I'm like, hey, I can tie those two things to Deep Space Nine. So I think that's pretty funny.
Oh my god! Hey, find it
We
anywhere
all
you
have
can.
favorites.
Well, and I have found as we go through these series, I found so many tiebacks to just start TNG and just the franchise in general, and I like it so much. But yes, he did convince her to go back. She still does not like it at all. And if I remember, as they are over there, they're trying to retrieve the bodies and all that stuff. The aggressors return, the bad guys return. I'm sorry, again, poor Hoshi, picking on her, but when they were coming back to the Enterprise and she closes the window on the shuttlecraft.
Yes. Yes, that was really funny. She's like, nope, I don't want to see it. Like, nope, it's out there, it's happening. I don't have to see it.
She
Yeah.
can hear it and feel it, but she does not want to see it.
We can take one of my senses away. Like, that's okay. Yeah.
That was so funny. And she just like, I'm done. And so, but we, how they're back on the Enterprise and, and they're trying to, they're basically under attack. And of course the weapons are not working still because, they're not aligned. But this scene that comes up next really is when the Axanar, Axanar, they show up. And this is really the turning, because again, like you said, this is really a Hoshi episode. This is her where she shines, and it's her turning point, because they're basically getting shot, and Archer's like, look, Hoshi, you're it.
Yeah, like if the universal translator is not working for you, you have to do it on your own because we need their help and we can't do it without you. It's just you. And I do like that we have two very young people on this crew. Travis and Hoshi are very young. And I like that we're showing that the weight of these situations is heavy for them, and we're letting them grow into them. Travis will be further along in the series before we to watch him grow. But I mean, we start with Hoshi, and she is a young woman who is an academic. And so this is completely out of her wheelhouse. And as much as she loves the puzzles of language, being shot at while trying to figure them out is probably not what she thought she was signing up for, or that everyone's life would depend on her doing it quickly and correctly. So yeah, I do like that they show that and they show it well. And Linda Park does a fabulous job acting it.
Oh yeah, she does a great job. And And that's the thing. She perfects the translation, is finally able to send that message to them like, hey, we're not the ones, we're not the ones that did it. It was those guys out there. And, of course, as goes with all shows, especially sci-fi, the Axanar, they finally started helping to attack the other ship, and Malcolm finally gets his weapons aligned, which I still question the torpedoes. I'm like, ooh, those are not very powerful torpedoes.
No, they're not. No, it's
no
true.
photons. Yeah,
they're just torpedoes. Yeah,
I know. And I laughed earlier. And I was thinking about it, and I kind of. I just thinking about earlier in the series, in the scene when they're in the torpedo, the weapons bay and doing the stuff. I can't get out of my head the scene from next Star Trek Generations. That'll be installed on Tuesday.
Oh yes. Oh, on the Enterprise B.
Yes, and I'm sitting thinking
installed on Tuesday. Yes,
and that's what poor Malcolm was dealing with. Kind of. They left space dock. Well, that's on Tuesday.
Yeah, on Tuesday. Yes.
Yeah,
that was a really funny bit of that movie.
Yeah, and so the episode basically ends, and they actually have a friend-ish. I mean, they made a friend, their first somewhat semi-successful first contact as humans, because as much as we'd like to say, they had first contact with the Klingons, and that's never good, period. The Klingons don't do first contact.
Well, and this is one that we initiated, whereas Vulcans came to us.
Mm-hmm.
Zulabons came to us, Klingons came to us, but this one we
initiated,
spotted out a situation that we thought we could. So I think thinking of this as humans first contact actually works really well, because this is our first, at least in the show, that we've reached another civilization, and hey, this is who we are, and we would like to know you. And yeah.
Well, and it's the first time. Yeah, it's true. It's our first time to give help, and not need to help. Which again, later on we have to need help, but no. And I would say, and for my kind of semi-closing remarks or whatnot, it just Archer reflects on he reflects on the lessons learned, and and honestly he praises Hoshi's perseverance, which is bolstered by her success in actually talking to those people, to the Axanar. And honestly, I think what gave her the most relief was when she released Slogo into that gas giant's atmosphere and allowing her to grow.
She always called Slogo her. I have I understand for Hoshi's story of why we have to put her back and put Sluggo into their own, type of habitat. But I'm like, you can't just transplant another being onto another planet. You don't know what you're going to do. I live in a desert, and where you introduce some new thing, I mean, there's only one slug, so it's probably fine. But when you have to be very careful when you release a new animal into a habitat, because you never know how it's going to go. So that also kind of went for me. I'm like, oh yeah, they're still learning. This is before the Prime Directive. This is before all of these things where they're like, no, we're just going to put this slug on this new planet. And I'm like, I mean, it's only one. It's probably fine. It'll probably just live in.
Probably let's be honest. It'll probably get eaten.
Yeah. So it's not going to be like a huge, effect to the environment. But I did that. I'm like, I don't think they should really actually do that. I mean, I love Dr. Phlox in this one, and I'm kind of with him that they should have just fed the slug to the bat.
Damn.
I know. I'm heartless.
Golly. Well, but I had not thought about it like that, but you're right, because again, it's a slug, so it's not that it's going to go that far. It's one. But I understand your concept, because you're right. Anytime look how much stuff has happened in our world today when you have species that invade where they're not supposed to be. It destroys it.
We'll talk about tumbleweeds all day long. They are not from the United States.
Yep.
They're from Russia. And they are everywhere in the Southwest. They've gone through radiators on cars I've been in. Like, they're terrifying. So yes,
wow.
I do have, some personal issues with, you don't transplant stuff. You never know what's going to happen.
Well, that makes sense. That really is a good one. And I'm trying to think if I really have any nitpicks for this episode.
That's my only. I thought it was well acted. It's a good story.
Yeah.
It's surprising that out of the bat we get a Hoshi episode, but doesn't mean it is not well done, and it is an enjoyable episode to watch.
Yeah, and that's actually I don't think I have any nitpicks. Now, in the next episode, I might Strange New World, but that'll be probably somebody else I'll be discussing that one with. But yeah, I have some ideas about that one. I mean, to give a little preview, I think T'Pol was probably right. You probably should have used sensors and probes. But once again, the humanity's need to touch and go and explore with our own eyes bites us in the butt in the long run.
Sometimes we have to learn via consequences, good or bad. And and I think that this show shows us a lot, that we went out and we learned by our consequences. And sometimes it was really good, and sometimes it was horrifying. Because I know I do get to review Shockwave with you at the end of the season. So that is a good example of horrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really is. All right. Well, I think we have beat this one to death tonight. And once again, I can't thank you enough for doing this and for being a co-host with me. And I look forward to doing this again very soon. So I will talk to you later, Allison. You have a good evening. Bye.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.